¡Funciona! ¡Viva! Como la de Fénix. ¡Viva! Bueno. Bueno, Víctor. Bueno, el niño. No, nada, Víctor, como estoy publicando la weá y no cuesta. No te pegues ahora, estamos tan cerca. Puta la weá. Me pegó el crome a la mitad de las publicaciones, cagamos. El spam es más fuerte. Ahí se despegó. Vamos a vamos. A ver, que eso. Bueno, Piruciño. ¡Ya! Por fin parece que todo debería funcionar, weón. ¡Oh, qué cansancio! Era show. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Streameando. Bien, rápido. Bien. Rápido. Bueno, ya esto. Estoy cansado, weón. He tenido una semana horrible, weón. Desde el último streaming hasta ahora he estado trabajando como weonado para poder pagar como las... No sé, weón, había gastado como 150 lucas para arreglar este PC de mierda porque cagó la placa madre. Entonces tuve que comprarle y pagarle a un culiado que me la pusiera, weón. Claro. Y que llevo como 4 días durmiendo 4 horas. Que no tengo depresión, de hecho estoy muy feliz porque por fin tengo un PC y está la raja porque el LOL me corre mucho más rápido y mejor. Pero estoy cagado sueño y estoy agotadísimo. No, wey, dije el auto de nivel 10, pues culiado, no vengas con esa wea. Cagado sueño y estoy agotadísimo. No, wey, dije el auto de nivel 10, pues culiado, no vengas con esa wea. Oh, tenéis razón. Oh shit. Cabros, escúchenme, ¿me están escuchando cuando yo muevo la boca o se escucha con delay? ¿Y ese delay es solamente lo mío? Cuando yo acabo de parar la música, ¿se paró? Es que weá. A veces que vamos a tener que quitarle el puntito a este amigo para poder... Vamos a quitarle un poco... A ver. Tengo delay al hablar o no tengo ahora. Me pueden decir si tengo delay al hablar ahora. Por la chucha dime si tengo delay para hablar ahora. ¿Delay o no, po? Delay o no delay, delay o no delay. ¿Me pueden decir hay delay o no hay delay? ¿Hay delay o no hay delay? ¿Hay delay o no hay delay ahora? ¿Hay delay o no hay delay ahora? ¿Hay delay o no hay delay? Aló, la concha de tu madre, weón, ¿sí o no? ¿Sí o no? Aló. 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 Aló, 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 aló. Aló, buenas guachos de los Chile, ¿cómo están? ¿Cómo se encuentran? ¿Tengo delay o no tengo delay? ¿Tengo delay o no tengo delay ahora, guachos? Creo que ahora no debería ser delay. Fucking chat. No, ya, perfecto. Ahora tengo que arreglar una pequeña cosa. Ya, conche tu madre, weón, por fin podemos empezar. ¿Qué delay si no estoy diciendo nada, weón? Están hablando, loco. Ahora no hay delay, ¿no es cierto? Ahora no hay delay, mi hermano, no debería haber delay. Bueno, Iva. Oye, Iva, ¿me puedes decir si tengo delay al hablar? Mira cuando hablo y modulo muy bien. ¿Tengo delay al hablar, querida Ivanova linda? ¿Cómo sí, weón? Imposible, hermano. No me voy a ir por habilidades, culiao. Easy Trolls. Me les pico los trolls, weón. Me cagaron 2 veces. No, en realidad me la hicieron una, weón. Ya, bueno, ahora sí no tengo delay, weón, y todo está bien, weón. Había configurado mal el micrófono, weón. De otra parte de cómo lo configuraba siempre, weón. Me avisan si de repente se escucha el ventilador de mi PC, que tengo una puerta antirruido que debería funcionar, weón. Y ahora sí, weón, empezamos. ¡Viva! Oye, espérate. ¿Cuándo es la final? La cagó, weón. ¿Cuándo es la calmó? ¿Cuándo es la final? Yo sí empecé, no tenía idea, weón. A las 8:30 la final, weón. Ya, pero todavía queda, alcanzamos a jugar una. Ocho y media, cabrón, empieza. Ya la vemos juntos, pues, weón. Yo la, me gustó, weón. Oye, gracias Noada por la weá del delay, weón. Esos trolls culiados me están cagando. Así que vamos a jugarnos una con Pomandoh. Vamos a ver qué maravillas nos trae esta cuenta. Espero jugadores de calidad mundial que eleven el concepto. Bueno, si la weá del delay nunca le iba a cachar yo en todo caso, me la tenían que decir. Que un weón entró en pánico y lo publicó en los guachos. Oh, dejé la cagada, weón. No, ahí está. Te voy a agarrar tu weá, hermano. Porque ya volvimos, weón. Pero gracias por el pánico. Toma, culiao. Entonces vamos a jugar con Ligia. La línea del jungle. La línea del jungle. ¡Mira, Tulón! ¿Cómo está Sebastián? A todo esto que dijo que era la 8, la wea no lo saludé, weón. Bueno, Oscar, yo lo extrañé a todos, weón. Yo estaba tiritando. Tenía una abstinencia de computador, weón. Abstinencia de League of Legends, baby. Al pico, weón. Ni marihuana fumé, weón. Para que cachen que estaba al pico, weón. Estos días, weón. Tanto que trabajé, weón. Mano, tuve la weón, es que tuve mucha cueva que mi PC cagó 4 días antes de un certamen de cálculo 4. Y justo me salieron como 5 clases de seguida, entonces pude pagar el 70% de los arreglos, el resto lo pagó mi viejo. Y si no fuera por eso, hubiera estado como un mes sin computador, weón. Onda, dentro de mi mierda de suerte, tuve buena suerte. Así que estamos felices, destrozados y cansados, pero felices. ¿Cómo está Cami? No, Víctor, si tu cuenta es repiola, weón. Creo, capa. Que la muxo cola. Oh, qué cansancio que tengo, weón. ¡Quiero morir! ¡Acepta en la cola! ¡Maldita rata! Como Pomandoh. Víctor, siempre digo que voy a tu vida, hermano. Como el instante de esquina, hermano. Una sensación nueva e indescriptible. Y vamos a ver junglilla. Vamos a ver junglilla. Ah, igual tenemos super tanque, ganamos. Eso me permitiría jugar un jungla. Como le llamo yo. ¿Con qué voy a poder cargar solo, weón? ¿Tu Ramble? Ah, Víctor culiao. Oiga, caro, su Ramble le estica. El Ramble me está ticando por ahora más que todos los que estoy viendo en mi página. ¿Iber? ¿Iber? Típico antetimo. Puta, oye, pero esta cuenta ni siquiera está en el club, weón. Y bueno, el amigo prestó la cuenta. Yo creo que es su Ramble, weón. No, ya, ¿para qué, weón? Algo hard CC. Ah, vamos con el Comandos. Oye, acuérdenme en algún momento arreglar las runas de este weón que tiene la zorra, weón. Cada vez que quiero jugar a P, quedo pa'l pico, weón. Cacha, weón, porque tienes vida, concheto. Le robo, weón. No más. Ese hombre hizo la runa de la fe, weón. El Víctor, weón. A la fe del señor. Es que ya, pues, si sé que tengo que cargar, pero no se me había olvidado, weón. Escriban en algún club, en los clubes de hecho que estamos en vivo, weón. Yo nunca pongo porque se me olvidado. Y esta cuenta no está en los clubes. Cagado. Está lista, la que chucha este conche su hermano, qué weá, loco, ¿cómo tenés toda la skin, weón? ¿Cuál es tu problema? Ah, de falta la tengo ya, pero vamos con la ladrona. Quédame. Oh, se me olvidó que esta weá está en promo. Bueno, como le iba diciendo la trolea, pues, weón. Creo que esta cuenta está en promo, weón. Estaba como en promo a oro 1, creo, de hecho, weón. Lo hubiera jugado con mi main, con el vecino, una wea así, weón. Pero bueno. Oye, pero Víctor, dame skin a mí. Capa. No se aprovechen del Víctor, hermano, no. Víctor no le diga nada a nadie. Víctor ya donó el TS, weón, y la cuenta, conchetumare. ¿Qué más le piden al pobre hombre? No deben abusar, cabros, de la buena voluntad de las personas, weón. Ay, el culiao, te amo. No, pero Víctor, cuando no te consigas, si yo me puedo conseguir cuenta, hermano, si cuando queráis tu cuenta, vos dale nomás, hermano, si me la pedís, o sea, me decís para no usarla, pues bueno. Yo, siempre hay gente que va a pasar, lo que pasa es que esta era la única que era oro, porque tengo otra que tenga todos los personajes, pero es plata, pues. Entonces prefiero jugar en oro porque es más entrete, más peleado. Porque tenéis 3, weón, qué chucha. No, pues si él lo está dando. Él le está donando, por así decirlo, para que el streaming funcione, pues. Sin el TS hubiera sido un huevo, ¿cachai? Sin la cuenta. Yo le pago con streaming, ¿cachai? Ese es mi método de pago. Y cualquier persona que me done algo, ya sea como sorteo o wea así, lo mismo. Que el streaming funcione, tengan más huevones. Se cacha. Entonces vamos a Evelyn Jungla y esta weá está en promo, weón. La troleé, weón. Dice llanamente la troleé, weón. Pero bueno. Me tocó contra ese mismo weón. Bueno, si no dice qué weón es, bastante complejo entender. Mi jungla. Yo pensé que era Diana Jungla, por eso piqué Evelyn, weón. Y dije, ok, vamos a hacer un enfrentamiento de AP. No otra mitad. ¿El Incarrea? No, el Incarrea por su voto. Por su voto que el Incarrea, pero... ¡Pero me amo! ¿Qué quiere hacer ese estúpido? Ya, vamos a poner a ese imbécil. No, que no creo que me da. Ay. Ya estamos acá, weón. ¿Cómo me preguntáis le robamos el red, conchetumario? Bueno, nos vamos al rojo. Parece que lo hacemos invisible y... Perfecto, al final la cal no le tenía mucha fe a esa cal del stretch, pero... Le dejé guardiado, la apañé. Y guardié ahí y no arriba porque... Porque si el weón va a partir en el lado de rojo, el weón va a partir en golem. Entonces lo único aparte de que él venga para acá, es que venga por ese trayecto. Entonces nadie me va a contestar ese robo por ese lado, pues, ¿cachai? Vamos a meter esta weá como hicimos el doble buffo, vamos a tener que usar el smite al tiro. Porque si no, no hubiera podido hacer ni una clear web. Y vamos a hacer lobo ahora, porque todas las líneas están puchadas. Mid creo que es la única que se podría gankear. Creían que iba a morir. Yo creo que iba a morir. Nos caleamos. Compramos el ítem de jungla. No nos alcanza, por supuesto, porque el Zeicro cuenta como el pico. Vamos a hacer de supports. Vamos a ponerle un ping en este push. No sé si sea buena idea en realidad. Sí tengo. Antes de hacer el rojo, porque lo que él va a intentar hacer probablemente es venir a mi rojo, si es que tiene bolas. Para robárselo. De hecho, en bola está ahí, weón. Robo. ¿Listo? Entonces vamos a hacer otra cosa, vamos a sacar el bufo de esta mierda. Oh, la cosa. Vamos a dejar el ping a este weón ya que se está perturbando con la weón. Hay mucha línea, weón. Sí. Well played, my friend. ¿Saben cómo se llama eso? Korian Jungle. Oh, qué rico volver a jugar en un PC decente, weón. Qué rico, Lino, weón. Bueno, ¿por qué me marcáis tu destello en 200 y tantos segundos? ¿Qué me importa tu destello, weón? Entonces eso es perfecto porque la kill que le acabamos de dar al Darius, o la assist que le llamo al Darius, va a ganar la línea. Top está ganado, no me queda jungla en top, tengo que ir a bot. Y el otro jungla partió en blue, entonces probablemente tenga que estar acá, weón. Va a ir acá y entonces ya tenemos el matchup del jungla realizado. Entonces siempre voy a estar acercando a la línea, ¿cachai? Estoy al lado, weón. El meteo de esta weá porque caché que el weón se quería venir para acá. Vamos a ir a verlo porque tengo invisibilidad. Entonces... ¡Sí! ¡Get fucked, bitch! ¡Get fucking deep! ¡Fuck! Y ahora es cuando le hacemos pico, weón. No, ni siquiera voy a ir a guardiarle porque la buena puede haber tenido un ping por ahí y me ha visto. Vamos a calear. Fue una play nueva. ¿Cómo no piensas transmitir el vivo? Estoy en vivo, hermano. Bueno, viste ahí les cargamos ya la línea. Vamos a hacer una de las compras más raras que ustedes hayan visto, pero se la aprendí a un coach que estoy analizando, que estoy viendo ahora bastante. Se compran botas de velocidad de movimiento 5, un pingwar y solamente la primera parte del ítem de jungla. Y lo que esto te permite es hacer un clear bastante rápido de los pajaritos y de los lobos, dejando detrás el gromp y estas mierdas de golem. Porque va a empezar, la idea de esta build es empezar a romear mucho más, porque ya ganamos la ventaja en early, weón, ¿cachai? Entonces, ¿qué me permite esta build? Me permite, hago un ping acá y me meto acá con chetumare. Tengo botas de speed más la invisibilidad. Le puedo hacer el medio contra el jungla. No me puede entrar por ningún lado y yo sé que su blue está por salir. Entonces siempre que ustedes cachen que la jungla están ganando, pueden terminar el ítem de jungla, sea cual sea el personaje, y hacer las botas de movimiento. Siempre va a ser una buena cal. Y siempre cuando estén haciendo esto, fíjense si se les viene el top al mid. Y es la forma fácil de saber si les van a robar. ¿Y yo por qué sé que le puedo robar el blue? Porque como le repartimos robando el rojo, ahora este weón está en rojo. Y yo sé que está en rojo, entonces le robo el blue gratis. saco escarabajo para tener la visión del weón y le tengo completamente neutralizado toda la parte superior del mapa. Tutorial, easy peasy game. Entonces, ahora podría intentar gankear mid, pero no me conviene. La posibilidad de sacar la kill es bastante poca, entonces voy a jugar reactivamente. Ah, exactamente así, si la buena se le tiraba a mí a tirar, pero si no se le tiraba... No pis, no pis. No me rollo el weón, perro culiao. ¡Calcula 3! Perfecto. Entonces están haciendo un 4 gank bot. Como mi team se dio cuenta, no es necesario que vaya. Siempre compren un pin cuando estén ganando, weón. Los pins son amor, weón. Los pins son paz. Ya, bajar esta weona. Probablemente esté por ahí el weón del jungla. Entonces estoy al otro lado. El top ya dividió. Bueno, el top se está puchando, tengo que ir. Listo. Esto viene al mid. No conviene, pero vamos a dejarle guardiado. Eso es lo que uno puede hacer con Evelyn. Entonces mi team sabe dónde está el jungla, no puede hacer nada. Ya. Hay que puchar, hay que puchar, hay que puchar. Me voy a cansar, weón. Purito. Uy, yo pues puedo. Yo quizás pueda tener... No, ya no sé qué. ¿Yo? ¿Me van a seguir? ¡No, pucharme! ¡La kill! ¡La kill! ¡Mira, mira! ¡Mira! ¡Oh, me siento muy malo! ¡Este hombre es muy malo! ¡Este trocito es muy malo, wey! ¡Ay, me lo quieren robar! Cuidado, weón. No puedo puchar mid, la Syndra va a llegar cuando este weón empiece a pucharle para allá. No, no me conviene. Bueno, no reviso el team. Ya lo matamos. Ultea. Bien. El flash era... not too good, but... Pero se lo ha bajado la Syndra. ¿Cómo estoy carreando, loco? No le damos la visión de que pasamos. Este weón puede pensar que le sigo conteriando. Y como tenemos las botas de movilidad, vamos a hacer grid, bueno, vamos a hacer grid. Vamos a revisar su red side. Y incluso gankear bot, weón. Sin colernos. Así de grid vamos a hacer, weón. ¿Por qué? Mira, ¿por qué vamos a hacer así de grid? Porque vimos que el weón está ahí. Ya se corrojo. Venía a ver. No se dio vuelta esa mano, la cual la matamos. Ahí va a llevar a top. Le vamos a sacar el lobo este. Ah, creo que lo sacó él. Casi seguro que lo sacó él, bueno. Buena. ¿Por qué quería sacar el lobo? Porque vamos a dejarle fantasmita. Como el Draven, o sea, como el Darius está puchado hasta la concha de su madre. Dejar ese lobo es súper útil, ¿no? Porque cualquier one que lo quiera venir a matar cuando esté puchando la segunda torre lo va a ver el lobito. Y quieren hacer. Bueno, me vieron ya caminando para bot y vamos a ir heraldo. No sé si la Sira la alcanzó a eludir, weón, pero ese Draven nos va a tanquear toda la weá de Relay. Igual tenemos toda la visión del dragón, entonces no creo que me... Oye, si se escucha mi teclado, ¿será molesto mi teclado? Si les molesta mi teclado también lo puedo disminuir ese sonido, weón. Si es que les molesta. Ya. Entonces siempre... Evelyn, cabros, siempre que sean Evelyn, ustedes van a decirle a sus amigos que el tío SerllinOPI les dice Evelyn, ítem de jungla, protobel. Easy win. Bota 5 si estáis ganando. Después la bota 5 al final la puedes cambiar por bota de Mercury. O de Mercury. Son las de Magic Resist que te sacan el CC. Burst. Bien, bueno, perfecto. Tengo doble pota, así que voy a tener como 300 de herida o 400 cuando me gelee. No podemos hacer dragón, pero sí le podemos quitar el sapito. Como tiene free push. Y no lo podemos hacer porque yo tengo muy poca vida, según yo, bueno. O sea, podríamos haberlo intentado, pero me dio fulete, bueno. Se me le metió Julep. Una piñi. Hagamos piñi. Por eso no quiere que le dé blue, weón. ¿Tiene un ping? No, bueno. Me vio. No, queríamos hacer dragón, weón. Lo corre por arriba, weón. Oh, qué baja. que harto está sacado este tipo. Ya, sí, sí, onda. Bien. Listo, weón. Perfecto, weón. Mi team supo jugarlo, weón. Lo guié bien. Esa era la jugada que había que hacer. Había que ganar la visión del dragón, ganar la visión de los alrededores para que no nos flanquearan, que era ese tribuch y la parte de arribita y hacer el dragón. Salió un poco ahí como que se fueron a pelear para mí en un momento, como que no que son las cosas, pero al fin y al cabo los weones la hicieron. Creo que vamos a tener que ganar la promo con Evelyn. Ya ni me acuerdo. Pero ¿qué weá te pasa, weón? ¿Qué weá, weón? ¿Qué weá, weón? ¿Qué weá, no? ¿Cuál hacemos su varón? No está en nivel, no. Obvio que viene por ahí. Korian Caleo. I can read you as a book, my friend. Ya, voy a tirarme. Y el protomeo, que todavía no completo, me salvo por la vida el proto. Hay que quemarme. El instinto de la Aquila es muy fuerte, señores. No lo puedo resistir. Ya, pero tenemos proto cinturón, todo guardo. ¡Oh my god! ¡Look at that trash! Buena, weón. Ganamos. Easy peasy. La final la gana Tele contra 1. Y lo escuchaste primero acá. Con Serginos Chile. 3 de oro, 3 de oro, 3 de oro, 3 de oro. Ahora es cuando tenemos que hacer varón para aumentar nuestra ventaja exponencialmente hablando. Entonces yo pongo un ping, ganamos la edición. Ah, y también aprendí viendo los coaches que si tú vas a poner un ping en un objetivo dentro, ponlo al lado. En varón no sirve tanto, pero en dragón sí. Cosa que si los buenos le van a pegar al ping, le peguen a la wea. Y ahora yo debería estar saliendo de acá y rotando para vos. Ahí todo en top. ¡Movi boots! ¡Movi boots! ¡Movi boots! Vamos por acá, vamos por acá, vamos por acá, vamos por acá, vamos por acá. Eso como va a limpiar la wave. No, eso como que estoy intentando hacer. Está bueno. ¡Roto cinturón! ¿Qué voy a hacer ese culiao? Chao. Podemos seguir. Tenemos uno muerto, eso no agarró a nadie. No me he visto. Pensé que estaba gustando tanto, weón. No, pero el rally se dijo, weón. My bad. Pensé que estaba más mierda esa weón, weón. My bad. Ahora nos gustaría hacernos un Jhin. Pero también esto es tan tentador. ¿Queremos daño o queremos tanque? Queremos daño, ¿no? Queremos daño, weón. ¿O queremos tanque? ¿Queremos daño? Cristal. Spamping Dragon! Spamping Dragon! Vamos, Baron, cabrón. Buena Karina, mi hermana, mi amiga. ¿Cómo está, guacha? Ojalá que pierda SK. No, aguante SK. Claro. Con más de guardiado no puede estar esta weón. Y si este carajo, culiado, weón, pensar en morir pronto, weón, me ayudaría también bastante. Estoy gambita, no tengo ni idea de lo que estamos haciendo. Y bueno, también en estas sesiones de coaching que estuve viendo, estuve aprendiendo que el dragón de viento es el tercer mejor dragón, weón. O sea, el tercer... No es el más malo, weón, el más malo es el dragón de agua. El dragón de agua es el peor dragón que hay, weón. Y estuve viendo una lista de League of Legends que me explicaba por qué, weón. Por qué el dragón de agua es el peor. El dragón de agua es el peor porque solamente te gelea cuando estás fuera de combate. Entonces, ahora la meta se está llevando a iniciar el combate y ganar o perdí, pero era, ¿cachai? En cambio, un dragón de aire te permite la movilidad necesaria para armar una teamfight, para armar algún pick-up y wey así, weón. Cagamos, no era nada promo, weón. Bueno, pero lo ganamos, weón. Y queda media horita para que empiece el mundial. Mundial. Me voy a pedirme la media pizza de Don Cangrejo. Es la mejor pizza. No sé qué puedo hacer, weón. Me podría jugar así como un alto. Ay, voy a poner aleatorio porque si voy super yo voy Bran, conchetumare. No me importa nada, conchetumare. No tengo tiempo, weón, tengo que marcar el toque porque a ver, me quedan 40 minutos para que empiece el mundial, entonces alcanzo a jugar una así y marco al toque así. Al toque. Sergi, juega en tu cuenta, po. Sergi, no hay pasado nada de estrés, no hay estado 4 días durmiendo nada. ¿Por qué no a lo mejor te jugáis la vida y la cuerda floja en platino para bajar a oro? Unas ricas ranked trolls. No, gracias, Miguel. No hay corazón ni mente ya en mí que me aguante jugar ranked en mi cuenta. Así que yo estoy rogando a Dios que no me llegue el descenso por inactividad, weón. Me da paja, weón. Me da paja, weón. Me tengo que esforzar mucho. Y quiero relajarme. Estoy cansado, Juan. Buena, soy soporte, weón. ¿Sabéis por qué quería hacer soporte? Tengo que picar un buen soporte. ¿Qué quieren soporte? Yo voy a picar una weá que con Ignite. Con Ignite, con Chetumare. Brand, Zilean o Bardo, weón. O MF. Brand, Zilean, Bardo o MF. Tesh. Creen Tesh. No, es que el Tesh no mata, yo creo un mago. No creo un tanque. Bardo. Brand. Bardo. 2 votos para Bardo, 1 voto para Brand. Brando. Cagamos. MF. Tresh. Oye, pero Víctor, estoy votando como 7 de esos, pues culeo. Voy con Piñi. Capa. Brand. O Bardo. Ya, pero igual quería más Bardo, creo, weón. Como que ya no puedo ser Brand. Y que ganó Bardo instantáneamente, weón. Vamos a demostrarle a estos humanos. Pero Fabi, la karma no estaba, mi hermano. Es que quiero jugar una weá que se juegue así como DLL, o sea, como mago. Con Ignite. You know what I'm saying, baby? Oh baby, look at me, I'm gonna be a from. Y le ponemos save. Y cerramos esta basurín. Y tenemos una skin fea. Y con Ignite ganamos. Insta win. Tienen media frontline, pero yo tengo el medio último, papu. Si ese Zilean la hace bien en el early, que la ganamos, hermano. Hermano, da pound, el da pound, el da pound. En realidad, claro, me voy a comer esta weá de ketchup, no se va a echar a perder, weón. Y un chaguarmita, ¿no? Coño de su madre, weón. Oye, aprovechando el momento del un like, voy a ver.
Got more than a couple of people going mad, I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy.
Alguno es Z. Es Z TPA. TPA, DB Joe now. Contra un Varus. ¿Qué wea esto? ¿Mid lane? Como Bardo mid contra Varus mid. Y tenemos de soporte al Ezreal. Bueno, usted no es ni pico, ahora sí ven todo. Sí, comienzan las transmisiones, pero en 30 minutos empieza el partido en sí, bueno. Las transmisiones empiezan ahora, pero rellenan media hora como los partidos de fútbol, bueno. Por eso yo dije que alcanzaba a jugar una. Así que no os preocupéis, mis camaradas. Oye, piña, y te vamos a matar. ¿Por qué no te pones gila líquido? Las animaciones son buenas, wey. Cagamos, Cari. Puta, es que quiero jugar, weón. ¿Tú cachai que yo tuve 4 días sin poder jugar League of Legends, weón? Quiero jugar nomás, weón. De hecho, ni siquiera tenía contemplado que era la mundial, la final culiada, weón. Yo solo quiero jugarme un jueguito. Bueno, si es que los amiguitos de acá cargan en algún momento, la weá ganamos. Amiguitos. Coño, estos amiguitos están muy bien malitos. Parte de mí quería probar. Sí. Creo que se puede, bueno, ¿no? ¿Qué está hablando ese hombre? ¿Está mirando? ¿What? Bueno, mid, este hombre va a soporte, este hombre va a carry. Me la juego, me la juego, me la juego. Y sí. ¿Qué voy a este hombre? Vamos a mutear al Brand, está hablando solo, weón. No entiendo, weón. Ustedes no ven el chat, pero está hablando solo. No, si ustedes pueden traducir esa weá, yo no lo entiendo. ¿Invade? Mi mano aquí está acá. Hijo de puta, weón. Había que probarlo. Oye, los cabros no callan nada. Oh, que ya no alcancé, bueno. Puta, el RL tenía la media técnica. Uy, todavía la tiene. Pero es un Blitzcrank, weón. Es muy malo. Oh, los weones malos, bro. Pero lo estoy matando, weón. Qué chucha. ¿Me lo engancho ahora? ¿Qué weá no...? ¿Mía? ¿O se fue? ¿Qué weá? Se fue feca. Me mandé a feca. ¡Ese tutorial! Como te tengo el elo, papá. Vamos a tirar una query. Mira, abajo. Mira. Oh, no tengo thunder, no tengo thunder, no tengo thunder. Me reviento, me reviento. Vamos a guardar acá arribita. Ya. Tengo thunder. ¡Right thunder! Ya, pero yo sé que ese conche su madre está... Mira. ¿Qué guard? El problema es que este one se está... ¿Qué wea, hermano? Ok, tenés que flashar. Queda excelente la curita. Otra curita, esquivar. Lo matamos. Le decimos que tenemos ignite. Y él no tiene flash. Oh, ya tenemos que... ¡No! ¡Me tiré la curita! Ah, no me la comí, ¿o no? Sí, sí me la comí, no me alcanzó. Pensé que no me alcanzaba la curita. ¡Mi curita! ¿A dónde está la curita? No me usó bueno. Tiger saca arribita. Pero yo quería probar esta weá. Es muy bueno este hombre. No, no se puede. Se podía. No me acuerdo, en algún lugar se podía, man. No recuerdo. Digo, como si son 30 minutos de relleno, es como... ¿Nunca has visto fútbol, cabrón? Bueno, está bien. A mí tampoco yo escribía tanto fútbol, pero... La típica de las transmisiones de cualquier deporte en realidad, bueno. Mierda y se digo, ¿no? Sí, el problema es que este amiguito como que juega muy puchado. No le conviene a una persona que quiere ser agresiva. De que nosotros tenemos la lane ahí. Ups. Pues mátalo. ¿Meten el buche? Bien, le pegó la cosa, la mitad del daño. No, es malo, es malo, bien. No, triple kill. Ya. Fue mi error. Problema. Que debería haber escuchado la línea de guerra para que se adelantara más, bueno. Oh, pero pensé que venía Olecín, weón. Que pues soy weón, loco. No, ni siquiera voy a cachar. Cagá, una buena, dos malas. Bueno, Nico, sortearme. Igual ahora, como estamos perdiendo, este man no sabe jugar. Esto como solamente juega al Lassie. Oh, bro. Aquí te amo. Me da miedo dejarlo solito, weón. No. Veremos cómo llegar, porque tienes que darte la vuelta. No. No. Horrible, weón. ¡Ah, qué lata! Celestín no sabe cómo gankear. Yo soy bien malito con Bardo. Pero qué buena la Poppy está... No. A los caros parece que van a hacer un FF. Pero weón, el dragón, qué mierda. Tómate la weá, pues qué chucha. What the fuck. Oh, la buena mala, weón. No sacaron dragón, weón. Tienen miedo, weón, son 2 de 5, loco. No. pensé que podía fallar un portal con eso para que me trasladara ahí, weón. ¿Cómo tienen tanto miedo, weón? Un 2v5, weón. No. Esto lo guardé. Oh, pero, ¿por qué mis amigos del team no vienen a Dragón? ¿Cuál es la idea? Yo cacho que vamos a poner el mundial nomás.
And Crown has a much smaller champion pool. I think Faker and SKT have the ability to control that champion pool, ban out the Victor, and then control the Rise. Either take it away, which is one of Faker's best that we've seen, or ban it out as well if you're on red.
Yeah, because Crown's effective champion pool is much smaller than Faker's right here. I'm expecting that Samsung actually has to ban the Syndra away from Faker, and I'm really curious if Faker's going to whip out the Aurelion Sol in the first game, because there's those champions that are the Syndra, the Aurelion Sol, and even the Orianna. The Crown has shown very little success within solo queue, but Faker has shown a bunch of success on it and has the threat of always playing pretty much any champion in the game.
All right, now we've hit the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, bottom half of the map.
On stage, we are just getting the players.
Ya, ahora
set
voy a
and
subir un
ready
poquito de
for
volumen
the
porque estuve hablando
championship
fuerte.
series. Let's look to the jungle. Bengi taking on Bengi over Blank rather, in game number 1 here of the series. Do you think there's going to be a game 2, game 3 substitution like we saw against Rocks Tigers? Do they stick with Bengi?
Bueno, todavía no, así que
That's one of the things with SKT and
vamos a
how
seguir
they
jugando por si
found
acaso.
best of 5 series, right? This is a marathon. This is
Todavía
not
no.
going to be a sprint for this team. And I do think that even though Blank has shown
No,
some
bueno, el stream voy a poner
shortcomings,
la
they're
partida y voy a
still
seguir
going to
jugando.
sub him in game
No,
2
no.
because of the added value of, as a jungler especially, sitting with your coach, watching the game and seeing it without fog of war on both sides. Sending a jungler in with that extra intel is a pretty big advantage. That's not to say that they won't go back to Bengi if they need to and keep Bengi in to try and finish it out, but I think that Blank will make an appearance.
I also actually am a little bit different than this. I think Blank will see an appearance if Bengi loses. While they did swap out Bengi for games 2 and 3 against the Rocks Tigers, and Blank came in and lost both, if I look back at when SKT plays in finals, they generally run with the hot hand until the series is over. That's why back in 2015 once, Faker and Bengi actually sat on the bench the entire series over in the LCK when EasyHoon was starting. So Koma, I feel like, adapts a little bit to the finals, and if someone's grooving, I don't think it's going to disrupt that whatsoever.
I also think they're going to be much more willing to ban out any surprise picks that give them trouble, right? They thought they could play through the MF pick and lost the second game to it. That's another thing about playing that best of 5 versus Rocks Tigers.
Están haciendo bien, disengage, no. Mal, pésimo. Run, bitch!
Faker throwing down the gauntlet. I didn't like it when they cheered for Peanut. I didn't like being ranked number 2 for the LoL Esports power rankings. And the whole team has come up and said, look, we are expecting to win. We are in form, and this is another year.
And you really have to wonder how much of this is confidence versus just an attempt to intimidate Samsung, because just brings this walk into international events. You
muchacho!
But Samsung has to keep setting these new goals, and I'm
¡Te
a
muero!
little bit of overconfidence. But if any team has the right to be overconfident,
¡Chao, nos vemos!
Say, you know, how much is overconfidence?
¡Chao, nos vemos! ¡Mira, está bueno!
Ships already. They also won MSI. They also won IEM.
¡Korian! ¡Escape!
Silicon. This is a team that is at home under the lights on the championship stage.
Yeah, beyond a shadow of it puts all the pressure on them, right? Technically speaking,
¿Cómo están bueno?
far down the underdogs in this matchup, they should be able to play free. They
Bueno,
should be
este
able
bueno
to,
es un
you know,
misionero, es el
walk away
Gino
because
P1.
this is a team that has lived day to day.
El
We just
escape,
wanna
tum,
qualify.
cum,
We just
cum,
wanna
tum,
run
tum,
the just wanna
cum,
beat KT.
cum, tum,
Then
tum,
we just wanna make it out
cum,
of groups.
cum, tum,
Then
tum,
we just
cum,
wanna win quarterfinals.
cum,
And every single step, they've done it with really glowing success, maybe since that
tum. Agente 00 Bardo. Pum, 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 pum. Guardián de dragón. Concha tu madre, ¿qué fue eso? Pam, 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 no entres en pánico. Pam, 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 pam. Hay un guard. ¡Entra en pánico! ¡Pánico! ¡Pánico! ¿No van a pelear? ¿Por qué no van a pelear?
The best thing about this underdog story for Samsung. These are not
Cagamos.
Korean superstar
Oh, pero eso era antes,
players. This
amiguito.
is kind of a ragtag team that
¿Por
was
qué
brought
vinieron
together after
así?
rebuilding the entire
¡Korian!
They've got
¡Nos hemos salvado!
CB Low
Amigo.
coming back. They've got fans from NA,
No.
from Core JJ, and they have, you know, extremely old, long
Buena,
time
man.
fans.
Buena,
from
buena,
the
buena.
division. It's such a
¿No tiene, no tiene, bueno? Buena, buena, buena. Ganan,
combination
ganan,
of
ganan,
players that have
ganan,
come together
ganan,
and found this
ganan,
success.
ganan.
Truly greater
Ganan,
as the
ganan.
sum of their parts. You know, when you add them all together. Now, just to give you guys an update, the
¡Agente 00 Bardo! Pam, 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 pam. Utilizando un troll que quiere hacer daño. Pam, 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 pam. Neutralizado. Pam, 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 pam.
right back to the meta, back to the worlds. It's the bottom lane that has maybe adapted.
Amigos,
to the
ganamos
role of the
pelea.
tournament that has been needing to change.
Amigos,
This is a
ese
matchup
Juan
that
se
feels like
cagó
it
de
could be so heavily in
susto.
favor of SKT's bottom lane.
Definitely, a lot of people are leaning that way. And as you talk about, you know, the change in the meta, it has been both AD carries and supports that have seen pretty big swings in priority put on them. Oh, I mean, we had big Caitlyn priority for a long time for lane phase. Ashe then emerged. In the supports, we have had very recent resurgence of extremely strong laners as well with the range champions.
And it was pretty much just the semifinals when Ashe became the top AD carry and Misfortune and Zyra became the two supports that people are trading around. So I don't necessarily think that is proof that it's going to stay this way, because the Misfortune was a total surprise to SKT, meaning they've had 1 week to try and learn that matchup. If they're able to play both sides of it, which I think would be ideal if you're Wolf and SKT, it opens up the doors for them to attack Crown's champion pool. If not, then they're just going to have to deal with Faker's experience and bravado to deal with Crown.
It was very exciting to hear in the mic check on our League Fest edition of PTL, where SKT were just like, hey, is that real? That's an accident, right? When the MF was locked in. We'd heard that it was being played in solo queue over on the Korean server, and obviously it's made its way through to Korea. I've heard whispers and rumblings of Lux support, because we touched on the Bengi Blank interaction, but do you think we see Wraith coming in for Core JJ at all? You know, like, you know, because he is spamming a whole lot of Lux. Hell, is that like the pocket? Oh my god, we gotta shut down Wolves, man.
I mean, everybody's been scouring the different solo queue accounts of all of these players, obviously, and that's one of the, you know, small hopes that people have, because we want to see more surprises. Once you get a taste of something like support MF, you want bigger and better every time. And yes, Wraith on Samsung, the support substitute, has been playing a ton of Lux, which theoretically could be very good into Zyra as well. The other thing is, though, we've got a lot of these, you know, support counterpicks into
Kobe's throwing
Zyra.
around air quotes, by the way.
Most
The whole speech is in air quotes.
Most of
There's
them
been
are
so many
targeted
subs
at
that
Zyra.
have actually had impacts in the World Championship here. Both of these teams, Wraith has played games this World, Blank has played games this World, and in fact, these are not the starting rosters that these teams necessarily have played the most games with. So, Core JJ has been on a monstrous winning streak. He's the only player here who hasn't actually lost at this World Championship yet. So I feel like they'd have to lose 0-2 if they even thought about bringing in Wraith, because this team has just been so exceptional with Core JJ in there.
Okay.
Big difference in terms of how they interact. As the camera's running around, I'm sure you guys saw the players warm-up games. I have heard that we're rebooting 1 or 2 PCs on stage.
Este weón, viste, el relleno siempre, weón, ataca.
We'll be jumping into the championship series.
Los bardoyuques. ¿Viste a Agente 077? Yo les dije.
They're trying to make sure they're calmed down. They obviously don't realize there's
cagada.
10-foot versions of them being broadcast out to everyone in the audience. 10-foot faker is scarier than normal faker for sure. I'm really looking forward to the stage that we're going to be having here today because there's going to be a lot of throughout the match. And when you're just thinking of the players right now, they have to calm themselves down and make this seem like just any other game, even though it is the World Final.
Any other game for 2 teams with legacies that are incredibly storied. If SKT were to close this out, it would be their 3rd World Championship title. It'll be defending the 2015 title. For Samsung, this ragtag band of misfits almost, regaining the glory that Samsung White achieved. I mean, their win record, if they were to do this, would be relatively similar. You know, not as dominant, of course, maybe with the competition. But it's magnificent stories to talk about.
I think Deficio had it kind of on the nose there. If Samsung were able to take this versus SKT, that would be one of the greatest runs of any team ever. You know, to come out, finish 4th place in the summer split, their highest finish ever, and then make it all the way through the Gauntlet and Worlds.
It would be such a rapid ascent. I mean, we saw rapid ascent because Faker was able to kill Ambition. Well, this would be SKT leading Samsung, their new roster in their rapid ascent. You look at a player like Juve, who has been the one player on this team that has been a constant since the rebuild, since the Samsung White team all went to China as far as their starting roster goes. His all-time competitive record is actually below 500. He's lost more games than he's won. So if he was able to take that 15 solo kills, which is way more than anyone else in the tournament, kill Duke a bunch, and then somehow help Samsung go to victory, the story would be unbelievable.
And that's the thing here too, there are a couple of question marks around this team because obviously this is the best that Juve has ever played. He is definitely peaking right now at Worlds, the best time definitely to peak, but you know, people are wondering how high does that go? Can he have this success against Jhin as well?
¡No, me cagó!
A lot of players on Samsung as far as this being
Tienen que matar al... No. Nen, ¡ya! ¿Murió? No murió. Tiene rojo.
LCS is an AD carry, and now he's undefeated at Worlds. Crown has been the new hype mid laner who's finally kind of showing some big performances on the international stage. These guys have already proven so much, but it would just be another giant leap forward if they can prove a victory over SKT.
And of course,
más relleno que Naruto lo debe comandar.
Plays much better when angry, by his own words, in fact. Had some fantastic, interviews both on stage and off stage. And when you're looking at these player cams, the Samsung players seem to be a little more relaxed, a little bit more smiley and happy. And every time we look at the SKT camp, it's very stern, very serious, business as usual.
Stoic is the word, I believe, for Faker and for SKT, how they like to keep it business on the stage. And Faker, yes, this guy is absolutely deserving of the title, of the god of League of Legends. This guy, he's working towards his 3rd championship and definitely deserves all of the praise.
Yeah, and I also do want to say he does also need to thank his teammates for this, because every great player in all sports always has that guy on the side who actually changes their legacy. Imagine in a world where Bengi doesn't come in off the bench and he misses a bunch of Nidalee spears. They lose game 4 and Faker's suddenly not in the finals. So yes, Faker, best player on their team, best player in the world, but it's funny how you need your teammates to come in those clutch moments to define your legacy.
Yeah, and what a team he's got around him. Consistently showing up, depending on which game, which series, there's always somebody in SKT alongside Faker.
That's what makes Faker's longevity at the top of the League of Legends scene so impressive, because this is such a team game, and you cannot do it alone.
Jat, Kobe, LA, Staples, and everyone around the world. We are into picks and bans for Samsung versus SKT.
Oh, casi, weón.
Right away, we get to see the Ash ban.
I mean, they talked about it in,
El ban de HD, ni dale.
Series, they were already planning on first picking that, so off the table here for Samsung. And that there's so much pressure on Samsung because especially their blue side this game to get a strong bottom lane. Blue side bottom lane pushing is so important.
And these bans are showing us a lot about the team's priorities. The Syndra is banned yet again from Samsung. This is something they've banned every single game they have since they lost to TSM, and the misfortune ban also shows that SKT is not comfortable with that Zyra MF trade, at least now. I'm really curious if they have to ban Zyra or if they're trying to bait a first pick and take it with the second rotation.
I'm so excited because Wolf said that he was trying to prepare, something special as well. And if there is another special counter pick that he's going to use into the Zyra, extremely excited for it, because that would also give them a bunch of power in the pick ban phase if Samsung used their first pick on that. I don't think it's going to happen, as the extra priority should probably be used elsewhere.
Yeah, 3 mid lane bans.
No Victor ban, though.
But I don't see them first picking the Victor, especially with things like Zyra on the table.
And that's the thing, if they don't, Faker has been undefeated in summer.
3x3 con varón. Bueno, fue bueno al final. Mi jugada, la que estoy haciendo yo, fue un 3x3 con varón. Uy, ese weón se cayó de pura cueva. Y que tenemos Sira. Y banearon a MF. ¿Cómo van a enganchar a la Sira? Tenemos Jhin.
Remains to be seen, but for SK Telecom, the world is their oyster with their 2 picks.
Yeah, and there's a lot of power picks available right now, so even if SKT can lock in this Jhin and Olaf, which looks formidable, the Caitlyn is still available for Ruler to be able to play it, and the Caitlyn Zyra lane is obnoxious to play against, so I would like these 2 picks by SKT if they do decide to lock them in, but it doesn't really deny Samsung all that much.
Definitely does not. It would also leave the door open here, since the Olaf looks like it is going to be locked in, as it's been high priority for Ambition the entire tournament. They need maybe some extra speed with a Karma or something like that showing up on the side of SKT to ensure that they don't fall off later.
Karma into Zyra should be theoretically good if Wolf decides to go that route. And now for Ambition, no Nidalee to pick from, no Olaf. We'll find out what he falls back to. Fairly quick lock-ins for the Caitlyn and the Poppy on the side of Samsung.
Yeah, the Poppy's interesting here because Duke has played Trundle against Poppy and been very comfortable with it in the past if they want to get late-game split push priority. They also, if they did that, would most likely pick something like a Karma Trundle here and then save the last pick for Faker. That's what I think they're going to do.
And if you already look at, win conditions here for Samsung are locking in a lot of tools for sieging. I mean, they have the Caitlyn Zyra. Poppy can use the ultimate to zone at towers for sieging as well. Samsung, if they can hold up in the early game, look like they are getting an extremely strong, minion wave control locked in, siege potential locked in, and that very standard tank for the front line as well.
A lot of options, and of course, Crown will get his hands on that Victor. Not banned out once again, not stolen away. Instead, Faker with that Orianna. He's had some phenomenal performances in the semifinals on that champion.
Faker, as great as he is, does also have a lot of hubris and will let people play whatever they want into him for the first game. I don't know if they'll let it happen again if it ends up being a big factor, but he's extremely confident in his Orianna, and that has been one of his best champions.
It's been his most played champion all time as well. I'm a little surprised that they decided to pick it early if they were just going to pick the Trundle anyway. That's kind of a given going into the Poppy in the top lane, but like you said, Faker's just incredibly confident, and sometimes SKT do this early on in the game.
And Lee Sin, first competitive pick all year long for Ambition. We heard the analyst is talking about it. There's a lot of pressure on Ambition's shoulders now.
I got super excited as soon as I see the Lee Sin locked in for Ambition, because I'm definitely looking forward to his play. I've used it before, but so long ago till we've seen it. The other thing is that, will this change his play style? Him and
puse que no sin querer, puta la weá, no éramos rendidos.
Percentage of time spent together pre 15 minutes. Ambition just
¿Quieren ver mi partida que estoy viviendo al máximo?
Yet Faker has been the one to attack for a lot of the
Dios mío.
trying to take him down. And
Con 3 por 2.
himself in the video that if you want to beat SKT, you have to beat mid lane.
Camp mid lane, we'll find out whether or not Ambition decides to play that route, whether or not he's going to gank out. Kobe's obviously very, very excited to see Ambition, the leader, the captain of Samsung, and to find out exactly what he can do. Fairly standard team comps, no gigantic surprises here.
Yeah.
Karma into Zyra, not the most surprising. It's something that we've talked about and actually seen a couple times.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the Caitlyn Zyra lane be able to win the push war in almost all matchups, but you also have to give the player edge to Bang and Wolf because of Bang's numbers so far at the World Championship. So that could be a lane that is dictated heavily by jungle and mid lane priority roaming down there to the bottom lane.
And let's see whether or not Crown will do the roaming, because Faker's had a penchant not to do so. The team compositions were on your screens. Staples, put your hands together as we load onto the Rift for Game 1 of Samsung Galaxy taking on SK Telecom for the World Championship title.
Yo quiero verlo.
Exciting right here, and so much can happen in the very early game. Something that's been important in the bottom lanes in these games is people sending as many people as possible to get rush priority in the bottom lane. Notice how many people Samsung are sending down there so they can get the early push and guarantee it with the Zyra Caitlyn.
Gold trade here for supports, and CoreJJ gets off all of his stacks on the Spell Thieves.
Bonus golden and a throw up of the flag for Samsung.
Look at the invade here from SKT with everybody, showing on bottom side, and the extra numbers for Samsung. They go in for some jungle intelligence.
Shit.
Right, take a look at how Samsung handle this. QV, a little bit of pressure. 3-man stack from SKT hanging around. And I want to keep my eyes on Ambition, how he decides to play this early game. We know Olaf's can go for those greedy, low health clears. If Ambition has a good play or a good read, maybe he could get an advantage that way.
Yeah, but I also don't think it would be wise of him right now because Samsung sent so many people to the bottom side. They left the window open for a ward to be placed at the start of his jungle, and he should be able to anticipate that and go for a fairly standard clue.
Exactly. Plus, the early intelligence, the early vision is a cascading effect. Having seen the start here from Ambition, Banky now has what he needs to work with to try and track him all game long. Banky, by the way, one of the highest ward counts for junglers at the entire tournament. Very big vision focus. He does that to try and protect his solo lanes to let them lane without a lot of interaction with the enemy jungler.
It's something I want to watch throughout the course of the series because SKT is such a good read on Peanut in their semi-final matchup, trading at both mid and top. Cube gets chomped on by Duke and then forced away.
And really pay attention to who gets the early shove in these lanes, because if SKT is able to take control of all three, that gives Bengi absolute freedom. Duke on Trundle can shove into Poppy early. Faker's actually able to get a ward into the Raptors, which is huge. This gives them so much knowledge over where Ambition is going to be, and they're also winning the shove in the bottom lane.
That is the second time he has done that, leash to the small Raptor a bit too far, and the one tick of regeneration denies him the last hit.
Going to be able to grab that little CS, but the information's still going to be gained. Ambition clearing out the bottom lane. We caught a quick glimpse of Bang and Wolf shoving forward with that Jhin Karma. Ruler and CoreJJ, a little bit of pressure on that bottom lane. And CoreJJ, he's on a champion that can, obviously roam, can set up some plays. This is a guy who has spent a lot of time assisting the rest of his team. Not only in his regional league, but also here at Worlds.
The thing is, on Zyra, that is very dangerous. Zyra definitely one of the supports most prone to getting killed off by mid laners early. Plus, she wants to stick around in the lane to spawn more seeds.
Yeah, and it makes it marginally safer if you're a Karma to be able to do this, but just this goes to show you how important the wards were early. Bengi trying to get an invade in, but Ambition is actually cycling back to his blue very quickly. They did see him at Raptors, so they know he could be here.
This could be problematic. Blue Sentinel secured. Bengi gets the buff and gets out.
That's that cascading effect there working for SKT. Bengi did a full power clear there, ending over on the blue. Hasn't lost any time, but Bang!
Grasping roots onto Bang. Here's a turn to take a lot of damage. No summoner spells. Exhaust was used by Wolf, though. And CoreJJ backs away.
And all of these plays are actually being centered around vision. Suddenly, Samsung was able to get aggressive in the bottom lane because they had eyes on Bengi, and then they can use the aggression from the Zyra and the Caitlyn. It gets the exhaust out from Wolf, and it gives them the shove on the bottom side.
Exactly. If you go back and watch so many of the games from both of these teams, even in their LCK games, a lot of the early kills come over those fights, either over pink wards or trying to clear the early vision.
Also in the mid lane, Faker's managed to get a recall off, picking up a pink ward and an extra Doran's without falling behind in waves to Crown. That's actually very important and should kind of slingshot him to about a 10 CS advantage after Crown eventually has to back, because Faker is going to keep the mid lane pressure as long as possible now.
Meanwhile, that blue pink ward in the pixel bush has been there before minions spawned. It's been there the entire game. That is one of the high-value pink wards that will stay there for a while. Ambition moving top.
Might see the first gank here. Doesn't have the ward in the tri-brush. He snuck in through an entrance.
While Duke can't get away just yet, Sonic Wave connects. Duke is able to literally walk to safety. Ambition shows
entonces ahora ustedes lo escuchan como yo,
down CS to Bing.
porque así es como me gusta. Vamos a cambiar la miniatura.
Duke is a very hard person to get, especially when he is on Trundle. And he had to deal with Sneb and Peanut ganking him all series and was able to stay alive in most situations. And once again, That gank allows Bengi to go for an invade. This time he's got to be a little bit more careful though because they don't have as much backup as they would like.
Both supports are roaming to the top though. You can see Wolf
Catch him.
Wolf immediately went to roam top and
Oh, he's
here
caught!
first.
He's caught! Caught JJ! Oh, down Bengi! And Samsung Galaxy! They're not gonna do it yet!
Oh my god, ven que se salva.
Here it comes!
¡Oh! Han dicho un
On the
flechero.
wall, and nobody dies!
As I said, Wolf was mirroring the roam the entire time of Core JJ. He had just walked away though. That was way closer than he wanted to. He had a flash for that shield.
Such an incredibly dangerous invade by Bengi, and he barely gets away because they communicate so much about when they're going to potentially need support. Way too risky, shouldn't have been done, but they get away with it.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see Crown clearing the way with his ultimate to try and get the tempo advantage as far as mid lane goes. And the tension continues to rise here as we have yet to draw first blood in the final.
Yeah, you could see the vision toggles. Bengi didn't know Ambition was there until the Q hit him. He popped his ghost early, but the flash shield by Wolf, and Ambition can't quite finish him off.
Also, whenever you see this, this
Yeah,
is
you dije que
basically a
estamos
PSA.
en los Worlds.
Start chugging your potion as soon as you get in combat, because that could save your life.
Esto puede salvarte la vida, mi amor.
Bengi out alive. Summon and spells blown though. So Ambition, no flash. Wolf, no flash, and a couple of ghosts. So Wolf is going to be a little careful. Down in the bottom lane, Ruler almost at that ace in the hole.
Yeah, in a sense, both of them have to be a little bit careful because even if Ambition were to try and gank, they would have been fearful of a teleport. Now it's been burned though. See you later, dude.
Why? He denied one minion, I think. I think he denied one.
Almost nothing.
That
Well,
looked cool.
To be fair, the cooldown's not very long, so...
Juve's going for the style points, alright? It's about sending a message. It's about starting this
Estás diciendo que es como
showing Duke
lo último para wearlo.
Crown is going to clear on a pick forward now in the mid lane.
Julio.
Actually done relatively well. That river sort of fight has allowed Crown to stay fairly even when it comes to CS. 4JJ gets caught down, gets locked down, bangs the
Joder, murió. No.
There's support coming from the bottom. Ambition's coming in from behind, but so is Bengi.
Wait.
Flash from Bang. A lot of summoners use those.
Bengi is on the way as
Ya
well
está
for
jugando
SKT,
something.
but I doubt they'll be able to get much done as a lot of resources were used from SKT escaping that gank as well. And you can tell, Ambition was looking to punish the flash that Wolf used in the mid play where he roamed.
Yeah, unfortunately they had to go for Bang as a target who still had a splash, but it's still a good amount of harass. They were able to get down on that lane. They took enough of a beating with the gank as well though, so looks like it's just going to reset.
Well, I'm watching Ruler in the bottom lane. Oh, no, in the mid. Faker's going to get caught up by the gravity field. How while that's happening, Ruler's in trouble. The lost shot doesn't kill him, but no deadly flurry. Is there enough HP? Ruler's around. Summoner heal has been used. Bengi is
Lucky.
Ruler's running for his life. Now Ambition challenging Bengi. Bengi gets rooted up. The Brambleback is fighting. 3-1 to Bengi. Here comes Crown. Gets a reply. 4JJ and Crown still in their jungle.
Ambition was trying to bait that kill because he knew the Crown was coming down from the backside. But he
Ambition le hizo ahí nomás.
underestimates Bengi's burst and gives over first blood.
Plus, just before that, First Blood almost went as Ruler was about to die. He survived with 2 HP. The lifesteal from that last auto helped him survive. 2 HP gives the First Blood over to Bengi though. Now, this is an assisted kill for Samsung, so they do get that extra money.
Yeah, the first blood bonus does go over to Bengi, but that's not quite enough to manage what happened with the kill. And the fact that Crown gets the kill is actually very important for them if they can enter the teamfight phase with pretty close goals.
Yeah, Crown has been a huge carry for this team. Ever since he joined the team, it's been about him controlling the team
Vamos a ver.
with Victor. Victor, this champion that can scale so well with AP from the mid lane and bring tremendous amounts of damage to those team fights.
I'm getting closer to 10 minutes, small gold lead for SKT, and I want
Puta,
to keep my
Samsung,
eyes
yo creo que
on
gana
Ruler,
Samsung
because
para que esta
this
parte
guy
más
has,
peleada.
throughout the course of the World Championship, been caught
Como la
out,
Kari.
you know, alone in side lane, underneath towers when 4JJ's roaming, and it's
Igual el problema es que ya ganaron
rookie, a little bit more.
prácticamente las líneas con esa primera sangre porque
Definitely is a rookie.
Bengi está
He might
un
be
campamento
rookie of the
adelantado
year,
que
though,
Ambition.
as he has also had
Entonces puede
a
robarle blue, por
tremendous
ejemplo,
amount of good
así,
plays,
con
and Bengi
Faker.
returns for the second steal.
Yeah, so this is completely denying Crown blue buff, which is going to make it really difficult.
Entonces se están encargando de negar a,
He can get the blue here, but he can
al
still
mid más que nada.
go back and get his own blue when Bengi so
Le
chooses.
quitaron el blue al
It's
mid.
difficult for Crown. Look,
No,
he already burns his summoner spells, and he's ulted now twice just to shove out the wave.
Oh my! Oh my god, Clown! Faker se toma la cabeza, no lo puede creer.
He said to beat SKT, you have to beat mid lane. And even though he's down in CS, he did get his solo kill.
Ruler's caught out.
Solo kill contra Faker.
Wolf gets over the grasping route to the strangle thorns. Ruler turns around, looks for a headshot onto Bang. Bang reloads and Ace and
Crown the crown.
Bang and Wolf don't get the kill. Look at the minimap. Ambition, he's coming in from behind. Sonic Wave needs 2 hits. Flash, kill into the Sonic Wave. Now Bang's the target. Ambition sidesteps away. Bengi's running.
Oh my!
He outplays.
Oh my god, oh my god.
JJ will go down, gets run down, and Bengi's...
¡Y tenemos 3 de 3 el partido! ¡Está increíble!
Happened. It all started with Crown solo kill in the mid lane, and that transitioned into the gank down to the bottom side. Such slim margins this early on in the game. Baker thought Crown was just clearing a minion wave when he got hit by too many ticks of the Chaos Storm and flashed away a little bit too late, and then that bottom side gank. Very nearly a total disaster for SKT, but because Bang got that last hit on Bishop before he died, and because Bangy ran one down, SKT still up 700 gold.
Bang indeed! The burst damage here we're going to see come out of him to avenge Wolf. Alright, so Wolf does get the exhaust off through the Sonic Wave, but it doesn't matter.
And notice Ambition gets a little too close and eats a turret shot here, which puts him in kill range for a bouncing grenade into the 4th shot. The ordering was perfect from Bang, but that wouldn't have been possible if Ambition didn't take that turret shot.
Exactly. Bangy now getting chased out of the jungle as they try and clear that pink ward.
Well, taking a look at Bengi, by the way, 70 CS, 2 kills. He's plus 30 and a kill under his belt. He's got an Orianna and a Karma for support, chat. You talked about the speed boost that Bengi's going to want for Olaf. He's half fed and he's got speed boost.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where at a jungler like Peanut, you'd think the team would play around him to carry the game. I wonder if SKT will do that with Bengi because that's where their gold is.
Meanwhile, Crown taking control of that mid lane after the extra kill and taking the opportunity to roam up to the top side. Nothing there for him though, and now he's going to have to get back very quickly, probably lose out on a couple of CS in payment for that roam.
Yeah, and because of the 2 kills, he's also fully upgraded his X-Core, which is going to help him move around the map a lot, getting the move speed on the Q, and it also allows his ultimates that he's already killed Faker with once to travel faster and make it almost needed for Faker to either burn a summoner spell or lose over half of his health just for harassing him in lane.
Jets, we're approaching the 15-minute mark, and Crown's got 6 solo kills, 5 of which before 15 minutes. Let's see if JJ is going to get body blocked by Ruler's Whisper. Fires 2 and 3. Final shot
JJ no muere, pero quedan los dos ahora mal.
There's that
Oh, y Ambition está motivado.
Inside of the Drake. Looks like there will be no contest here from SKT. The thing is, SKT, this is such a good steal away from SKT because the Jhin with the completed Ghost Blade is such a huge power spike in that lane. And the bottom lane surviving for Samsung is huge.
Yeah, and even though Bengi's got that giant CS advantage on Ambition, they don't have pink ward control in the Dragon area, and they need to actually go and take some pressure back, which is they're going for now.
Got Wave on 2, and that's just easy. And gets dunked.
Baker uses his 3rd summoner spell, Bangy, to get revenge on Samsung, and now Bangy's headed bottom.
They saw that play so far in advance. Baker ghosted from the mid lane to get there, and now with 2 people dead, Cube and Duke both would have a chance to teleport into this. They're looking to threaten a dive. They need some poke, expect the teleports to come in.
Look for the Stranglethorns from JJ. He needs to stop them. Bang gets brought out. Stranglethorns not going to knock him out. Trying to run away. Cube's teleported in, and Duke cancelled his.
Yeah, that's actually huge for SKT. Duke can now wail on that top lane turret, and that pushes them closer to getting the first turn of the game. Bangy that interrupts the recall.
Plus, SKT are also pushing mid lane. There's pressure on all sides here. From it's going to be up to Ambition to go top.
Cube's got to understand that play right there, that he's going to get interrupted again, especially after it happened the first time. That's the mid lane turret that actually falls first from the relentless pushing of Faker.
SKT swarm into Samsung territory. and turn up the speed of the game.
And that's the thing, with 3 pink wards in the river, Samsung felt safe in that quadrant of their jungle, but they snuck through where the vision was, and they are making a repeat attempt at the bottom lane. No teleports this time, and Faker is also on the way.
The curtain call comes out for JJ, flash at Ruler, flash
Oh, buena, Ruler.
Chase further, but every summoner
Oh my god.
The tower will be the prize. Minion wave conga lines in. It's a 4,000 gold lead for SKT, and it's only going to grow.
They focus on this a lot on the analyst as of the time that the mid lane turret will fall. Faker focuses so much on controlling that mid lane. As soon as it does, map wide open here for SKT. Meanwhile, though, Crown trying to push back in the mid lane. Ambition even trying to steal away a little red buff for himself.
And Samsung need to show poise right now. They're down 4,000 gold to the defending world champions who have just made a bunch of big plays, and the reaction normally would be to try and panic and get something back. They can't overextend themselves against SKT, who is the best reactive team in the world.
All right, let's take another look at this invade double kill. And he got the perfect shockwave at the very end. Crown had even popped his ghost to try and get boost speed, but just a little bit too late to get out of the range.
Faker knew that they had both burned flash prior, so they wouldn't be able to flash that shockwave. So when they had that ward in the
Otro mundial que Faker gana con Oriana. Capito.
Just to connect, and that allows SKT to just steamroll ahead. They've got CS advantages in every single lane. Their junglers a beefy frontline ball delivery system, and SKT, they're going top for the next tower.
Yeah, they've got a lot of wards here for Samsung so on the top side, so they do see it coming and they will back off. Doesn't mean they're not going to lose that objective though, as the top lane here very, very low as Duke finishes it off.
And also notice the team-wide rotations here. Wolf actually covers the mid lane, so the Crown can't ship that mid lane turret. 3 turrets to 0 is something you rarely see nowadays, especially Samsung losing the first 3 turrets early.
Exactly. There's an ebb and flow to the play of most League of Legends games, especially the high-level League of Legends games, and that has to do with both teams only having 5 champions to allocate. So if one team, SKT, makes a play on the top side, usually there'll be a counterplay from Samsung on the other side.
That's why you see 1 turret to 1, or most 2 turrets to 1. But to get all 3 right here means Samsung hasn't been able to execute any of their counter plays on SKT. A lot of that just channeled off of the play that Faker and Bengi made when they got the double kill.
And it just snowballed all the way downhill. Qbang, if there's one shining light, somewhat holding his own top lane in terms of CS, but unfortunately, his teleports elsewhere has cost him a tower. And that means he's going to have a much harder time into what is effectively a counter matchup as we're getting closer and closer to this mid and late game, where you can take over side lane pressure.
Exactly. As we're getting closer to this mid game, let's talk about how that looks like. You know, SKT, they've got Duke with this pure split push build. He has no tankiness for a team fight. He does not want to fight any more than a single person. He's got the extra lifesteal, so he can stay on split push for a very long time. However, it's going to look like SKT trying to draw them apart, pressure them, and continue to pressure them out multiple times.
Yeah, and this is very similar to what SKT did in their victories over Rocks Tigers, only this time they have a much larger mid lane gold lead. Duke being able to apply single-man pressure in a side wave allows the rest of SKT to have a lot of freedom with where they go, because if Samsung ever want to do a teleport play or get pressure somewhere, they're going to lose something to Duke's split push, so it really kind of takes the other team's aggression away from them.
Just on the outside of the frame, Crown forced to flash away from Faker's shockwave. Juicy target for the next time Crown presents himself.
Faker playing angry because he got solo killed. It came back really quick.
209 CS to 187.
Caccia Vengi, un entre 1-1.
Infernal Drake spawns, making it very clear what the objective is. Vision inside Samsung's jungle before they peel back and take their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, using very proactive sweepers as well. Because of the map control they've had after taking the early turrets, they're fairly confident there's not many deep wards. If there was a place for Samsung to enter the fight, though, there is a ward behind SKT. but they just don't have the rest of the people there.
Yeah, SKT have a lot of early alert wards in the red quadrant of the jungle, so they can see anything coming. And the thing is, an Infernal Drake is perfect for a team that wants to split push with that Trundle.
Ni siquiera
Puts his
saca-
stats up
lo
as
hizo
well,
ni siquiera
and they're
spikeó.
going to be very happy about that one. Faker
Whoa.
goes in
Oh,
really
Faker.
aggressive, though.
It indeed trades the shockwave. Chaos Storm not going to be enough to
Faker
kill
pierde
him.
el 9-1 contra Crown.
Flash for the engage and goes
Pero
to
ahí está
run
la cosa, yo
away.
creo, para que gane el
He's now
Samsung.
going to Ragnarok out. I think Ambition smited that one down. So no buff steal for Bengi. But Faker, playmaker, not this time.
Yeah, a little bit of actual inconsistency coming out from Faker early on in this game. He gives the solo kill over to Crown early in the game, fights back by getting the two-man shockwave, and then, knowing he had the flash down, kind of goes for something, but ends up just flat out missing because Crown had a great sidestep.
And honestly, I gotta give a lot of credit to Crown because he has been outplaying in a couple of the different situations here. Didn't get all of them, but definitely earned that solo kill himself. No summoners available for him now, though, to avoid any further aggression.
Well, when you've got...
Igual Samsung son buenos porque
Don't get caught by the slow and...
estos buenos ganaron,
Step the beat.
Now,
dieron
the
vuelta un
thing is,
2-0 a
Crown
3-2
has to do this
para
level
llegar
of
al
performance
Cupo del Mundial.
throughout the entire series, and potentially, if he doesn't get his hands on Victor, Ambition, wards hop backwards, Dragon Kick,
Acá
in
dentro, sí.
onto Duke against
He's
the
just
wall.
gonna fight him.
Remember, there's not a lot of tech, but he's got so much damage. Cube still got the Poppy Copter, may need it. Support coming from the
Oh my
river. Wolves looking to
God.
lock down Cube. Fire out the copter! Holds it, nobody gets caught.
Did I say Duke only wants to fight one person? Because he was very happy to take on two challengers there.
Qué
They
chucha,
can
weón.
burst you out as a Ravenous Hydra Trundle. They're not killing you because he has so much sustained damage in those fights, and that's the type of distraction that SKT
Que voy a hacer
wants.
trans,
And
le
I'm
vamos
pretty
a
sure
jugar
he
todos con los dos.
subjugated Cube as well to even get beefier and tankier.
And he had maxed out Frozen Domain second, so huge increase to the health gain back there for him.
And what does this mean for Samsung Galaxy? 22 minutes into the game, down 4,500 gold, down 3 towers. This was a siege composition from Samsung that, you know, really wanted to either do well in laning or do well in late, and they're now going to play from behind for a long time.
Yeah, and they still have the option to win from late because Zyra, Caitlyn, Victor, and Poppy all scale incredibly well. But with the picks they had, they needed to win the bottom lane a little bit more, having the Caitlyn and using your first pick on Zyra. So that's where I feel like they failed from a composition perspective. The rest of it's been okay.
Another huge thing for Samsung, they have extremely good wave clear. This is a very good team at stalling out. So if they want to bunker down and trying to go very defensive here, they have Caitlyn traps to defend with. Zyra also great
Pero
for
que
counter
comida llegó el
engage.
vampiro.
And of course, the Victor Crown here can do a lot of work wave clearing. Not to mention Juve's Poppy actually. So plenty of defensive tools that they can try and use to calm the game down.
Well, that's assuming SKT let them. Death Cap for Elanomicon for Faker, Duskblade, Ghostblade for Bang. Everybody's got 2 items. Bengi's even got a Dead Man's Plate. Even more speed to run at whoever the hell he wants to kill for SKT.
Been very impressed with the speed of the game so far, and Samsung definitely showing up and fighting valiantly here in the early stages. See what they do though, as the control for SKT, if you just look at the wards that they have on the map, slowly creeping in and closing off the options that Samsung have available.
And it's not just the wards that SKT have, it's the lack of wards that Samsung have in the territory of SKT. Like I said, it keeps taking away the playmaking opportunities that Samsung have. The wards are doing that, so does Duke's Trundle, because he's always requiring Samsung to take attention up there, which just limits the number of resources that Samsung can try and make a play elsewhere on. And not to mention, when they do try and make the play, Wolf has Karma and he can speed everyone away. So good disengage options and a nice strategy being executed here by SKT.
Alright, strategy in the mid lane, jumping to Core JJ. He's flashed over the wall, but that may put him in dangerous territory. Ruler gets caught by the false shot from Whisper. And Core JJ runs headfirst into Duke. Stranglethorns comes out. Exhaust. Oh, great knockaway from Juve, but Flash, 2 ultimates just to get in your own jungle.
That knockback saved Core JJ's life. He was outflash and was face first to a Trundle who'd ulted him with Hydra and Iceborne Gauntlet. Really clutch actually by Juve to save him there.
And now we're going to see SKT, why they are so famous. You know, once they get an early lead like this, how well they can close this off. Samsung has to face check. Ambition has to escape.
He does indeed. Sidesteps the Deadly Flourish, so there's no root just yet. Starts to back away. And XKT, they're now going to play the Baron game. They've got a gigantic lead, advantages in every single matchup. It looked like Faker was shoving out that bottom lane, met Crown, and now the rest of SKT, look at that, pings all throughout that left quadrant of the jungle and the Baron pit.
Such a tight grip on the vision game here from SKT. Both blue trinkets now on cooldown for Samsung, and it's getting very scary to play from their perspective.
And it's actually a little interesting that SKT hasn't sent to the bottom lane to threaten the split push there. Instead, they had Faker and Crown in the 1-3-1 despite not having teleport, but now they're kind of roaming back up and maybe looking to pinch Samsung within their blue side jungle.
Plus, the next Drake that is spawning 30 seconds, SKT can back.
Oh, good flash from Ruler, keeps him alive. But that means, once again, a juicy target as Baron is going to be played. There's a Baron on the top, there's an Infernal Drake that might be easier / safer. And Samsung trailing heavily at 25 minutes for the first time in their last 12 games in the World Championship.
And this is a very small window that Samsung would have to maybe fight SKT while Faker's down his ultimate. Something he's done on Orianna has been to bait flashes with it. They set up a play, no flash on Ruler here with which to juke.
Fourth shot connects onto Crown. Chaos Storm still available and both summoners for Crown. Ambition. It's a big chunk of damage as SKT. They get chip damage on the tower and then they back away.
Yeah, and to elaborate a little bit on the Faker point, the cooldown of his ultimate is much shorter than the flashes of the opponent team, so when they have a lot of control, he can use it to bait flashes.
Well, good pin, good knock away. Juve sends XKT flying, literally, to save his life once more.
Yes, but the jungle is only theirs for 5 seconds.
Yep.
SKT flood right back in. They've got Vision on both sides. And Vision looking to make maybe a hero play. He does have flash, so you can ward hop, you can Q in, try and ward hop Q, then use your flash to escape with your life and make some sort of miracle play to steal that Infernal. But SKT won't even take that chance because they don't have to.
Exactly. I wonder though if with the recall from Bang, if that was somehow spotted, if Samsung would want to charge it. Looks a little bit unlikely. They don't want to overcommit in the river because of the flashes they are missing on 4JJ and Ruler.
If I am Samsung right now and I'm looking at it from their side and we're trying to shot call for them, I kind of put a lot of my eggs in that farm for late basket. As you know, like you said, they do have this Caitlyn, which towards the late game, does have a lot of objective control with the traps if you can set them up. But there's a lot of distance they need to make up as far as team fighting here. So unless an opportunity presents itself where they have a big numbers advantage, I think they really do need to go into that defensive mode.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous as well to do that against an Orianna, because if you get hit by one shockwave with the squishies, it's generally over in the late game. That's how Faker was able to close out game 1 against Rox Tigers when they just hit 45 minutes, held the Drake fight, shockwaves 3 people, and Ruler seems like he's always on the run here.
Good 90 caliber away. And Ruler's not going to get caught by the rest. Bang just throwing those out, basically on cooldown, just to try to set up some plays. And once again, the dance run Infernal is set
They're
up.
going to pull the trigger. Crown
is not there. Duke's not there either.
Crown was doing blue buff, which is why they're starting it, so it's
steal
just to
only.
steal.
Steal indeed, he gets it! Miracle play! Exactly as you want it to happen.
Ambition comes through and steals away the Infernal. That will give them a bit more light at the end of the tunnel. Some hope for them to try and stall it out, because now they just have to worry about this Baron bait that SKT can set up. Yes, it's still going to be hard to get Vision on the Baron, but they will at least have that extra Infernal in their pockets for later.
Yeah, and the difference between a 2-0 Infernal versus a 1-1, that's a 16% swing as far as your attack damage and ability power multipliers. So critical.
Well, of the 11 blue or red buffs that have spawned on the side of Samsung Galaxy throughout the game, they've only secured 6 of them. That blue buff that Crown just got his hands on, as you can see on your minimap. It's one of the first in a little while, and this is this miracle steal by Ambition.
Right, so Bangi, what he wants to do here on Olaf, every time you want to combo your reckless swing with the true damage, but paying a bit too much burst, I think, for Bangi didn't, or maybe he had it on cooldown, and was a smite.
Yeah, looks like he smited exactly the same time, and Bangi was smited a little bit before his reckless swing landed, and Ambition's smite cut in just before Bangi's did, so fractions of a second. That's how you have to try and steal against someone who has an execute ability, is pretend you're them, and try and time your smite the same place they would.
Those are the ones where you have to go back at the replay and look at it frame by frame to see each ability landing. All in all, though, What's important is that Samsung were able to steal that away and actually have a Drake advantage. Problem is that big gold disparity.
Well, gentlemen, we're approaching 30 minutes in the game. It's still very clear that SKT are in control of the game, but it feels like Samsung are stalling this one out. They're not giving away much more. What is Samsung doing well to combat this lead that SKT accrues?
Well, they're making sure that SKT isn't getting any 1-3-1 advantages, and it's also the wave clear we talked about earlier. The Caitlyn with the Hurricane and the Victor shove out the lane so well that it's actually very difficult for SKT to make bold plays. That's why they were waiting for the Infernal Drake and are now setting up around Baron, because those are the objectives that can pull Samsung out of their wave clear pattern and get them into the open where SKT can hit them with the gold lead.
Is it, how much of a mistake is the fact that Ambition could steal that dragon? Now it looks like SKT are setting up around Baron. They can't afford that same sort of error around that buff, because of course Baron will completely change the course of the game. This is still SKT's match to lose, as they've got advantages in every single metric we track, except Dragon.
And as far as the mistake goes, I think it's just an execution play by Ambition, because when pulling out the Drake, they still denied Ambition the ability to target any execute damage. Like, you couldn't Sonic Wave to Resonating Strike Smite. It was really just a great play by Ambition.
Also, you can see, how hard it is to have complete vision denial in the game in its current state, because of the limited amount of trinkets and here goes SKT though. Faker ghosted.
Not going to use the Shockwave yet, but threatened it. Ambition holds his nerve, no flash actually, so needed to ward hop away. Q-Base down the bottom lane, teleport is available. And the rest of SKT again, it is the dance, it is the vision game. And the objective is the big purple worm.
And we talked a lot about SKT's ability to disengage, but we haven't necessarily touched on Samsung's, because they're doing quite a good job of avoiding any of SKT's initiation. The curtain call bang is thrown up has been relatively ineffective, and aside from that early shockwave, Faker hasn't landed much.
Ambition just got that blue buff as well, denied the steal at the very least.
Ambition with the hot hand, as you said, with the smite, able to get back-to-back objectives. That could bode well if the Baron is up next.
What does Ambition have to do on this Lee Sin? 1-3-1, down 40 CS. Has to find a ping-pong target of Faker or Bang, really, to try and turn the tide of the fight. And Q-Base,
look at that damage come out. The thing is, you actually do threaten the Poppy as a Trundle because of the Iceborne Gauntlet, but Poppy is also just incredibly elusive as far as running away, so Duke uses ultimate to get a third of Q-Base health out, really not that much.
Samsung have an incredibly sturdy team composition here with the double disengages of both Poppy and Lee Sin. Here comes the big moment though. Baron has been started up and SKT try and chase Samsung back into their own jungle.
They're going to be able to two-man this with the shields and the autos. There's support now coming in from Beck. Samsung have no idea. They're simply too late. SK Telecom secure Baron uncontested.
Finally able to claim the fruits of their labor. Constantly fighting this vision game for the last almost 20 minutes. SKT has been in the blue quadrant of Samsung's jungle. They finally pulled the trigger, and now they're going to have some pushing power for the siege.
Yeah, that Baron was a much more SKT-like conversion of an objective rather than the Dragon Steal we got to see from Ambition. Enough vision denial and enough threat of picking Samsung off that they just weren't able to check it.
And that is incredibly impressive. I mean, Samsung, yes, they haven't lost many games, but they've only given up one Baron in the entire tournament, and that was in their one game loss.
Now two
TSM. Yeah, double the number of Barons that they've given up. But it just speaks to how well they face check without, or how well they do fight that vision war, not face check, without dying.
Well, Samsung are going to have to keep doing that even more so as they find themselves down. Further gold, further pressure. Ambition doing what he can against Bengi, but I think Bengi's got over 4,000 hit points at this point.
Yeah.
Reading that correctly, and it's just the battle over vision. Ambition doesn't want to give up that pink ward just yet.
And you really want Core JJ to be able to finish off his Leandries. He's kind of going between the Rylai's with the Giant Spell right now. He eventually wants both of them, but he hasn't been able to farm up nearly as much as he would like on the support Zyra. Duke as well has snuck his way within the jungle here.
Go for trouble. Ambition still got a flash available. Q-Bay with a very good stun. The pressure allows Mountain to get secured.
Yeah, and that's how they want to be able to deal with that.
Quiero uno, como los dos
Let
que
alone
estoy bien,
stopping him from queuing the Drake. Just make sure he's 3,000 range away from him.
And this is how annoying it
Ya,
is
que
to
pensaba
play
ir
against
por el
this team.
día,
This is what I was talking about earlier in the game with the Caitlyn and the Victor and even Zyra. And if you ever try and play against that team, extremely difficult, even with the Baron buff, for SKT to get inside
Bueno,
and try and take down one of these turrets. But they want to make use of this buff.
Después no te mueves
And
un tiempo.
Bang actually holding onto his crit shot as well to try and get that quick burst of damage in there. If they can even move up to the turret.
Still a minute and a half left
No,
on the
pues,
buff.
de
It
hecho,
looks like
van a salir
Duke is going to go
mejor.
toe-to-toe with QV down in the bottom lane. The rest of
En
SKT
realidad no me
groups up in the
escucho.
middle. QV, once again, the recipient of a subjugate, just getting hammered and wailed away on as Duke is pushing in to this inner turret. It feels like he may be able to get more damage in the tower than that mid lane.
Yeah, and he will actually be able to start killing these turrets unless they send multiple defenders to him. And if they don't, then that means SKT can kill the other turrets. He can ignore enough of the damage from QV with his
SKT pushing in there. They got a lot of damage onto that turret and it's about to fall over, but unable to topple. There it goes. Minions finish it off.
Tower falls over. It took almost the full duration of Baron just for that single tower. But it is another big objective that allows more access to Samsung's jungle. And now SKT, look at that, instantly into that bottom quadrant, grouping up, and now setting their sights in the inner bottom turret. Poor JJ immediately flashes already. Shots 2 and 3 and 4 all find their targets.
Samsung's defense has been good up until this point. This is a slightly below average Baron power play for SKT. They still have it though, still working with a couple extra seconds here. Keeping the pressure up bottom.
I would also say it's kind of a slightly below average pace of game. SKT have really been focusing on wave manipulation this game rather than trying to get the right picks, and it's very slowly working. This goal lead is increasing, and I feel like SKT is confident with their scaling advantage. Otherwise, I think they'd be making a few more aggressive plays.
And if nothing else, not going toe-to-toe with what are phenomenal players on the Samsung side. We've seen a solo kill. We've seen Ruler and Core JJ set up plays on Bang and Wolf, playing the map, reducing the risk for SKT to lose team fights. And obviously that was much more relevant early in the game. Now with this gold lead and map lead, you have a little more wiggle room when it comes to risky engaging.
Meanwhile, the CS numbers stacking up very high here for SKT as Faker 432, keeping pressure in the split push. SKT, they kind of spread out with the 1-3 run, is able, in order to get that extra outer turret that he just got on the top side, and now finally closing in on the others.
Even without the Baron buff, they were able to take half of that mid lane turret down. Dude, always on the side. They're playing back enough in their 1-3-1 that they haven't been engaged on by Samsung. And QV's never had a window to try and get a teleport flank off. This is really methodical play by SKT.
Great control is what you expect from a defending. 1-0 in the series. They've already got a hand on the Summoner's Cup. They're looking to grasp it and hoist it one more time. In the bottom lane, Benji takes a lot of damage, but not enough to be worried just yet. Pillar of Ice throws QV backwards. Gonna sidestep away once again. Great! Wolf is pinned against the wall. A lot of damage coming out, but the shield!
Vamos, vamos,
kill for Ruler. Now SKT, they've got to run for their lives. Look for the shockwave. That's gonna be game changer, even in a 4v5.
Pues esta weá está ahí, weón, está ahí, papo.
That's gonna pop the GA. Now Curtain Call, second and third shots, not doing the most damage. Bang backs away.
Oh, la cagué. No. ¡Ah!
Mistakes from SKT.
Pánico!
So
Pánico!
often it's Wolf positioning with their error there. Yes, Bangy is gonna run through that turret and run past. But he's
pánico.
exactly. Wolf here tries to take the same route right after him and gives up the kill to Samsung. Any extra gold that you give over to Samsung only further delays this game, further funds their defense.
Yeah, watching this one more time, Wolf needs to just walk around the other side. He gets caught by the very tip of the Stranglethorns, and then QV sees the opportunity to flash stun him into yet another trap there from Ruler. So Wolf, never take that back again, especially for support. Duke,
Follow Faker.
Can they chase him? Good pin against the wall once again. Duke went in a 1v2 earlier. This is now a 3v1.
He's dead. Oh, they'll kill him twice.
Jason Frozen Domain. That's a GA pop. Obviously, Samsung will try to give this kill over to Ruler. Everyone backs away. Ruler gets another. And SKT
Mano, Samsung la da vuelta.
And that big mistake there is that
Is that the comeback?
nobody else on SKT applying pressure on the map. That ebb and flow we talked about, only one person, applying pressure, pretty easy pick up for Samsung, and they get the GA on top of it.
And it boils down to SKT being a little sloppy. We thought they were being very slow and methodical, but now it actually seems like they may be a little bit unable to find the necessary means to close this game out. A number of things coming over to Samsung right now with the Elder Drake and Baron spawn approach.
And it's 40 minutes into game. That's 7,000 gold, starting to be less significant. That's a 4-item Caitlyn. Leandry's on Core JJ. Blue buff, 2 dragons, 2 towers, almost a third. And Samsung, there's a big breath of life in this team.
Duke and Faker are maxed items right now. Yes, Samsung is at 5, so this is actually the moment, the next 5 minutes, where SKT does have to win. They go fair.
This is why you don't give up hope and you go for the farm for late. So this is going to be burned out very quickly, and SKT will get their second Baron.
Duke teleporting way into the back line.
But he's completed the teleport, jumps onto Ruler, 90 caliber, Sonic Wave, everything's connecting. Decent flash from Duke that will save his life. But Summoner Spell's blown. Samsung, 40 minutes, they have to defend another Baron buff.
And I think SKT is going to try and shove the waves and then go right for the Elder Drake right here. They have the mountain and can force it.
And they could they just used their teleport for Duke, so they could have used Duke to split push on the top side and then threatened the Elder Drake like you're talking about. However, because he just used it to try and cut them off, they no longer have that extra tool to apply the split pressure. They're gonna have to just burn it down.
Samsung is so far back in this play, and this goes to show the lack of vision. If SKT gets Baron and Elder, that's just a massive flower player. We thought about Samsung being able to fight back, but if they're not able to harass the Elder at all, that's big trouble.
Not in the right place, not able to contest or defend. Elder after Baron. Feels like the final nail in the coffin.
But never say that until at least you're inside the inhibitors.
And such a weird flow of game we've had because there were so many incredibly close and aggressive fights within the first 15 minutes. But really ever since SKT got the outer 3 turrets down, we've had, what, 2 to 3 kills in the last 25 minutes of the game? It's been so much 1-3-1 and such a small amount of engagement.
It took 40 minutes of game time before Samsung took their first tower. Now they need to defend their last remaining ones. Once again, curtain call used for some form of harass. Ruler's doing what he can. Another VF sword approaching 6 items to clear up.
¡Defensa! ¡Defensa! Así está el coche de
Samsung. Take a lot of poke and harass. Shockwave on the Cube. Faker just looking to get control.
Buena, Faker quemó el ulti.
Frontline for Samsung. There's no hope in a fight.
Elder Drake is a very short buff. They have another minute of this right now, so Samsung want to make sure they don't lose multiple inhibitors.
Faker using his shield to go get damage on the turret, and they're inside the base.
Inhibitor turret number 1 is down. Cube's doing what he can, this time against Bengi. Trying to throw out that buckler and wave clear as much as possible in the mid lane. The inhibitor drops. Bang and Wolf, they open up the base. 2 lanes are exposed. SKT have so many threats in so many places. Samsung cannot find an opportunity.
30 seconds left on Elder Drake because Samsung really don't want to fight SKT while they have Elder Drake, as well as the 6-item to 5.5 item advantage.
We have gotten to the point of the game where a single mistake holds a lot of weight. They can't afford for another play like Wolf walking through the turret or Duke split pushing by himself. SKT right now playing as a team. All members
good damage onto Crown, not going to be enough to kill him. He uses the Chaos Storm as well. That will allow the inhibitor to go down. SKT still got Baron. Shockwave kills him. SK teleport. They've opened the base. Even though Wolf gets knocked away, Cube can't do enough. Good pin onto Faker. Samsung aren't done just yet. Trying to rely on those Nexus turrets to help out. No damage from Ruler though. Nexus turret number 1 is going to fall. Crown's trying to wave clear, but it's against Baron empowered minions. Duke gets pushed away. The Nexus tower still stands. SK Telecom looking for the minions, looking for the support, looking for the tower. Cube's got a GA, so does Ambition. It's been popped already though. He's in trouble. There's a kill onto Faker. Not enough for the game just yet. Ambition dashes to safety. Safeguards to a teammate. It's a double kill for Crown. He's not willing to give up the game just yet. And SK Telecom back away to have one more siege.
Qué
But
chucha,
they
hermano.
lost multiple inhibitors, which is really painful.
No,
That means
yo creo que es
that
primera vez que tenemos una pelea que una final tan peleada.
While Samsung have a full-time defender, so
Onda,
it's
el ganador
really
como que
difficult
está,
for them to fight
está
back.
ganando, pero igual
This
está
kind
ahí,
of goes
weón.
to show why SKT are so confident in
Onda,
their late
Samsung
game
está respiola,
with
relajado,
Baker going
defendiendo.
out, because it only takes one as far as them being able to get the picks. They killed
Le
Ruler.
está costando terminar la weá.
Exactly. Here's Samsung's attempt at defending their Nexus with a single Nexus turret left up. Ooh, Crown.
Flash by Crown.
Crown's defense here at the end, and then he's able to clean up Duke as well, cornering him against the turret, then using the zone of the turret as defense, and taking him down with the laser.
Well, Samsung Galaxy now have 2 lanes of super minions to contest with. SKT will be able to push in. The last outer turret from SKT has fallen, but it's an 11,000 gold deficit that Samsung have to try and fight back from. Take a look at itemization. GA is available for both Duke and Bengi as well as Cube. Ambition does not have that up for this next fight.
Yeah, Duke changed his build to a more late game build as well. If you notice the Titanic and the Frozen Heart instead of the Iceborne and the Ravenous. And the rest of SKT are going to try and get this third inhibitor.
I have to say that I was going back to check that pick, basically, and that, you know, you're talking about from Faker, and it was one of those mistakes that we were talking about, the late game big mistake. Ruler with the net backwards the wrong way after he took damage, and you cannot afford.
Oh my god.
Not killed just yet, though. Manages to get the heal and the lifesteal. Bang's able to back away, and that's a lot blow for to try get
Pelea,
that kill.
Samsung, pelea.
Ball now gonna land, connecting onto Ambition as they run away. Undertow's gonna slow them down. A big crit on Ambition. They've now gonna fight without Chaos Storm.
And thank goodness Wolf was there for the shield. Otherwise, that would have been a dead Jhin right there. Nice job by Crown to wait in the brush and with his Lich Bane try and one-shot Bang. That nearly stopped the push.
Doesn't work out this time around. Samsung trying their best to defend. Teleport's coming in the bottom quadrant. Cube's looking to come in from behind. He completes it.
The minions are going to kill the last Nexus turret if they don't immediately retreat to clear them.
There's no time for Samsung. They have to go. The minions are coming in.
Oh,
Wolves are in trouble. The Poppy Hammer throws up. Shockwave pulls up. Bang into it. Bang is down. Where is Faker?
oh my god!
Flipping them up.
¡Ruler lo está haciendo!
He's looking for more. Cube fighting for his life. Cube and Bengi, they're going toe to toe. The GA was popped. Here comes Duke in the base. The Nexus turret still
¡No
standing.
puedo!
It is clear.
¡No puedo!
And Sam
¡Aló!
Galaxy
¡Aló!
another day.
Samsung stand tall. But
Oh my god, los minions van a ganarla.
goes down. They're
And that just goes to show how they had to go at that exact moment.
Concha de su madre,
Later,
weón.
minions would have killed the Nexus. They killed the carries first. And oh my goodness, the comeback is actually...
weá, ese
possible.
Catelecon le
This
está
will give
costando
time
cerrar la
for the
partida.
Inhibitors to respawn.
40-second death timers on the side of SKT. Baron is up in 10.
Vamos,
Do
vamos.
Samsung have enough time for that?
I think they do. Zyra is one of the most spectacular Baron killing supports. We're going to take a look at the initiation very quickly and then jump to see them do the Baron. Getting them rooted by 4JJ right there into Bang and Faker, both getting knocked up by the Poppy ultimate. Bought them time to finish them off, and they're going to get Baron.
Oh my word, Baron
Oh.
is secured!
Trevor, never say it until you're inside the base.
They have one turret left. SKT have killed the other 10. The Nexus is completely exposed right now, and there would be a ward in their base if Duke really wanted to teleport in, but SKT's got to be careful that Samsung don't just run this up mid for the win.
Well, Tower is going to fall in the mid lane. Ambition's trying to zone away Bengi on the side. Duke with his TP. What can he do? He's converted to this late game build. GA is up now for 2 members of Samsung Galaxy. Full itemization nearly across the board.
Yeah, and Samsung has actually managed to equalize this game to a point, even though they haven't killed the turrets of SKT, where a team fight won by either team, you can win the game for that team. With how long the death timers are going to be at 50 minutes, they could push all the way up mid lane if they're able to ace SKT.
Gentlemen, look at the itemization. We've touched on how Duke changed to that tank build. Ruler sold his shoes, picked up a Phantom Dancer instead, if I'm reading that correctly.
And this is where the value. Duke does get a
Well,
little bit
Caitlyn
back
sin
in
bota.
the jungle,
Qué
but
chucha.
this is where the value of being a clutch player and the experience of being up on this stage matters so much. The poise under pressure. the discipline that SKT have, but Samsung are right there with them.
Exactly, and for SKT, yes, they have poise, but they need to have the ability to recover right now, because you would have expected the world's form SKT to have won this game 10 minutes ago, when they had 6 items on all their major carries, and before Samsung could match them.
And it's actually insane that Samsung were able to recover with their 80 carry.
Ambition with a pick, baby!
Wolf is in trouble, flashes away, not gonna die, he's back forward! Ruler, not gonna get the kill!
Oh my god.
His body blocked, but it's not done yet! Teleport completes from Duke, Chaos Storm atop of the Strangleforce.
Mano, me estoy jugando.
Still locked up, Bengi's running for his life! Baron empowered minions and super champions, they're doing the work! The tower is fallen! Sonic Wave on a Faker, but Faker doesn't follow it!
Faker still has Shockwave, and there's no flash on Ruler or Crown because they flashed aggressively, so even though they want to push up, they fear the Shockwave.
Talking about discipline, it's actually Samsung, the underdogs that are showing it here. They don't overreach, they get their kill, they get their turret, and they back off to spend all of the money. Now they are all maxed out, and now it just comes down to the big plays.
And watch this ambition.
Madre, weón, va a ganar Samsung. Lo da vuelta.
Himself and also McHale's himself for the extra heal. That is enough to get him away.
If Ambition had hit that the first Sonic Wave, his kick into Sonic Wave, if that had hit, that was a dead wolf. Didn't matter though, Samsung still were able to take down that turret.
So important, no flash on Ruler, no boots on Ruler.
Esto se va a descontrolar.
Longest game at World. Samsung's average game time was 33
Hermano,
minutes.
Samsung conectó el teclado, Samsung conectó la vida con
one of the best comeback wins if they can do it.
Yeah, and it's still a big if because they are without turrets on 2 of their inhibitors and without turrets on their nexus, which means in ways like this, Ambition have to go and manage. Because if any semblance of minions reach their base, they will kill the inhibitor.
Yes, it's a ZZ Rock portal once again on the World Championship stage.
He's placed it up on the top side, so that's going to apply pressure there for Samsung, and they can play around the Elder Dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds.
10 seconds, team fight is a possibility, but do not walk onto the Shockwave from Faker. Ambition under some trouble. Cubase threatening with that steadfast presence.
And I have to point out an item choice here by Ruler. He sold Boots for Phantom Dance, which gives him over 100% crit, but makes him much less likely to dodge a Shockwave. If Faker hits the Shockwave on him, the game would most likely be over.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Pressure again. Faker's shown his willingness to fire that Shockwave many times. Baron has now worn off, and Samsung, they are now to set up for Elder Dragon.
Vision control means so much at this point. If you have to walk into an SKT team that are threatening, Ambition has been so good at stealing objectives with this fight, but he's not going to risk it here. They know they cannot fight a 4 versus 5. Sacrificing his life there would not be worth it.
And there are some differences here since the last time SKT got Elder Drake. This time, they do not have Baron, and they also do not have the minion waves prepped in the right spot. But SKT are on a 2-minute clock right now to get the minions to Samsung's base and force Samsung to fight them while they have this Elder Drake.
We just take a moment to appreciate the excellence that is the first game here of the finals and the underdogs showing up in such a big way here.
We saw
Más Samsung Galaxy tiene doble kill.
Done the same.
¿Qué está pasando en League of Legends?
And he has no magic resist items either. So Crown and Ruler will get obliterated if Faker lands a Shockwave on him. And you see a difference in item philosophy right here. SKT prioritizing movement. No one has sold boots in their max builds. Crown and Ruler both have.
Also, there's very little hard CC on the side of SKT for this team fight. That's why you keep bringing up the Shockwave chat, because it's so important to their victory. And Faker being the clutch player is so important if they are going to end this game.
Big shot, ace to the hole, connects onto Faker, and how important that Cloud Drake might be for Samsung, considering they've sold their shoes, considering they're going all in on the aggressive stats. It's a 6,000 gold game at 55 minutes that literally does not matter anymore. What matters is who gets caught out of position, and Duke might be the man that's caught. Oh! He pulls it short! He pulls it short!
It was an opportunity that maybe they could have gotten something, but there's 10 seconds left on Elder Drake. Faker had actually been harassed to get pushed back. And, yeah, big miss by Cube, but they've also stalled for the Elder Drake.
That's one mistake, but they have to recover quickly, just like they recovered before. SKT are knocking at the doors once again.
The rewards behind SKT if Cube wanted to.
Try again!
Number 2, steadfast presence. Pin not going to be a lockdown. Duke's able to get away very easily.
The reason they're trying this is because Crown and Ruler actually have enough damage to kill him here, but Ruler's
in trouble, but he takes so much damage. Flash
flash away from CoreJJ. Just looking for Bengi. Faker gets caught up. Is that's the shutdown. Faker goes golden. He's killed by Ruler. What can Ruler do? Nothing. He's killed by Bang. That's 80 carry and mid laner down. There is a reply onto Bang though as Cubase doing work on the back line. Wolf is pinned against the wall. Duke has to fight this one out for SK Telecom. He's trading with Cubase. He traded. His soul can kill Trundle right now. All the damage from Samsung is dead. Nobody. The inhibitor's the target. Ambition forced to ward off the safety. SK Telecom take another inhibitor. They turn their attention to the Nexus. They're going to go for the Nexus. Duke is stunned temporarily. The Nexus is being killed. There's 2 members of Samsung against 3 members of SK Telecom. And the Nexus goes down.
¡Pena, conche tu madre! ¡Oh my god! What the fuck!
That final fight with all the
GG, weón, qué chucha, weón.
Shield Trundle just walks to the Nexus to end the game.
El robo de dragón, puta, estaba comprando comida, tenía hambre, weón.
For that one.
Aguante Vanity, el único que me dice. Todos los demás y viola.
And we said a lot of it was just going to come down to
Aguante
that
Akun.
incredible
Cuando juegue con los
late
viewers le aviso.
team fighting. Flashes were down on Samsung. Faker actually missed his initial flash forward.
¿Qué pasa, culiao?
With the second one, and even though he traded his life,
¿Cómo se tatuó en la mejilla secate, le
and Bang were able to finish him off in that fight, and it was all worth it because if they get rid of the damage dealers, no one can kill Duke.
Sustained damage there from Duke in the very end as he cleans up the extra member.
Puta, se hace lo que se puede, weón. Se hace lo que se puede.
Maintaining game 1, despite that slow period in the mid game. And there's a lot of big questions here. Did SKT play too passively, which allowed Samsung to
creo.
Did Samsung play so well defensively?
Samsung va a ganar la siguiente. Yo creo que va a ganar Samsung Bueno, los tuvieron para el pico, o sea, le dieron vuelta a la partida por un segundo.
If we're setting the bar at perfection, then yes. And this team, obviously, no team is playing the exact perfect League of Legends, and no team ever has.
Yeah.
But SKT show there, still able to pull it out. With takes them 2 Elder Dragons, which is extremely rare.
Yeah, and an incredibly long game. 54.5 minutes is longer than SKT would like to close that one out, and I think they're going to be a little bit hard on themselves because they played the early game very well. And then with that lead, you would have expected them to close it out much earlier. With that being said, Samsung had tremendous wave clearance stalling tools, and they were able to prevent SKT from making a lot of those big plays. From
sí, bueno, lo que pasa es que no, en realidad yo creo que en composición Samsung se mandó jugaban late que le permitieron hacer eso.
They needed SKT to make mistakes
Yo cacho que eso pasó,
for them to come back into the game. Now Samsung likely going to be red side. Obviously it'll be SKT's choice. And
yo siempre pongo el one que tiene menos esperanza.
How does this Samsung come into this game? Because they gave away more, right? Like they made a lot of mistakes to get punished early.
This breaks their win streak as well. It's the first game CoreJJ has lost at Worlds. They need to make sure that they're very mentally strong. I think from a picks and bans perspective, they need to pick a slightly stronger early game because they've shown they can stall out, but that's where they really lost this one.
The other thing is that SKT final series have a tendency to go this way, where game 1 is fairly close, and then they close the screws. They let Crown have his Victor, they beat his Victor. That sends a message.
We'll find out whether or not they get Victor again. For now, we're going to head back down to the analyst desk to break down game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, we asked for it. We asked for a competitive series, and that game 1 looks rather promising for a competitive series. SKT does manage to secure the victory in the end, but that was a slugfest.
Yeah, it certainly was. And
yo creo que Samsung puede ganar fácilmente si le pone bueno.
Go with them. They made so many mistakes early on in this game, but the mental fortitude to stick with it stole
le tiene que poner muy bueno
from a young squad.
Just that for them, honestly, in the end, they can't win. You know, you try so hard, you defend for such a long time, and then when you get to that final fight, you end up losing anyway, and you simply just lose the entire game. And it's a lot of effort being put into this for Samsung and not really getting any reward.
At the same time, though, it's much better for their mentality overall that they managed to pick it back up at the end of the game because they had a great start. You know, Crown was going off, had the kill onto Faker. If you have a good early and a good late game, that's a good mentality going to the second game. If SKT would have just slowly grinded them to pieces, they would have been destroyed. And then we get the signature SKT kind of game flow where game 1 it's close, game 2 it's less close, and game 3 it's over in 25 minutes.
Yeah, we'll certainly see whether that's the case. But what impressed me the most was we hadn't seen CoreJJ in the late game. A lot of the reason they were playing Wraith was because they did lack his late game team fighting. Poor JJ was amazing in that late game teamfight, flashing forward, getting a double snare in the bottom lane, was able to take over that last teamfight. If he had a live, that would have been completely different.
I do want to talk about this pick and ban phase though. We've had it on screen, teasing it a little bit while we talked about the game. I think there was super standard picks here, no real huge surprises, maybe Ambition showing the Lee Sin for the first time this year, and you can debate how successful it was, but I think there were some cool little tricks from both teams. Like, people might wonder why did Faker pick Orianna here when Trundle, or when Poppy was already shown they could just pick the Trundle, was simply because he wanted to play Orianna into Victor, so he got the push early on so they could invade the blue buff against Crown over and over because they knew they had the Trundle topside winning against the Poppy as well. And that is just like a small little detail that ended up being actually pretty impactful in the early game.
Yeah, but to jump on that point then, Faker has shown that his Orianna best many victors, but then suddenly Crown plays it a little bit differently. His placement, especially of gravity fields, and then the willingness to go aggressive, flash on the aggressive with his ultimate, has shown that he can surprise Faker. He got out of the mid lane right there. But for the rest, pick and ban, and even the game didn't have that many surprises. It was a typical SKT. They play around Duke as a side lane split pusher later in the game. Faker always pushing in the mid lane, not really choosing to roam up, whereas Crown was attempting to do that. Very signature gameplay, and it came down to like just a few mistakes on either side, swinging the tides.
And you talk about Faker having constant pressure in the mid lane. Let's go ahead and take a look at Faker doing Faker things at the 14-minute mark, brought to you by Acer. A 2-0 going to be picked up here, as well as Rome down to the bot lane.
I mean, it's so beautiful. Usually, all the attention would go to the big Raptor, but Faker realizes that both flashes are down. He goes for the aggressive play in the choke point as they exit that point, and at that point, mid-game is a tug of war right now. Both teams are really trying to keep it even, but the second somebody slips, SKT pull it all the way to their side, and they move down bottom.
Yeah, and I really think it's important to highlight like how they could set that up at this play as well. How can you set up, well, you just got 2 kills made, so it's very easy to go down. They just forced the TP here. Cube knows if he cancels teleport, the dive will just happen anyway in the 3v2, so he almost has to complete it, but then recalls on a ward here, which is kind of dumb. But before that, I'm just calling him out on that one, because he actually did it twice.
Totally fair, totally fair. And to be honest, so that's one of the few mistakes that we saw him make in this game. His Poppy play was pretty stellar.
It really was. He made another mistake late game where he missed the ultimate. However, this is just so key to point out because it's SKT staying at home. This is what we talked about, chipping down mid lane turret, because Faker doesn't go with the rotate. He knows he's not needed down there. They cancel the teleport top lane. They take that one eventually as well. This was such a key SKT play.
Yeah, this point after this play was 26,000 gold versus 22k if I remember correctly, and it was right even before that, because Faker gets to pick 2 kills. That's like 1,000 gold right there. They move down bottom, threaten the dive, get TP advantage, and then right after they take both top tower and mid tower. Then they return to the bottom lane to finish the SKT, after being even for so long at the 15-minute mark, is now up 3,000 to none. And if they actually played their late game a little bit better, this would have been a sweep. But major props to Samsung for taking it home in the late game.
That's exactly what I was about to go to, is the fact that SKT from this point onward, it looked very much like a standard game for them. They're playing it smart, calm, collected, but Samsung Galaxy not being rattled by it. They stuck in it mentally, as you've mentioned before, Spawn.
Yeah, and they were able to just get teamfight after teamfight going in their favor, and a lot of it was on the back end of great flanking plays coming out of Kuve, being able to lock people down, and then there's Zyra being able to lock down key targets.
Yeah, and in particular, that 46-minute fight in the bot lane to save the base. Jat was talking about it. They had to go then, otherwise minions would cause a problem in the base.
Well, so let's take a look at Bang here on this Jhin. 50% HP. He's like, is that a tower in front of me? Oh, that's like 5 members of Samsung as well. And he gets caught out. Actually means the fight is now starting heavily in favor of Samsung, because this AD carry is barely able to do anything. And he also goes down as the first one.
Yeah, exactly right. Ambition gets him with a kick and then the repetitive CC, which we talked about a lot in the team comps. However, this is how they had to whittle down Courage, because he had the rapid fire cannon and he couldn't get through the trap line, so he was going for the sneaky shot. He went one too many times, and that is a mistake that we're talking about with SKT. This isn't a perfect team, and Samsung punished them for it.
But I almost want to challenge that and say they actually don't have to take the turrets down that way. Their comp is actually made to 1-3-1 and play it out, especially when the base is that open. They don't actually have to commit ever to Samsung in a group squad, because Samsung showed that whenever they were grouped, they would wait through it with this Victor, with the Caitlyn, with the Zyra. SKT, many points, the biggest gaps they made into the enemy base was by splitting up, so I was kind of surprised that they kept going back to that very group-focused style that was prone to fight.
But that is SKT. We know that they like to 4-1 unless they really base a comp around 1-3-1. And with the Orianna and the Olaf in that position, you could tell they wanted to fight, and it did keep going back and forth in those situations.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the final fight, because as this was such an epic slugfest, we got to take a look at it because it was almost held one more time by Samsung.
Yeah, Ruler getting caught out in the starter. It's not too bad for them, but now the problem is that Faker is in the base, and he's actually able to play alone against 3 or 4 members of Samsung, and this is why he's the best player in the world, because he can make these clutch plays, and Crown also misplaying a little bit in the end.
Yeah, he chips off some damage right before he dies there as well, but this goes back to a phase actually before when Samsung was kind of riding their momentum on the siege. They used both flashes on their carries right there, on the Victor, on the Caitlyn, and when you swap out these boots for more damage, you can't afford to do that. And I think that was actually the biggest mistake with flashes up. They could have won that fight, because that is the one weakness Orianna will always have. Her ultimate is a channel.
Yeah, I completely agree, but when you look at this team fight, you have to really respect what Faker and Bang were able to do with the Poppy in their face. Time and time again, they're prioritizing taking out the damage dealers whilst this Poppy's charging them. That was a really impressive team.
I mean, that's the big thing in that fight. You saw Bang with the flash 4th auto in order to kill Ruler. He hadn't done that. Ruler with his 6 items straight may have been able to kite that frontal out.
I mean, for sure, late game here, both teams could definitely win. There was good scaling on both sides, and that's also why we saw some close fights. But I think just to zoom out a little bit and again look big picture on this entire game, all the way back from the pick and ban phase, I'm still a little bit concerned when it comes to Samsung's choices in the ban phase. They removed Ashe instead of like potentially first picking it. They removed Syndra again because Crown clearly doesn't want to play it. And that's some very, very key bans because they're going to be on red side next game. Then Nidalee suddenly has to be added to that pool as well. And then you're running out of choices. I mean, we saw Benga play it already and he had no issues playing it. So I feel like yes, it does.
Yeah, but so let's talk about that game too. As I mentioned, they will be swapping sides, SKT to blue side. No substitutions here for game 2. So seen Blank coming in the past. Not going to happen this time around. Thoughts here for Samsung Galaxy on the red side?
I think Samsung Galaxy are just locked in a bit more with bans. SKT have way more flexibility. The fact that they can just blind pick Orianna into anything that honestly Crown has to offer is going to make it very hard. It's still going to be a battle for top lane supremacy, especially with the scaling component. You want to win that lane in split push. But we can't deny that in game 1, as close as it was at the end, there was a phase where SKT had 3 pushing lanes, 3 turrets down, complete control of the game. They made some slip-ups, but they had 2 Barons almost taken without any contest from Samsung Galaxy. If they played that out slightly better, it was complete whitewash.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you know, when you have a game that is that one-sided and you're hamstrung by pick ban phase, I don't think you can afford to ban the Nidalee. Are you really more scared of Bengi taking over a game or giving Faker such a wide-open champion pool that we know Crown doesn't play? It's just one of those gauntlets that if you're going to challenge someone on the team, challenge Bengi, don't challenge Faker.
I mean, if you do want to ban Nidalee, you can still remove Orianna and Syndra as the 2 picks, give them Ashe and then play like Jhin against it, or Caitlyn against it. Or not Caitlyn, actually, just play the Jhin against it. We've seen that before. I just think like this game as well was kind of showing the current meta, like how hard it is to actually close mid game against a lot of wave play. That's why the game was so long.
Well, and that's a consideration here. We always look at SKT as a team that ramps up through their best of 5s, right? The first one is kind of testing the waters. Okay, what do we need to learn from them? And then they really kind of put the hammer down. Winning game 1 here, that doesn't bode well moving into game 2.
Yeah, I also think it's the fact that they play at such high intensity all the time that you can't go with that every single game because you're just not as good as them in that situation. So I do agree that this becomes an uphill battle. However, they've already shown a lot of resilience at this stage.
Sure, and I also think we need to highlight that Samsung was very, very close to picking up some of those kills early on. Like the Ambition dive in bot lane, 1 tower shot. He just steps in range, he gets hit. That's why he doesn't pick up another kill. Bengi invade as well, just survives in the end. And I think that little shockwave we saw earlier in the replay from Faker with the 2 kills, that's one where the coach is like, guys, we know SKT always warps the Raptor camp. Be very careful when they go missing from mid lane. And then you don't make that mistake in the second game and Faker doesn't get 2 kills on a mid tower. And then suddenly we have a different game because once you get the advantage and get early towers down, you snowball out of
Game 1 is in the books, and as we head towards game 2, you're going to get a look here at our partners from all over the globe. First up is going to be Korea's OGN. Then followed by Brazil's CB LOL. Oh, Caster June, one of my favorites there. Here's the CB LOL. And of course, China's LPL. They are helping to broadcast the finals in 19 languages worldwide. So we've got everyone involved. And of course, we are going to see some of those international audiences right now. Here's a look at a Coca-Cola viewing party taking place in Paris, France. We know those Parisian fans can be very hype, and here they are going Thundersticks a-waving, and here are more parties taking place in El Salvador, Aarhus, Denmark, and there we go, South Korea. We've got everyone represented from across the world. We'll be checking in with a few more of those throughout the day.
Yeah, these viewing parties are so fun to be a part of, and you know, I think the Chiefs are winning today.
Oh yeah, 1-3 for congratulations to them and Spawn for finding some success.
It's in El Salvador. Very high. Some of those international audiences right now. Here's a look at a Coca-Cola.
¡No, pero cuidado esas personas! ¡Ya me la carabinero! ¿Qué es esa gente, weón? ¿Qué tienen los brazos, weón?
those Parisian.
Hermano, ¿qué es esa mierda, weón? Denle un bombo a estos pobres muchachos, weón. Qué chucha, weón.
Taking place in El Salvador, Aarhus, Denmark, and
Denmark, man. There we go.
South.
Cuando SerllinO revisa la weá porque se pegó un misclick.
Might have some kill threat. Still getting the last tick. He's crowned. Solo kills Faker.
Take some pressure back, which is they're going for now.
Got played on two, and that's just easy. And wow, it's done.
Baker uses his third summoner spell, Banky, to get revenge. There's no time for Samsung. They have to go to the mid.
That's a good route. Bangers Wolf are in trouble. The Poppy Hammer throws up. Shockwave.
¿Sabéis qué? La clave de Samsung de ganar está en Ruler y Crown, nada más. Pero es que Killa también es buena, weón. Es que ¿sabéis qué, weón? Esto va a estar peleado con Chitumare, porque son todos buenos Samsung menos Ambition. Y son todos buenos en SKT, así que ahí está. ¿Y ahora cuánto nos van a hacer esperar? ¿Qué me cuentan mis guachitos? Ahora sí los voy a empezar a leer, weón, que estaba hablando con un amigo, weón. Es que Samsung tiene potencial, weón. Pero yo estoy en tu cuenta, Pomandoh. Juega Fnatic contra KLG, cabrón, por si acaso, para que estén atentos. ¡Aguante TSM! Samsung, o sea, ¿quién ganó, weón? Pero Basti sale acá en la pantalla, hermano, ganó SKT 1-0. Cansado, weón. I need a well-big. Tutorial completado, bitches. Where is my pixel? ¿Dónde está el pixel de todos los muchachos?
일단 올해를 마무리하기 위해서는 이제 역시 월드 챔피언십을 우승하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같고, 이번에 1년 동안 제가 바쁘게 거의 쉴 틈 없이 경기를 했는데 어떻게 그렇게 쉴 틈 없이 하게 된 게 정말 다행인 것 같고, 이번에도 꼭 우승을 해야 개인적으로 좀 많이 힘들 것 같은데 그런 게 만족스러운 게 아닌가 생각이 듭니다.
Faker, player maker.
Already got one win under his belt getting in the championship series. Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Staples Center here in the heart of downtown LA. As you mentioned, SKT 1-0 up. They will now be on blue side as they elected side choice. So what are we expecting different as we head into this? Also for everybody at home, jump onto stream. You can check out a 360-degree angles. There's the link down the bottom. Hey, you can watch us jump around live.
It's going to be on us the entire time for the match, which I'm very worried about, actually.
It'll be quite fun. We can jump around. But yeah, Kobe, back to the question. Samsung Galaxy red side this time.
Tienen 360 grados de los
I think
hueones.
they do, but like honestly, that's the big thing about SKT and how scary it is how they always start out their matches like this. A lot of the time they will give over some of the power picks and some of the enemy's favorite champions, and then because they've now beat Crown on his it kind of sends that extra message. And where do they go from here? Especially as far as the small champion pool that we already thought was going to be an issue.
Ahí es el one que se encarga como de la música también, este culiado de acá.
The champion that didn't get picked or banned last game in Jace is just suddenly thrown in as the first ban for SKT. So already trying to mix a lot up.
Alright, what else happens next? So Ash, Syndra, Casio, banned Samsung.
Ahí les tienen una tele que les dice que decidir a los culiados, weón.
Questions for me and maybe the Ash as well.
¡Woo! ¡Manémonos!
Give that first rotation red side to Samsung, and of course the fact Ambition 5-0 on that champion.
Yeah, and
mira, ahí podemos ver desde el estadio, man.
SKT want Bengi to play Nidalee again, or if they have to ban it on the blue side, or if Samsung thinks he.
Me está igualando que podemos ver a los players y moverlos. ¡Oh! ¡Faker!
So many minutes through because of these changes. Because of
oh, mira, ¿cómo está Faker? ¿Cómo está Faker? Vamos a ver a Faker. Vamos a ver a Faker.
Last band there, so I'm very curious to see what
Faker se ve completamente no. Oye, que le ponen como un portal.
These guys have had very good performances on the rise, but
Nidalee next one?
the jungler.
This is SKT forcing Samsung to ban Nidalee almost, because they're really trying to make Samsung's pregame plan irrelevant as far as the ban phase goes. I'd like to here, putting the pressure on Samsung in the ban phase.
The Lee Sin also very highly prioritized and could very well be picked up now. We'll see if they will go for a first jungle pick.
Mira cómo está Faker. Yo creo que Faker no está nervioso, ¿no? ¿Cómo está?
Opted for a blue side Zyra first pick. It is open and available once more. This time though, MF
está buena.
as well.
Nos vamos con el T-Pix.
Available once more. This time though, MF is as well. Does that dissuade you from picking it? Obviously, pressure on the top lane, the jungle pool as well. So there's pressure in multiple lanes here.
Yeah, both of these support players have definitely put in some time on Misfortune, and that is definitely a very scary counter pick. But yeah, that Rise I was talking about rears his head. Faker, we may get to see him play one of his most famous champions.
Yeah, he crushed all of Worlds with it last year. He was the only dude playing Rise, and then he had a bunch of big games.
Get scarce this year, right?
And it's his most played in solo queue on the North American server, but this is the first time he will actually be playing the rework Wise in competitive, so very exciting.
Oh my god! Ryzen! Faker! Faker quiere cargarla.
It's one of those things you'd love.
Faker, alerta de
We
carreo.
haven't seen that tumble on stage just yet.
Alerta de carrito de Faker, cabrón. Esta va alerta de carrito de Faker.
What is the next
Fuerte.
of picks here for Samsung?
I mean, I like the hovers that they're already hovering right now, just because, like you talked about, with the Misfortune up, Zyra also does drop in priority, and the speed boost and shielding of the Karma did prove to be extremely important for those mid-game plays.
It's also cute what's going on here right now, because just because Samsung has picked Karma doesn't mean they can't pick Zyra or counter a Zyra with a Misfortune, because they can always throw it back. So it means SKT have to be very careful about locking in a Zyra if they want a Jhin Zyra lane, because Samsung can turn right around and give him an NF if Crown was to play Karma.
Ya, y sacaron Lesin.
Yeah, and I think the thinking here also was, you know, even though the jungle pool is being pinned right now with a lot of fans, Ambition has been very willing to play that Rek'Sai, like so many other junglers. and could very easily just go with either the Rek'Sai or the Skarner, one of those tanks for the front line. I still do think that Samsung are going to go with one of those sort of standard sturdy team comps where they got the front line to protect the Caitlyn for later in the game.
Especially when you see how well Ruler played that late game. You can take a look at that 90 caliber Nex and Flash. It ended up costing him towards the end of the game. Poppy's still up for QV as well, and some options for Samsung.
Ambition has been practicing Kindred on a solo queue account. It's going to be locked in with the first Kindred we've seen at Worlds. All right. The last guy I saw playing this was Maple in the finals. So it is an old pick there. I actually think it's a decent pick against Lee Sin here.
Especially, you know,
Buena con Chumare Kindred, weón.
Kindred is going to be a DPS threat. We'll see if, Karma's going to be on triple duty now. A very high DPS backline for him to keep protected.
No front line for Samsung, but you can anticipate, obviously, Poppy or similar in the top lane, or would we maybe go something more poke or different?
I think we don't know, and I like the fact that Samsung is giving QV to counterpick in the top lane. SKT in their series against Rocks almost always left Duke for the very last pick, so they're going to go something like
esta weá es presentada gracias a Corea. Corazon sponsato o
And also remember that the Kindred with the ultimate, since we have
hermano, aprendí esa weá de ver tanta mierda de anime. Todo tiene esa mierda, weón. No sé si será como una weá del gobierno, weón, que no están metiendo en la cabeza.
A lot of the Kindred is fighting over the territory of the ultimate. If you have the extra damage to push them off of it, then that could be huge. And there's
vamos con la Kindred Galaxy. Kennen, Kindred, Casio.
Insta-lock Kennen. Jat, I think your words were pick in game 2 stronger early game. I feel like they've done that.
Well, it's about having the shoving lanes in as many lanes as possible, and I think the Cassiopeia Rise is a skill matchup, but the Kennen should be able to...
Mira la manito.
Caitlyn should
la manito.
How fitting is it that he goes back to the Kennen pick? The Kennen pick, one of the biggest improvements that QV made, practicing it a bunch in solo for the Gauntlet, which got them here to Worlds, and now they're at the last leg in the finals, down one game. Looking to make it work again.
And it's a really tricky team composition that Samsung's pulling out here, so they will need team practice on the Kindred lately as well, because this is 5 squishy champions. This isn't that sturdy tank line that they had previously, so they're going to have to be able to play pretty fast if they're able to get a lead, if they want to close out this game.
It also does bring up all those, plays around objectives, because Ambition has been so good with his smite. Now you have to also take into account, is he going to Kindred ultimate, bait my smite out, and then you wait for the duration, as Smithy did at MSI.
Well, going to be a lot of questions that SKT have to answer, and also, can Samsung pull this team composition off? You guys at home, jump onto Twitter, let us know the big moments of tonight using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. Also check out the 360-degree streams over on lolesports.com. You can actually check us out. Jumping up and down now as we load into game 2. SK Telecom have got themselves a 1-0 advantage over Samsung Galaxy. And QV...
Vamos, Caro, vamos Samsung, vamos Kindred.
Let's see if he can even the series at the end of game 2.
Plus, we got Faker's Rise. Like we're just jumping over everyone. Yes!
Championship Cup.
So I guess he'll win.
Oh, we're looking to Faker.
That's the way it works out.
Honestly, though, this does play into our story of SKT at this World. They've been the most outspoken, the most confident that we have ever seen them. This is to winning the championship.
Faker's going to want to get enough skins so his entire champion pool can have SKT.
Which would be every single champion, honestly. This guy plays Aurelia in the mid lane, he played Baxter Yi in the mid lane.
Played Olaf in the mid lane at Worlds last year.
Any of those picks were? Alright, well, let's take a look at the level 1 here, because no deep wards this time around, no scouting of the jungler starts. We'll see if there's any sort of, top laners faking, taking damage from Krug, trying to play those mind games of making it guess where they started.
I want to take a look at how this early game plays out, because Samsung fell very far behind by the time we hit that 15-minute mark, and they cannot afford to do the same thing with this team composition.
Yeah, and it actually happened because Faker was able to get an early shove in the mid lane, get a deep ward to find Ambition in the jungle. They also had a ward at the very beginning of the game to find him in the jungle. So the first ward isn't there this game, but there's a very good
aprender cómo se junglea con Ambition.
Last game they ward before the minion spawn. Crown goes over there. Alright, I'm actually kind of disappointed in Bengi. He doesn't have his SKT skin. Where's the coordination, boys? He's also going for number 3. Knockout
There we go. Gonna get his own skin again this time round. I want to take a look at just how Crown handles himself on this Cassio, because his victor last game was as to be expected, and this time round now has to perform at that same level, but on what is actually a fairly technical champion when it comes to dodging all of those skill shots and landing those petrifying gazes.
Yeah, and Crown has actually been really good at Cassiopeia on the laning phase, specifically at dodging ganks from enemy teams. He has the cleanse here, so normally the Rise Lee Sin is an incredibly potent gank because you get the Rune Prison and Lee Sin can automatically land the 2. But here Crown's going to have to make sure he can cleanse if they go for that, and then he's going to have to play more passive in the next.
And we do want to touch on the changes to Kindred, where the marks are even more important with their damage scaling. Going for the early scuttle here and grabbing it. Already off to a good start there for Ambition on the Kindred. Our new have a surprise here in best of 5 as we move forward. Ooh, actually, what he did there, I think he pulled the minions far enough so that Ambition was able not to drop into Fog of War, but I think he just revealed himself there. So the question mark did go down. Looks like he gave up a little bit of info. Yeah, but he took a lot of harassment on the minion wave just to try and freeze it towards his turret. Faker now getting a little bit more aggressive to make sure the wave hits the turret and can then bounce back. Both of these two mid laners do excel at getting the minion wave in the right place. So you always have a chance of stacking up minions to crash them in the turret, but you spend a small amount of time in basically getting turret games. Great delay there by Crown just at the end.
And it was in game 1 where Faker actually built up a 10 CS advantage by having a back timing advantage over Crown.
Oh my god!
Miasma again. Crown with some gentle love taps for the 2-time world champion Faker. He got a solo kill in the previous game. Let's see if he can do it again. Plus 10 CS already, and Faker's going to lose a good chunk of the tower, it looks like.
Significant delay, but you can see that Faker knows he has to go back and get his tier early, so he's committed to that recall, does go and get it off. That CS lead, though, in the mid lane should be a problem.
Yeah, but we've been focusing on the mid lane. The top lane is going as expected. Cube shoving in Ducha and harassing him a substantial amount up there, and this is buying time for Ambition, who also picked up the first mark. Now, he may go for a dive. He's clearing the Grom first, especially if Lee Sin gets shown. It's going to be a dive.
Bengi is focused on taking away the mark on the bottom side of the map. There are no wards that will see him there, although he did pass by the pink, so they know about where he is. That's why Ambition is continuing to counter jungle. Because of that early pink ward, so much value. Yeah. Going to be 2 camps stolen away. But Bengi, looking at some deep wards for himself.
Good advantage in the first 5 minutes. Plus 20 CS in the top lane for Cube. Duke's already teleported back. I'll see if Cube decides to do the same. Small lane advantage for Crown at the bottom, and trading down bottom for JJ and Ruler. Caught by CC. Trades a couple autos, but Bang and Wolf, they turn this one around. Nice 90 cal into the headshot shot.
And this is where the Samsung lane needs to be careful, because they do not have the sustain that Wolf has. So while they could get shove on early, when they lose the shove, they're actually a very vulnerable lane. All they have to do is split, because the mid and the top lane are winning very heavily for Samsung.
We do really need to touch again on that jungle, though, because such a big advantage from Ambition in the jungle, because they've been able to track him with the early pink ward. That was 2 camps that were stolen away. He also smited the wolf, so you get to leave that wolf spirit there, and they saw him again.
Yeah. Now Vision just slingshotted back a little bit. Bank cleared the pink ward. Ambition got spotted out.
Oh, damage down. Crown's throwing out the poison with those twin fangs. Good shield from Faker. He gets away with his life.
To save that Q to pop the overload, getting his shield and speed to get out of it. Denies that 1 versus 2. Meanwhile, though, it gives, again, full control over this mid lane to Samsung to push it up. They get another Scuttle Crab that is marked for Ambition. But Bengi saw him exit into the Fog of War on the top side of the map, trying to make a counterplay on the bottom side.
If Bengi can get level 6, he would have a much more threatening gank. He can't yet, as he's has ward control in the jungle, but no wolves to spawn. He might get level 6 off the wolf based on his experience bar. Then he would have threat for the bottom lane gank. Just warding up and trying to make that bottom lane as safe as possible.
Not able to have that same sort of early impact.
So yeah, Samsung Galaxy
already. I think that's to be expected though when you look at the team compositions. And how the lane is played out. I think credit to Samsung that they need to do more to have this advantage going into the mid game.
Yeah, I think not
Yo creo que deberían banear a Caitlyn nomás y le sacan todo el peso a Bang de abajo y puede cargarlo.
Were from Crown on Faker for the early stages. We'll see how this does develop though, because early magic resistance now on Cassiopeia as well makes Crown really confident in taking those trades with Faker.
Yeah, I've talked to a number of mid laners about the Cassiopeia versus Ryze matchup, because historically it was Cassiopeia favored, but with the Ryze rework, who has more utility in being able to shield himself in a longer range on his 2 for wave clear, it does turn into a very slightly favored Cassio matchup, but not something where you're winning by 15 to 20 CS against Faker.
Helps out when Crown is able to interrupt the laning pattern. I'm looking at Bang and Wolf pushing up very heavily in that bottom lane. Teleports and slicing Maelstrom a little bit away. Ambition potentially in some trouble. Realm Warp actually. Ambition's going to get the camp and back out.
Remember, Kindred here going to scale very nicely as well. And he's already up to 3 now. Goes back to farm. Trading farm with Lee Sin. Definitely an optimal situation for him, especially since the Samsung lanes are in such a good spot.
Está como 2 campamentos arriba, Kindred.
Yeah, and we talked so much about Samsung's story of how they got here in the gauntlet, and one thing that happened is they became a much more aggressive team who, when they could get an early game lead, would just win it quite quickly. And that was with the Kennen type compositions. And when you already have 3 stacks on the Kindred, they have the snowball potential if they can start getting these things going with the 1200 gold lead already from the laning phase.
And the thing to watch for with that snowball are those wards for QV to teleport in on. As of right now, use it to get back to lane for more lane dominance. But got the blue.
That's one of the first messed up blue handoffs I've seen at Worlds. Teams have been much better about doing it. Big mistake right there.
Well, Jungler's now going to be
Kindred se quedó
toe-to-toe. Level 7 advantage for Ambition. Gets a ward down. Lamb's Respite is available. Tidal Wave captures both of Samsung. Ambition with the Lamb.
Oh my god!
First blood to Ambition. Body block on the first 2 shots from Wister. The third and the fourth gets nobody. Beautiful. Now Faker's the target. Gets caught up by the red buff. Slowed down. Crown looking for target. They may want to go for a dive.
Crown's full health with both summoner spells up. All summoner spells are up for SKT though. They're closing in, trying to push the minion wave.
Oh my god, no olvides.
The Realm Warp not going to be enough to close the range, but the flash does. Now, Faker and Wolf, they're in enemy territory. Gonna back away. The threat alone means no engage. The 1-for-1 trade.
What an impressive counter right there. They know the only way out is forward. They charge Core JJ and do grab the kill, but still, this game, the early game has been going so heavily in favor of Samsung, and they retain that lead.
Sun from Cube, hop away from Duke. Means that there's no kill yet. Actually,
oh my god.
Mega Gnar out.
Duke le va a tirar con todo y va a matar a Kennen. Va a matar a Kennen. Kennen flashó. Trajeron flash arriba.
Summoner spells
he burns every summoner as well as knocking the back. And just to rewind a little bit, there was so much awesome that happened in that fight. Ambition getting alley-oop towards Faker only to cast his lamp and then the next man up blocking of the Jhin ultimate was perfect by Samsung, and they maintained their early game lead.
Ambition wants to make his long-awaited chance at Worlds count.
They want to dive Cube.
So does Faker, though.
You're in the last trade. Duke Mega Gnar out, force Cube-based flash. This should be an easy dive. Here comes Ambition as well. Knocked against the wall. Faker is gifted a kill. And they just made that look easy.
And we talked about the ebb and flow of the map. There's no counter play here, really open for Samsung. The only thing they're getting is a ward deep in the red side jungle. But again, let's look at this Ambition play.
Yeah, he's able to get a lot of damage on Bengi, but then the alley-oop right to Faker, but he lands, is able to cast his Lambert Spike, and then Bengi can't make it in.
Kills him as he's trying to cross the line.
Shall not pass.
To get in. Then here again, body blocking Rye is so important because of the overloads. Ruler stands in front, uses the heal early so he has more healthy. Jhin ultimate, last shots don't do as much, and this is the beautiful counter attack.
Right here, they're
como Faker lo hace, chao, moriste.
Zooms forward on the core Jhin. They're able to take advantage of the long range of Jhin as well to assist, and that completely stops anything.
200 gold now separates these two teams.
So 2 kills for Faker in the last couple of minutes, and Ambition is up to 4 stacks on that Kindred passive. Kill into Bengi, plus first blood gold in his pocket as well. Those CS advantages been chipped away from. As you can see, it's an even game mid, and Duke, while yes, it's still 20, relieved a lot of pressure with that dive up in the top lane. No flash for QB in Fury to make him think twice about pushing so far forward.
Yeah, because this matchup actually can swing back to be Gnar favored if he's able to get Spectre's Cowl and close him out. So it's very important that QB stay ahead of the curve there. Incredibly important gank, and the ebb and flow code we was talking about, it was a little bit enabled by Crown staying bottom lane to burn the 4 summer spells, trying to get it back. Those 4 summer spells are down. Here comes a cannon.
Mira. Cheeky play there over the back of the Dragon Pit. Pink ward, so they know there's nobody to see them.
Bang and Wolf have no summoner spells. The teleport's coming down from party. It will be a Mega Gnar. Slicing.
Oh my god, Samsung Galaxy!
Duke Mega Gnar's out. They've tried to run for one. Ambitious.
Faker!
The respite down.
Oh, Faker es muy bueno.
That's the reply kill. It ends up being a 2 for 2.
SKT can equalize plays that no other team can equalize right there. It looked like a 5-man party for Samsung, and it's just a 2 for 2.
Absolutely insane. Faker crashes the party as another kill to the list for him, and that goes horribly wrong for Samsung. Let's take a look at
no puede usar hacia el raíz.
Faker starts to rotate from mid lane. Gnar immediately channeling teleport.
Nico NP.
There as well. Let's watch how they actually turn this around though, because QB looks like he hits everyone with the ultimate. Ambition though,
He doesn't ult.
doesn't ult here with the 4th shot and the Gnar jumping on top of him. That hurts, and then Faker is also here to clean up the second.
It's a super difficult situation to be in as a Kindred because you want to get the kill right before you ultimate, and there's a split second
Tengo que hacer Faker con los spells son muy buenos.
afterwards, and that would also save the Gnar. So he did get the kill first, which was the necessary part.
Yeah, and we talk about it all going wrong. It was a 2 for 2, but the investment to that play was so high by Samsung with the teleport as well as cannon ultimate, and that allows Bengi to try and move into the jungle a little bit here.
Not going to challenge Ambition though, and still just making his way. No flash up in the top lane, no slicing Maelstrom either. I think this would be risky if they try to dive it, but they could.
Look at all the information that SKT is working with, though. You know, as much as we talked about the play they set up here,
Kicked into the wall, and that just looks so, once again, so easy, so well executed.
and they know they can.
Oh my god, Ruler!
Ace in the hole's available for Ruler.
Oh.
The flash, the heal! Ruler's face palming. He's flashed forward aggressively multiple times. This time it hurts him.
SKT making informed decisions. They have wards seeing every member of Samsung, where Samsung has nothing.
Ambition, can he get the respite? Yes, but it won't be enough to get the kill just yet. Jumps back away, Dancer Barrows and the 3-man SKT, they shut him down.
And that's the poise of SKT. When they can get this Rift Herald out there, that takes away QB's ability to split push. Also, you're going to be more poised when you know where the enemy is. Look at the ward.
That is also going to be a Rift Herald buff for Duke in the split pushing battle. Kennen, yes, is going to be great for those team fights, trying to flank in, but Core JJ taking fire.
Aqua Prison locks up Core JJ and whispers 4th shot. Bang! You're down.
That's 3 solo deaths in a row by Samsung.
Samsung hizo la mejor jugada que puede haber hecho y de alguna mágica forma SKT le igualizó.
And then Core JJ on support karma is up too far in the lane when SKT are able to finish that kill. Those mistakes can't happen against SKT.
When it rains, it pours, and it's so hard to work back a losing vision fight because SKT had so much advanced warning. Samsung, every move they're trying to make to try and get any sort of deep vision for themselves, immediately countered, immediately stopped.
And after those solo deaths, it's SKT that immediately take control. 2,000 gold up. To Samsung's credit, they got the first Mountain Drake, the next one spawning, and they are trying to once again set up some ring of control around this pit. Teleport not available for QB. That is important if SKT tries to contest.
I agree with that. Not being able to make it with the Kennen could spell a Drake over to SKT. There's also something the analyst desk talked about of the flow of SKT series. First game is close. Second game isn't as close. And third game would be a stomp. Samsung need to control that just onslaught from SKT and find a way to equalize this game and get some positive plays going for them.
They do have a lot of damage on their team. And with this,
es que igual Samsung tiene late, weón, tiene el peso de late, weón, tiene una Kindred que te permite sobrevivir con el ulti y el late es increíble. Y 2 dragones de montaña, o sea, el early que está ganando estos weones es el early y el Sim, pero Caitlyn tiene lo que se llama un wake up. Hay ciertos personajes. Uy, perfecto dodge ambition.
Ambition may be able to make it away, but not enough from Faker. Tagged by 2 shots already.
Ya la hicieron. Perfecto. Algunos personajes tienen un wake up de itemización que significa que cuando se compran una cierta cantidad de ítems, la build que siempre se hace, empiezan a pegar así como su daño crece así pal pico, ¿cachai? Cuando antes no pegaba nada y de repente de un momento a otro, oh, me mató, me deleteó. Ya, esos son campeones que tienen wake ups. Caitlyn tiene un wake up cuando tiene 3-4 ítems. Pega mucho, extremadamente, entonces es muy late. Entonces Samsung tiene dos dragones de montaña que es late. ¡Oh! Qué paja aquí, weón. Pero el problema es que SKTL cuando está jugando a un nivel que a Galaxy no le sale nada. Onda, diviaron 5 contra 2 o 3 en bot y hicieron un 2x2. Qué chucho. SKTL es demasiado bueno.
Picked into a bad matchup. Samsung saved their last pick for QV, but that's about all they did for QV because Ambition.
No me gustaría ver cómo reaccionaron estos buenos cuando vieron el dive, porque reaccionaron.
This time it's Faker to help out with Duke. Duke takes the turn early. Not the cleanest of ganks because Duke takes so much damage, but then the double flash right there prevents QV from being able to get in.
Pero fueron 2 flash por 1 en todo caso.
I mean, Ambition's gonna buy some time. There's a little bit of support from QB coming out, but it's not gonna be enough just yet. Ambition dances around, mounting Dread, Wolf Frenzy, throw everything at Faker, and it's not gonna count. 3-0-3. Faker is a monster. First game.
Kindred jugó bien y QB iba ganando. El problema fue Bengi. Bengi está carreando con Faker, estaba lejos.
They have really taken control of that quadrant of the map right now. The Gnar is building up towards Frozen Mallet right now, and QV has really fallen behind the curve that you don't want to fall behind as a Kennen. Not to mention the magic resist that SKT is able to build up just casually with the Abyssal Scepter and the Hexring.
Samsung do have the teleport on QV to try and make a play on the other side of the map to get back into this, but even if they do that and they leave top side, Duke will take his toll or follow with 2-level advantage on the Gnar.
We talked in Picks and Bans about how this team composition from Samsung Galaxy was hard to execute. It's significantly harder when you put yourself in a position to get punished. Now they're behind in gold, and if you look at the mini-map, more pressure.
Oh no.
Ruler's gonna flash away from the tidal wave. 4JJ's already used his flash.
Oh, lo cico.
He's not on a killing spree.
And to elaborate a little bit more on your point about how hard this comp is to execute, if you look at the squad from Samsung, they have so much damage, yet their whole team fight relies on these 2 big ultimates. The hard CC that they have is the Cassiopeia and the Kennen ultimate. Those have to hit multiple targets, have to lock people in place because there is no tank for this team. Until QB is able to, get his Zonias and buy.
Igual, mira, Samsung es un team que ha dado vueltas 2-0, es un team que tiene la mentalidad de poder dar vueltas weas que están completamente en la vez. Ahora, contra SKTL es complejo. Igual SKTL con solamente quedó tercero y Samsung quedó cuarto en la liga coreana. Samsung tiene 2 dragones de montaña. Son 4 lucas de diferencia de oro nomás. Y son 2 ítems. ¿En quién están esos ítems? O están repartidos en todo.
And Ruler could be a threat. Sonic Wave.
Oh.
90 caliber. There's no flash available. So it doesn't want to go too deep. Not worth the risk at this stage with the lead they've accrued.
Exactly. No need for SKT to take any even slight play or waste any abilities right now. I mean, honestly, especially if we look back at how this game has gone, there's not too many points where we can super heavily fault Samsung. Their play they set up bottom with 5 players was well set up. It was an intelligent flip over the ball there from Ambition. It was a pink ward that they teleported on, so they knew there was an ward in that bush at least. The problem is, SKT's ability to instantly react to any
Yo quiero ver un hero en este mundial, capita.
And the map play has been so much stronger from SKT this game. One thing that we kind of noticed about Faker before this Rise game was how he would play to the mid lane and only look to pressure down that turret, and how he wasn't necessarily looking to roam, very rarely taking teleport. But on this game with Rise, he's been very willing to roam.
Es que, aunque igual estos matches no están para nada malos, weón.
And interestingly enough, he actually lost his mid lane turret in this game, almost in exchange for all the kills and assists.
Todo depende de lo que pueda hacer Samsung, weón. Esta partida ya está muy mala, pero la otra sí se puede,
And
weón.
he's showing it. I mean, he wore his own skin, one of the extremely rare times where he actually uses a skin, and it's in the finals here, looking to get his third chance.
Tuti,
5,000 gold.
Tuti,
Get to 6 for Samsung Galaxy. The next
anda a
game
comer,
once
Tuti.
again.
Ataca.
It's the third of the game.
Tuti, yo te dijo. Ataca, ataca, ataca. Qué chucha. Hermano, la chica entera rica.
Going up toward that lane.
Yeah, you can tell that SKT have it.
Esa weón que le da risa. Hermano,
have a lot of damage.
la chica
That's why Duke is hovering around the Baron.
está entera rica.
Drake. They're covering their weak side of the map.
Alright, while the dragon was being taken, taking a look at some cooldowns that have been used, Dan fired his curtain call. Crown has, I believe both Petrifying Gaze and Flash as well, so there was some sort of exchange in the mid lane where Crown is now down a summoner spell and Faker just gets 75% of that tower HP.
It's just relentless pressure, and Bengi's behind Core.
Yeah, Core JJ's in so much trouble. The tidal wave will hold him in place. Exhaust buys enough time for him to flash to safety, but the tower goes down. Faker's round warped in looking for Ruler. Lands for Spike will buy some time.
Por eso es bueno Kindred, sobre todo cuando estoy perdiendo.
For his troubles, and Landra Spike saves Ruler's life, plus the summoner heal. Once again, summoner spells blown, towers falling in multiple lanes, and SK Telecom in SKT fashion, taking control of Game 2 more confidently than Game 1.
Yeah, and you think about the way Samsung would want to try and get back in this game will be a flank teleport from the cannon. But the amount of map pressure that Samsung has is so low that this is always going to have his exhaust for the cannon, and the forward targets like Duke are always at full health in the split push game, so more controlling action in game 1.
They've got the exhaust, plus they have the instant kick.
Chica culiada, weón, buena onda. Aguante la chica, loco. Fuimos juntos, chica.
But once again, it's the same story we talked about last game, where the vision just creeps.
Se pone en pose la weona.
The entire map becomes dark. Look at, they're trying to just place defense in their own jungle in the first bush, and he almost gets killed for it.
No, era imposible que se salvara ahí, weón. No lo tenía visión, weón. Pensé que se había posicionado, pero era igual raro que el Zilean fue por ahí.
Just means Samsung Galaxy are once again playing from behind. In Game 1, they were down 5,000 gold at 25 minutes. It's now 6,500 gold in Game 2. And for SKT, I think they still need to be very careful with their vision. They still need to not overextend, because if QB can find a miracle teleport...
¿Se dieron cuenta que hace 7 minutos yo dije que la diferencia era en 4K de oro?
A front line or a back line...
Ahora son 6.
At this point in the game, if QV teleports, it has to be like from the fountain or something, because he cannot 1v1 this star. Duke will
Samsung tiene una idea que puede parar el lane, puede parar el lane.
Down at that bottom turret, so it removes so much threat from the cannon teleport.
El problema es que el mid no se puede armar ni una mierda, weón. Mira Faker, loco, 3 ítems completados.
Their backs are against the walls, they don't have much else, and very risky.
Faker tiene 3 ítems y medio, y Crown tiene 2 ítems y 3 cuartos.
So clean, most likely flash over the root.
Llevan un ítem de ventaja. Horribles.
And that's where Wolf's Nodding could come in clutch as well, because if QV teleports into a flank,
porque por último el top está 2 ítems contra 2 ítems. Lo de Carry también están 2 ítems contra... Ah no, ahí también ahí están cagados. Y también le saca un ítem a la de Carry. Y el jungla también le ha sacado un ítem al otro jungla. No, lo único que están parejos sería el top entonces.
And they've got all the tools to do so. That Frozen Mallet, Black Fever, once again Duke playing the split push, once again itemizing at this stage of the game. to dominate a side lane and to maintain map control for SKT. Because they've just had such fantastic vision, such fantastic, pressure across the map at all stages.
Samsung once again are going to have to play their turtle mode with Caitlyn here as the Baron being taken. There's not really
Dice que te va a sacar el balón gratis por la victoria que te ha puesto encima.
Crazy move to go get it would probably cost them a lot of their lives. So defensive play is again the name of the game.
Qué chucha, hermano.
And this is immaculate play by SKT. After the early game where Samsung looked like they were trying to snowball, as soon as SKT halted that, they've been turning it right back around. And here's a realm warp.
All right, realm warp's going to deliver Faker and Duke. Should be enough just for the tower once this minion wave comes back up. QV with the proto belt got away, and to go back to that point,
cachamos con el round de Faker, ulti con el Duke que tenía a punto de salir el Mega Nar, perfecto timing.
And Bengi on this Lee Sin, 3-1-2, while he didn't necessarily need to gank, he got some kills in the right place at the right time.
Bengi's got to be one of those magnificent anime stories of a League of Legends player that we have had ever, because this guy, he also is going for a third championship. It's not just Faker, and he was on the bench for so long. People called him washed up. They wrote him off. They're like he's just sitting there because Blanket's still new and they're only using him for the first game to scout. But Bengi has been such a huge instrumental part in the victories of SK Telecom here in the later stages here at Worlds.
You look at the junglers they've had to go through. Peanut, he was 3-0.
Culeados que no usaban a Bengi antes porque Bengi era muy fácil ganar que chucha, güey.
Bengi was way up in farm against Ambition. In this game, he's equalizing the farm of the Kindred in the late game and getting picks like this.
Oh, the fourth shot misses, but Bengi doesn't care. He jumps in. Oh, while we were looking at that top lane, Faker had a 3-level advantage over Crown. Crown was just equalizes on 17-15. But look how easy it is for SKT. Just pushes. It's 10,000 gold before 30 minutes.
Yeah, and they make it look easy because obviously this isn't easy. Otherwise, every team would do it. They have so much control with the wards in this game, and they're always all on the exact same page when they're going to make these plays quick shot. That's what's so impressive.
It's so unfortunate for Samsung Galaxy in their final for the first time with this roster. Not even really able to advance through the LCK playoffs, but they ran the gauntlet. The fairy tale story and the amount of pressure for these guys that they put on themselves. Unfortunately, they faltered. 3 solo deaths is what allowed SKT to just start the snowball.
Definitely can be very happy with their run here at Worlds though, and they are getting that experience on Ruler and the big stage, getting some of those nerves out as far as the play.
Puta, igual,
especially Crown.
Igual Samsung
really
se defiende, weón.
And impressed a huge amount of people, definitely getting into out there as well.
But this game also kind of goes to show the momentum for SKT, because the first Baron they picked up in Game 1 was, you mentioned, a very low Baron power, like 2,800 gold. That was when Samsung had a lot of wave clear champions. Here, they had still wave clear champions, but SKT is up to 1,000 on this
Qué chucha, hermano. Faker soleado.
That being said, though, we're 1.5 games in to Worlds.
Well, that's a dead ambition once again.
Dear.
Now Bang is going to be the target. Esma, tidal wave. QB can't find anybody more. Maelstrom is down, and all of a sudden, Duke turns the pressure around. Bang, bang! Unstoppable. As QB is shut down. Duke going to be able to Mega Gnar out.
Sácatele con tu strong.
Looking for more. Oh, JJ kicked against the wall, locked against the wall. Duke gnaws Crown. Petrifying Gaze not going to be enough, and Duke will get popped, but just the GA. Round walk from Faker will allow him to get a double kill onto Ruler at 30 minutes into the game. SKT, they still have to run back out and kill an inhibitor tower.
You can't help but just applaud SKT for that play, because you call them a slower, methodical team, but when they have the advantage, they do know how to take it. Ace without clearing out the inhibitor turrets, they managed to get everyone in there, and they might push for the win here.
Ambition left alone under the Nexus turrets against all of SKT's. Rune Prison down. This time gets the respite out, but it was QB's caught out, sent back to the mountain. Samsung Galaxy, they cannot defend their Nexus. SK Telecom stepping forward for more.
SK Telecom
step to the fountain is killed by the god Faker himself, and SKT are 2-0 in the finals.
And that's
the type of defeat you don't want to have if you're Samsung, because this is the momentum building of SKT's War Machine, as they are now 1 game away from their 3rd World Championship in 4 years.
Distraught looks on the side of Samsung Galaxy, because this was a heavy-handed defeat.
It is incredibly demoralizing to play against a team like SK Telecom, where you really do feel like whatever move you take.
Puta que lata, yo quería que ganara Samsung, cabrón, weón.
Even if it's the right
O sea, que ganara al menos una, weón.
By this team.
Este era, weón, este era. No, pero yo quiero ir a revisar esa place, weón. Por mientras está en el relleno.
Open for Samsung.
Up to 4 stacks on the
Kill to the list for him.
teleport's coming down.
Vamos a analizar una weá, cabrón. Mientras se ponen a rellenar.
Is up to 4 stacks.
Yeah, because this matchup
Play there over the back of the.
To make him think twice about pushing so much.
Ya. SK Telecom sabe que Kindred está en el lado de abajo de su jungla. Lo pingueó, de hecho, justo donde está parado. Faker está caleándose y que terminan el caleo para hacer la cal del video.
This matchup actually can swing back to be Gnar favored if he's able to get Spectre's Cal and close him out, so it's very.
Ven que Faker Faker está en base, loco. Faker está en puta base. Faker está en base y Ducha está puchado. Kindred completa el sapo y salta por la pared del dragón. ¿Y se fijan esa weá? Va a la pared del dragón. Espera. ¿Tenía timeado Zilean?
No flash for QV in Fury to make him think
that he's able to get Spectre's Cal and close him out, so
no tenía
it's very
visión,
important that QV stay ahead of the curve there.
Lo vieron por ahí y terminaron más o menos cuánto se demoraba, weón.
It was a little bit enabled, like.
Pon el ward. Ducha está puchado. Faker se calió. Chrome ya está bajando.
Crown staying bottom lane to burn the force.
Parte el TP. Parte el TP instantáneo. Faker todavía no reacciona. Zilean está en base, Dios mío. Zilean está en base, weón. Tenía un dive de 5 personas. El jungla de SK Telecom está en base. Ryze está recién en su segunda torre. O sea, en su segunda torre. Contando del medio para allá. Tenía el TP. Mira dónde está Faker, weón. Está la mierda. Está al otro lado. Está en su línea. Empieza el TP de Duke. Y obviamente lo que viene primero iba a llegar. Y se demora un mundo Kennen en llegar. Porque el TP era muy lejos. El tiempo en que, mira. El tiempo en que Kennen se demoró en entrar es el tiempo en que a Faker le tomó llegar al rango del ulti. Porque miren, era perfecto. En un video de 5 personas contra 3. Parte el video. Perfecta ejecución. Perfecto. No sé de nada, pero ahí le puso la W de la casopella. Perfecto, weón. Pero mira esta weá, weón. Kindred muere sin ultear. Porque iba a dejar la cagada con los bursteos. Todos focusaron a Kindred. No le llega una van, no alcanzan a matarlo. Quedan muy lejos para matar a Van. Quedan muy lejos para matar a Duque. Es un 2x1. No llega Faker y llega Zilean. Faker se mata a uno. Y después no le llegó esa weá. Yo pensé que había sido una mala jugada de... O sea, una muy buena jugada de SK Telecom. Pero no, bueno, miren. Fue simplemente que... Está el TP ahora. Segundo 24. Es el segundo donde Kennen parte. 10 segundos le tomó a Kennen llegar desde su TP hasta la combate en sí. Los mismos 10 segundos que Faker le tomó desde llegar a esta torre segunda hasta acá. Empieza 1, 2, 3 segundos y empieza el ulti de Faker, ya llegó. Y aparte que no pudieron focusear bien y diretear bien, le faltaba un poco de daño, pero... increíble, man.
Leaving him outrated on the back end, because if he has that ultimate, that zone for Duke not to chase. But because he got so low, it allowed SKT to do exactly what they're doing on the replay right now, which is dive once, dive twice, dive 3 times, and at that point, the cannon is so far behind in the matchup that as the casters pointed out in the game, he can no longer teleport anywhere without losing turrets, therefore it's so easy for SKT to play the map.
Yeah, they pull the map apart, and you know, you have to give further credit to SKT, because we're talking about how Faker is a stay-at-home mid lane, he wants to be able to chip away the turret. This time, he just continually rose top lane. Like, those are instrumental ganks that completely shift the power of that kind of pick.
It's once again the reaction from SKT. When they know a play is about to happen on one side of the map,
y Samsung estuvo ganando, pero después de esa jugada que yo repetí tantas veces se le fue de las manos.
Play aggressive themselves and obviously make the right play. I think again to go back to this whole like overall talk about picking
completamente fuera de las
very
manos.
aggressive early, flashing forward to try and make the plays. If you are Samsung, game 1, you managed to drag it out to really late game, and you had a horrible mid game there. You lost every single tower. It snowballed against you very, very quickly, and you had to wave your way. And SKT, we question the way of finishing. I think for a game like this, if you're Samsung, you're not a good enough early game team to just try and go all in on the early game. I actually like scaling from them. I like patience and try and do what SKT is doing and then take late game team fight.
Yeah, so back on the blue side.
Bueno, Diego Ricorea.
Here, backs against the wall, right? They gotta run the table now in order to come away with the championship. For Samsung Galaxy, let's start in champions. Like, how do they craft a victory here? Because looking at this, we look at that cannon, we look at the Cassiopeia, we look at aggressive lanes. Opposite direction.
I think that the biggest thing is we've seen 2 games where Ambition's actually been in a weaker matchup. I mean, they're not drafting well around what should be like arguably their one strong point left. So I think that I expect that to change and for them to first pick him in Olaf or something like that and try and run over the top. And saying that, after seeing those 2 victories, I mean, 1 close and 1 a crushing defeat, is it going to be enough?
At the same time, we've seen flashes of brilliance from Samsung Galaxy, and we've also had 2 kind of series-defining moments, one in each game, the double ulti from Faker around the Raptors, and then here maybe potentially a dive being set up on the Duke. You know, that could have put it down in the dumpster, you know, dive, put the 40-50 CS lead on the cannon, and we would have an entirely different game. I think Samsung just need the extra step in some of these games. They can play either come both early or late, but if you don't play good enough, you're going to lose regardless against a team like SKT because they are so consistent throughout the entirety of the game.
And you just see a willingness to pull the trigger on players from SKT that Samsung's not willing to do. I mean, maybe that's an experience issue, maybe that's not them wanting to commit 100%. And then when they do want to commit 100%, I just think it's in the wrong situation.
It's also just the classic game SKT. We talked about it so often. The first game is somewhat competitive. You can maybe criticize SKT a little bit more. And then second game, it starts out okay, a big play is about to happen, it gets counterattacked by SKT, and then mentally you just fall apart completely. And then they tend to be really one-sided game. If the first game goes the other way, maybe you get a more competitive series. In this case here, SKT are looking fantastic in both pick and ban phase, and especially here in game 2, and they look to just close it out.
1 game away from another 3-0 for SKT. Don't go anywhere because match point between SKT and Samsung Galaxy is coming up next.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass.
Both of Samsung Galaxy's finals. Ambition with the lamps just fight. It's first blood. Ace in the holes available for Rula. The exhaust, the flash, the heal. Rula's face palming forward, looking for more. For JJ, kicked against the wall, launched against the wall. Duke, Lars, Crown, petrifying gaze, not going to be enough. And SKT are 2-0 in the final.
Soy Chino el DJ. Oh, soy el medio DJ, culiado. ¡Copito! Vamos a bajarle un poco la música porque está un poquito mucho. Bueno, cabrón, vamos a esperar ahora pacientemente. Vamos que se puede, conchetumare, weón. Dame una win, Samsung Galaxy. Arigato, Samsung gozaimasu. ¡Aguante el crit! Nunca te olvidaremos, ruso, conchetumare. ¿Cuáles son los momentos que más se van a acordar cuando estén abrazando a su alma waifu al dormirse, bueno, del mundial? ¿Cuáles son los momentos más que les generaron ternura y amor en el mundial? A mí lejos me robó el corazón Liquid cuando le dio garra a los guanes europeos de G2 que los están todos vacilando. Qué chucha, hermano. Oh, cuando carré revolta, verdad, weón. La cara de Crono en el 2-0, no me toqué a Crono, voy a llorar, weón. Yo también quiero jugar y no me quiero perder la final, estamos en la misma. No. Puta, igual yo creo que si ganan a SK Telecom van a prohibir Riot que se unan a los mundiales. Es que se una por Telecom. O yo cacho que a alguien le va a ofrecer mucha plata fake. Ya, pero testigo, weón, me tenéis que agregar vos cuando esté yo haciendo el streaming. Te fijáis en mi nombre. El tío Piñi Carrea, pues. El minuto más largo de nuestras vidas. SK Telecom y el match para quedar como tricampeón mundial de League of Legends. No, amigo testigos de set, no es tan fácil, weón. A veces hago streaming con los suscriptores y ahí puedes tener la posibilidad de jugar conmigo. Vamos, cabros. Que Chrome puede cargar la partida. Casi, amiguito set, casi. Yo soy el pedazo de DJ, weón. Cachate esta. Oh, ¿cómo lo hace? Oh my god. Cuando me case quiero que SerllinO haga de DJ, weón. Oh, indescriptible, weón. Ese fue el cambio más, weón. TVN me está llamando para que le haga los cambios de producción.
They are 43-8 in their games at Worlds.
El Felipe ya está arriba del cerro viendo en internet móvil, weón. Aguante, Felipe, guacho, bienvenido,
were eliminated
guachín.
from the LCK playoffs after winning the first two games against KG Roaster and then losing the next three. But that's a different SKT, it almost feels like. When they're at Worlds, they seem to always have the ability to close and really cement themselves as the greatest team ever in League of Legends and make it really, really difficult for any team to surpass.
Igual es raro que no fue tan grande el lugar donde están haciendo la
will
mundial.
be on the red side. Samsung Galaxy have side choice in games 1, 3, and 5. If we get there, no substitutes either. So both Bengi and Core JJ will be starting. I don't think that's a surprise to many people. These are sort of the strongest versions of SKT and Samsung. What does Samsung have to do going in to pick some bans because it hasn't seemed like the gambits have worked out in both games 1 and 2, Jack.
Yeah, it was tricky. I wanted them to have more early game presence in the second game, and I think they did that. And they just got a little bit countered by SKT, not to mention Deficio had some good things to say about the Kindred pick. I actually agree with the analyst desk here, where I think they need to prioritize ambition, really try and get him on Olaf or something like Nidalee, and if those two get banned away, then they're not in the greatest spot, but that's what I think they should try and do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone is reaching right now to try and find solutions for Samsung, but really, I don't think their dive down bottom, where they had 5 members diving, was turned around on them, messing up.
Oye, claro, entonces queda como una semana para que cae la season.
You can see in their faces as well. They were kind of resigned, and it's been, something inside has broken a little bit.
Yeah, we have to
la pantalla del centro, la que está como en el piso, es como un mapa.
To bounce back, because SKT, you know, we always praise the individual players, we praise the teamwork, the coordination, but the level of communication to turn around those engages, like we saw in game 2, when they were down, you know, they were behind the tempo, where they were reacting, but still making it stick, was phenomenal.
And the thing is, Samsung have played
Baneo, Syndra, Baneo,
SKT here at Worlds. It's just that now they're up against the real thing, and they're losing tempo very quickly.
I agree with you. So much of it is in game. The first game was by far the closest one, where it seemed to come down to mere seconds. The first ban that is different than what happened in game 1 is this Olaf ban by SKT, the last time they banned Misfortune. However, Samsung has identical bans to the last time they were blue side.
Well, the jungle pool pinched more heavily, and knowing that ambition sort of leads the way.
Van Rice, o sea que ni Ali Rice son buenos en el lado de abajo.
Ambition, do they prioritize an early jungle pick, or Zyra was, you know, first pick blue side for Samsung? I don't think that's the option right now.
I think it's very strategic what SKT did by banning the 2 junglers, because we wanted to see ambition on a powerful jungler. But here the Lee Sin, when Elise is still on the board, doesn't actually give them that much of an advantage. And I don't think they want to pick the Zyra, because they're a little bit afraid that Wolf has learned how to play Misfortune.
Definitely true. I mean, teams have shown over and over the counter to Zyra now. It's definitely risky to early pick it, and I don't think that SKT have to do that either.
So SK Telecom have now got 30 seconds to lock in their first rotation. Jhin, Olaf in the previous game. Obviously Olaf is banned, Nidalee's out, Lee Sin's off the table, so safe picks. And Baker's going to be very confident to anything with this Orianna.
Yeah, well, he did have to pick it before Crown's mid laner in the first game. Confident.
Asegurado para Samsung.
And this is with just the Rise, Cinder, and Cassiopeia banned, so would Crown do it?
I mean, see, yeah, you say just with the, you know, Cassiopeia and Rise banned, but those have been the 3 champions he plays. He played Varus one time, tried to play Varus, and Varus and Solo killed him instantly with the Syndra. So definitely
es que no está cargando
Jhin on that, because that was something that he played a lot during the
regular season. Está cargando el 5 en el jungla
another thing that he fell back to. However, it's just so vulnerable.
I completely agree. We were wondering about the depth of Crown's champion pool, because he had been so good on that
reach for the stars.
The thing is, Victor is still available, and that was an okay matchup for them against the Orianna. But if SKT has struggled against a champion, it's really
let me say, again, the effects of SKT, what they do so often in these best of series where they've let their opponents, you know, choose their best champions and have, go ahead, Crown, have your Victor, and then they beat him with it. Now he's reluctant to go back to it, even though that has been his most comfortable champion, his best performing champion. Now they're reaching.
Yeah, SKT has been better than any other team in the history of League of Legends of attacking the mind of their opponents, whereas other times they're just specifically banning the optimal champions in every situation. But SKT throw a bunch of curveballs and really make the other team doubt their strength.
Thing is, though,
Aurelion
Sol, as you said, Quickshot, did find a victory versus SKT in the group stages, and if Samsung, you know, are going to have to reach, this is a great champion to do it with. I don't know how confident I am in Crown's ability on the champion, though, because if we were spying on his solo queue accounts, actually wasn't that great. So
my level of confidence in Crown's Aurelion Sol is about the same as in Bengi's Nidalee when they first picked it up. He never played it in a
Bengi's Nidalee did show up, so you know, there is a chance. Let's remember how you play Aurelion Sol, though, right? This is going to have to be an early play. It's going to have to be roaming plays, making proactive plays, and Crown is going to have to do that against Faker's Orianna.
Alright, obviously the MF Hover is as a reply to Zyra. Samsung, I feel, have crafted a a well-rounded team.
No relato yo porque estoy súper agotado, estoy cansadito, huevo para todos lados.
Do they run the counter to Zyra?
Tengo 4 días trabajando full power para la placa madre que compré en PC para
More reliable Karma. I would expect it to be Karma.
So they were already able to win the lane.
Tengo una foto de hecho cuando
and
vi
we
cómo
know
están.
he would have at maximum a week of practice on the pick because they thought it was a picking error the first time support MF got picked in this tournament. So
el Diego está spameando que jugada de Geometry Dash, hermano.
If they wanted to go with more sustain because of the difference in Samsung's pick going Ezreal instead of Kate.
Exactly, Ezreal on the tier early is not going to have a lot of lane presence. And this Jhin plus Nami combo has huge poke ability, but also the sustain for the bottom lane. And the bottom lane has been, you know, such a huge turning point. If you can hold on to that area of the map early.
Y no sacaron MF, sacaron... Ah, no, es que la MF funciona con Nacho nomás.
It's fair to say Samsung Galaxy cannot afford to mess up any dives with this Lee Sin and this Aurelion Sol because you know the play pattern of both of those champions.
I feel like it's safe to say they can't mess up at any point in this game, Quick Shot. They are backs against the walls, down 2-0 to SK Telecom in the finals. And yes, you're right, having those two champions does kind of exacerbate that issue.
And I'm really surprised that they actually put Ruler on Ezreal instead of on Caitlyn, because the go-to composition that works so well with Aurelion Sol was Aurelion Sol Caitlyn. You just put him behind the dragon and you hit turrets from long range. They can't do exactly the same thing with the Ezreal, and I think it's because Ruler is doubting his Caitlyn right now after 4 games on.
It's frustrating because of how impactful he could have been if the team was on a more even keel, if they had gone into those mid-game team fights not being in a 5,000 gold hole. And that's exactly what Samsung have to try to avoid this time around. I'm going to ask you for potentially one last time. Jump onto Twitter, vote. We saw it was a 75% in favor of hashtag SKT win. Los Angeles and the Staples Center for Game 3 of your World Championship Final. Put your hands together for Samsung Galaxy taking on SK Telecom T1.
And so much of this comes down to Crown and whether or not he gets the early shove on Aurelion Sol and then can go impact the other lanes. It's so important that this champion gets going early. When we talk to people like Huhi and the other people who have been successful on this champion, it's because it gives you all the options in the world, because you shove every champion early in the game, but you have to convert on those options, otherwise the pick doesn't work.
No crazy first blood shenanigans today, unlike New York. And we're going to see these standard lanes match up. Now, when SKT were in losing lanes in Game 2, they did fall behind in CS. However, that was all. They didn't give up too many kills, they didn't give up too many towers, and allowed them to bounce back when Samsung made some mistakes.
Ya bueno, toda la fe de los chiles en el dragón Aurelion Crown.
I feel like his target has got to be bottom lane, because you know Duke is actually already shown how well he can evade pressure up on the top side, and even then getting a kill onto the target is a factor for this team. So I think it's actually very clear, even to SKT, what they're going to do early on in this game, and that is Crown getting control of mid and trying to go affect that bottom lane. I do think, as you said, you know, it is good that Ruler's not on the Kate again, because he's shown with a couple of mistakes that it doesn't look like that is really his champion.
Cacha cómo hace el speed, güey, ese concha su madre, weón. Ahora le va a robar. Cuidado que está Liz, está Liz.
Very standard play here. A lot of times they're trying to take the one raptor. They also get the decoy in. Very surprised he didn't place it over the wall to try and spot the Elise at the red buff, but a safe invade, something that could have been very dangerous, but he gets off the board.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that there's no crazy play where Elise is coming from behind him to gank him at the expected raptor steal there. It does pay off, grabs the both.
We're watching Ruler and Cordia J again go toe-to-toe with Bang & Wolf. Bang & Wolf, arguably the most seasoned duo lane in the world. We've been playing together for
yo creo que
he's going to be pushing QV out, but Bang & Wolf,
QV creía que
Ruler and Cordia J,
tuneaba la weá en el pilar de caca
trying to
del
shove it,
Pokémon,
trying
pero
to get poked down, but they need to get through this mana pool, through the sustainables,
no debe estar codificado como una pared.
Which will be coming in for Nami.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to bring up as far as the experience of the bottom lanes. We were going over the histories of these two, and Ruler and Core JJ barely over 20 games played together before this series in a competitive setting, whereas Bang and Wolf has been playing for almost 300 games.
Yeah, a gigantic difference for sure, and I think that fits into the poise of these lanes. If SKT's losing the lane, they're still able to bounce back from it, whereas the experience by Samsung is so recent that you don't necessarily know how they respond to adversity.
What a difference. All of that advantage Ruler and Core DJ built up in terms of the poke and the pressure. Ruler is now out of consumables, keeps himself prison.
Me interesa ver la will que la va a armar Ben y Alice.
Gate, so a little bit of a juicier target. Either of these teams, both junglers with early game impact, could look to set themselves up. And its ambition with the small invade. Crown, gets the stun onto Faker, but doesn't even break the shield. Command protects, greater than Star Surge at this range.
Let me just touch on Ambition here, what he's doing with this invade. He wants to make sure that he doesn't waste time on the pure, pathing top lane for the top lane gank. Knows that he has time because Poppy wants to get those things. Bottom lane actually will be more impactful.
At the same time.
Good flash from 4JJ, sidestep from Ruler, Ambition's looking for Duke. Flash is still available, Sonic Wave followed, Duke holds onto the flash.
¿Pero por qué?
Not gonna be enough for a stun, Duke gets away with his life. Crown, getting a little low on mana, but still pushing his wave in, shoving Faker in it again and again.
Yeah, interesting ganks there. Really just trying to get the
summer
spell out of Duke, and they would need to make a return gank before he can hit level 6.
Hubiera hecho un flash y lo tiraba acá.
And the same is true for the bottom lane. Both ganks do find a flash on a priority target. Core JJ on Zyra is one as well. Mid lane though, don't chase into the fog of war around mid lane is one of the first rules learned as a jungler if you don't have vision on that side, especially early on.
Crown just wants to be able to continue to shove in so he can get better recall time and surge. Interesting Ambition's also harassing the Raptors when Crown is relatively low on resources at this stage in the lane. Soul would want to recall before making this play.
Ambition's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Flash is available to him, faking no shockwave though. So Ambition takes the poke and backs away.
No le queda mana, Faker no
touch on the experience as far as pro play difference of the bottom lane, but I want to back that up with a few stats as well. Coming into this series, Ruler was averaging down 6 CS at 15 minutes across the board, even though Samsung have only lost one game. That's a lot of CS to be down early on, especially having won so many. Whereas Bang, we've already talked about this, he's got the highest KDA of any player at Worlds.
Le puede cargar el caleo fácilmente y lo pueden matar.
Fulfilling his role to a T.
Ni siquiera lo intenta.
Yeah, and you can see it in this game right here already being so massive. And I like the Nami adaptation against Zyra as a gank approaches from the mid lane.
So he's flashed away from Crown. If he got pulled back into that, would have gone flash and goes down.
And it's the little things that SKT do. It's not like they're pulling out this insane support pick, but they have taken the time to figure out that they can beat Zyra without having to go for the support misfortune, which takes away.
Es súper bueno cancelar caleos, cabros, porque es como que le extendiera el tiempo de casteo del V1. Que dura 8 segundos, si se lo canceláis, le agregáis lo que le cancelaste. Todo ese tiempo que estuvo ahí parado sin hacer nada.
Put some additional pressure onto that lane. Cuba's been able to fall into 6, even with a gank up top and no flash on Duke. Still behind in CS.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even though Samsung are, right there, neck and neck as far as gold is concerned, it doesn't feel like they have very many options on their map. We go down the checklist, okay, Aurelion Sol is going to want to push in. He doesn't have, early purchases of damage, and neither does an Ezreal, which is the lane we said he wanted to attack. It's a tier Ezreal versus a Nami in lane that's already ahead. If Samsung is to make an early move, it's going to be difficult for them to convert on the play, and SKT can afford to play reactionary.
No,
around Starset doesn't find Faker. Faker actually ghosts up, realizes he's down an ultimate, and there's support coming in from Ambition.
Yeah, down an ultimate and down in jungle pressure.
Go the Faker.
Purchasing at the moment, so he rightly backs off and burns
Pero creo que está metiendo poco daño.
down summoner spell there.
And we also have yet to see Crown make any substantial roams. He wasn't able to take his lane shove in the river, or even sync up with jungle invades as of yet. And that's just kind of a successful Aurelion Sol.
Potential jungle invade, yeah. Vision from Ambition onto Bengi. Ambition's got support from Q-Base and pings onto Crown as well, but no roam just yet from the mid laners.
That being said, Crown's doing very well in CS and is
kind of equalizing the goal difference of the bottom lane.
Están cagando a Benji, weón. Igual eso puede ser bueno, weón.
That control mid lane does result in a red buff.
Están focusándose en gankear al
jungla. Objectives, but definitely something for their trouble. These wards will see any sort of blue bottom lane as well.
Ruler's caught up, stand down.
Bueno, Nico Fake van a...
Damage will be blocked here by Core JJ as Ruler standing behind his support.
Yeah, and what we see here is Samsung would want to be able to go down to that side of the map, but they can't because of the pressure.
Oh! Dashed away from Ambition. Gets
Faker no calcula bien el tiempo de stun.
Would have been enough damage to kill him, but regardless, backs away.
Yeah, and it's the pressure of this bottom lane that's stopping Crown from having a large impact on it because he can't necessarily roam through the river. He's going to try coming through the brush though.
Alright, flashes are available for Bang.
Here we go.
Wolf.
Number one.
It comes up. Star third. The star. Voice of life. Knocks down Bang. Celestial expansion is out. Here comes Bengi. Bengi gets a cocoon.
First blood
onto Bang. The tidal wave is flashed away from as Core JJ runs for his life.
Exactly as we set it up. This is a tier Ezreal, very low damage. Aurelion sold no damage purchases. And then bottom lane of SKT is a Jhin with early armor penetration. They can afford to play reactionary there. Overextension from Samsung does give up the first blood.
Yeah, Cuvée hits Duke out of the duel, but that gank was awful from Crown. You could say that they said, hey, we really need help bottom lane. We can't let Bang get going. But for all the things Kobe mentioned, Tier versus the Serrated Dirk onto Bang, they're going to lose this duel. Look how late Bengi actually is to this play after all of the damage had been written. Even if it was 2v3, they might have still had to run away. But Bengi comes in, secures the first blood for Bang, and easily build on the strength of that duel.
If you want that play to work, you
se complican las cosas para
Samsung. Damage, exactly. You have to bring your teleport, you have to bring your jungler. They didn't even have, Ambition down there passing. Now, they will get the consolation prize of the dragon, which is an Infernal Drake, which is extremely important, so at least they do get this counter. They need to sneak it very quickly, though, and Bank is on the way.
Won't be able to get out. That common of legend, not this time.
A ver, entonces Samsung debería...
So first blood onto Bang, plus 25 CS, they call it. Gives him a 750 gold lead. Already at 10 minutes. Even in the mid lane, that roam from Crown allowed Faker to claw his way back into the lead. And for Samsung Galaxy, they do have some scaling on their side again this time around. More of a risk. Crown once again takes the shotgun from the blue buff Faker.
Yeah, when Faker's able to get blue buff, he can start applying this type of pressure, which is very important. And as you mentioned, Quickshot, because of all of the gold being on SKT's AD carry, mid game becomes incredibly important.
It does indeed. Voice of Life comes out. Bengi is going to repel out.
No pateó, bicho, tenía buena patada.
A target, and Bengi just gets out of range of that sonic wave. It looked like a close fight, but nobody really infiltrated.
And also most of the damage goes to the jungler there, where Bengi can go back and farm. Now Faker has control of the mid lane. He clears out some pink wards. Crown has to go recall on the Aurelion Soul, and Faker gets to push this lane in with that blue buff. Won't even lose any mana after it.
1,000 gold, gentlemen, and Samsung Galaxy's first few plays have not landed.
They get maybe 2 more shots, if I'm thinking of this game as pressure builds for Faker in the mid lane, and Crown's effective gank range diminishes.
If you take a shot at SKT, you better not miss.
Luckily, Bang did miss and Ruin survives.
Alright, let's also set up this mid game a little bit and talk about why Faker is as great as he is, and why everyone talks about how he's the best player. So much of it are the predictive plays that he makes. I mean, you can only get so good as well. Speaking of the devil, he's able to get a good chunk off there.
Shockwave, flash from again.
Flash. And Faker is blocking these roams from Crown because the blue buff and the shove he's had. And
Faker sabe jugar contra un Aurelion, weón. Le está bloqueando todos los roams que quiere hacer el Crown.
And Aurelion always wants to push and disappear into the fog of war, but Faker's disappearing first and preventing Crown from being able to make those roams.
Exactly. He plays off the expected behavior of his opponent, punishes them, before they even realize that they are in a fight. Bengi also clearing out vision, so Faker has more room to work with all around this side of the map. Got early alert system on Ambition.
Exceptional play from SK Telecom to get the advantage. We've not watched Duke and Cuvée a huge amount, and even though CS is relatively even, Duke's been bullying QV a lot. In his face, been pushing it, waving the QV's tower over and over and over again, despite the fact Duke was actually the recipient of the first gank from Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, but then there was no follow-up, but he hit level 6 on Trundle, and now he's building up his way towards sustain. So unless Ambition was going to send 3 people up there, which you think they'd be able to do with the Aurelion Sol and the Lee Sin, but they haven't been able to do that because of the mid lane pressure.
Exactly what's been happening for 13 minutes. Great teleport play. Throw the hammer down. No Ghost EX and never chase into the fog of war. You don't know what's waiting in the darkness.
Definitely true. The darkness, though, Banky's moving up to the top side to look at QV.
Alright, let's follow the cocoon from Banky. He needs to try and lock QV down. He hits the pillar, actually blocks it. Oh, once again, wow. Easy peasy. Duke and Banky literally took no damage.
Dread the resist, tank the turret with the guy healing off of him, and Nate, like you say, make it look easy.
Melt them like butter there. Also, this Poppy is stacking armor, whereas Earthen Stork Boots on Banky allow him to just rip through the Poppy. Not to mention that subjugate you talked about. Faker, though, hiding in the brush.
Was indeed. Shockwave still available and traded a lot of damage. Voice of Light. Faker gets Command Protect. Shock Barrage is sidestepped. Crown doesn't get the kill.
Crown was trying to bait him into that 2-shot barrage. Faker didn't quite take it, but pretty close little 1v1 there.
Worst trade Faker is taken in this lane. He's going to be forced into a recall, and I wonder if Ambition would want to go for the kill.
Oh. No, not if you miss. What was the line? If you take a shot, you best not miss, Kobe.
Yeah, well, he missed. And funny thing there is, too, Faker had flash. He held on to it. Like, Ambition, no big deal. I know that I can just walk away from this one. That right there is discipline.
I think he's going to find Ambition.
Also a little hubris.
It is indeed. Ambition doesn't want to run the risk of getting caught out. Look at the 4 pink wards in the bottom quadrant of the jungle around this dragon.
No me como juega Benji, que está como el hocico del monitor, weón. Pegado, loco,
Yeah, and Samsung is hoping so much to be able to turn a positive play in this bottom lane where they're down nearly 40 CS with Ghostblade Jhin. But Ruler just doesn't have the items yet. He's going to need to complete some of these and get about a 20 to 22 minute power spike. If somehow Samsung could get a 4 to 5 man dive in the bottom lane and get him some kills before he actually just transitions to that power spike, it would be a way for them to get back in this game. But that's a huge investment for a play that probably isn't going to happen.
There is, but Jack, if there's one positive thing here, Samsung are down a less amount of gold than I've seen them down at 15 minutes. It's only 1,000. It did feel a lot more substantial in games 1 and 2, Direction 2
Also,
but they're not hemorrhaging more.
Also, yeah. Well, honestly, well, here we go. SKT setting up a play.
Oh, is that my fault? Did I give the cost a curse? 4JJ Sinnoh Stranglefall's available. Gonna throw it down underneath Benji's feet. So a little bit of time. And the flash from Benji.
Good counter. And the thing I was about to point out for Samsung, in addition to, not being down as much as last time, as you said, quick shot, is that they're in a better situation as far as the vision is concerned. And they have been keeping up their wards. Plus, as you can see right now, 4 pink wards in the inventory. They are doing their due diligence.
Samsung se han cachado que se ha dedicado a sacar todos los dragones.
In order to set up these plays.
Y ese que Telecom simplemente juega a ganar la línea.
Go ahead 2-0 as far as the Drake count.
The Drake control.
Sango tiene un muy buen Drake control.
Ocean Drake for the extended laning phase, very important, as well as the Infernal Drake for the potential late game scaling. Got to knock SKT a little bit for considering they've had the dual lane advantage. Not being able to get the vision up around the Drake can be considered a failure by SKT.
And I guess the counter argument, if Benji had made that gank stick, they would have got to kill some tower pressure, maybe the dragon as well. But unfortunately, Ruler and Core JJ outplayed, survived longer. Frozen Fist is now picked up, that Iceborne Gauntlet. So Ruler's going to have a little bit more leeway in that lane. But it's still such a significant difference. Nearly 1,000 gold between the 280 carries.
And it actually is a very important purchase to get some armor versus the platinum center of the Jhin that he's going to build. But that's going to be actually closed in on mid with multiple members.
Shockwave connects this time around and flash away from Crown as he gets out of range of that bubble. Tower First Blood though, going to be on the list. Not going to get secured just yet. 4JJ arrives just in time and the wave is cleared by the stars.
That play was super similar to something the Analysts did in the preview where they set up the support in the jungle from both sides of the mid lane as Faker goes for a play and set up relentless pressure on the mid lane turret. This is a play that SKT runs fairly often and it's quite successful. They're pushing Crown back, nearly taking the turret.
And it is also born of that style where Faker's constant pressure in the mid lane, slowly whittling down this turret. Now SKT trying to move in for that Vision Wars, but Samsung doing a good job of defending themselves this time around. I mean, we honestly have to look at it from Samsung's point of view, from the underdog point of view, to try and see where the cracks are.
I mean, that's where all the plays have to happen. For SK Telecom, the expected outcome is 3-0.
Ya, primer round y lo dieron, cagamos. Primer round de Crown y lo acaban de ver.
They seem to show up and peak at the right time. And for Samsung, if they can stall to late, if they can play spoiler, they need to do that 3 more times.
Creo en la decisión de Faker. Lo ve, va para arriba, pinkea, se va al medio.
First kill of this game because SKT, you gotta start small in this one. You're thinking about World Championship. Let's get a kill or a turret, and also defend this mid lane turret where Faker is relentlessly pushing. Look at the wards up on the sides as well as the turret. How's Crown going to actually defend this? Solo gold going over to Faker. That's huge.
Big time. Sound first blood.
20 minutos, 200 minions, primera torre de Faker. Está fideado. Oh, y Crown le hacen la combo, triple stun y no alcanzan a ultiar. Un bichón.
Follows over. Curtain call fired and Core JJ blocked one shot. The third and fourth. They don't have the range. Just the kill to SKT,
y no le da, señores Samsung.
Shoving in the mid lane over and over again and making Crown have so few options.
Bottom lane.
Oh, Ruler, this has happened
¿Qué pasó, Samsung?
again and again and again. There's no flash available. Well, I mean, it's just to arcane shift away, but it's Faker that kills a Ruler. The 4th kill of the game.
And Quickshot, how often are we saying there's no flash available? Because SKT is using the flashes with the first play and punishing the lack of flashes with the second play. They are so far ahead in tempo in order to pull off these plays.
Meanwhile, the follow-up here from Banky over the walls, and Ambition is going to be able to safeguard out of the range, but it doesn't matter. SKT take their toll, Faker gets his tax, another outer turret.
Yeah, now it's 4,500 gold, and you have to start thinking of SKT. Could this be another 3-0 finals victory like they had in 2013? And it's incredible when you think of it.
La última final que yo había visto de League of Legends en vivo fue la Season 3, donde SK Telecom ganó 3-0.
Would we ever have a repeat champion, let alone a team that could win 3 and 4 years, and a player who could be considered the best player in the world for 4 years?
They're already the only ones to do it twice, making a very good case, moments away even from doing it thrice.
Feels like the inevitability. The expectation wasn't there coming into Worlds, but after seeing SKT in the group stages, that feeling that it was going to be 3 times, the hat-trick started to build and grow.
Me confirma por interno que Riot Games está baneando a SK Telecom de League of Legends.
Ruler has been left alone multiple times. Look how well executed this dive is. Cube gets a decent stun, but damage onto Benji and Duke, and you know, it's just, it is methodical and calculated.
Yeah, and the play that Samsung would have to bounce
Samsung
back,
se está desmoronando.
is already blocked. They don't have anyone in the dual lane with which to dive someone on the other side of the map.
Están intentando ecualizar, pero no logran sacar torre, van a intentar con la de bot.
So really, SKT just playing incredibly sharp as the series progresses.
Meanwhile, they're even playing defensively on
Vamos, Samsung, te quiero ver.
We talk about ebb and flow, and this has been kind of our conversation over this series. Faker, you can see, yes, he is bottom. He is part of the gold income for SKT, receiving them anyway, but doesn't try and defend that turret that's about to go down. They see the only dangerous spot on the map in exchange for the huge play top where they get even more.
6,000 gold down, 5 kills to 0. Samsung do have a couple dragons under their belt with Cloud spawning in 20 seconds, but it doesn't matter if you can't find an opportunity to fight. Faker picked up a Luden's Echo after his Royal Anomicon. Luden's going to arcane shift there, flash away. Once again, Summoner spell down. Ambition follows the Sonic Wave. There's not a lot of follow-up as the GLP spits out some ice balls. Ruler's going to arcane shift forward. Voice of Light won't kill Bengi. Bengi actually closes the safety after being tagged by True Shot Barrage, but Samsung throw everything and the kitchen sink and don't even get a kill.
I think that may get a third drink for it though, and that is the one thing really going in their favor. The problem is, even with all the Drake control, SKT are going to go back and purchase, and the combat strength for them right now is more than enough to still take the victory.
Yeah, and as far as teams that would benefit from Infernal Drake, this is one of the lower compositions for Samsung. Aurelion Sol doesn't really build that much AP to multiply. Blue build Ezreal also doesn't have that much attack damage early. There's a lot better champions they could have to try and take advantage of that Infernal Drake. So, yes, it's cool that they have the 3 Drakes, but that is nowhere close to the 5,000 gold lead.
He proto belts forward. Going to go into human form to look for the cocoon though. And Ruler's able to escape with his life. You know, we touched on the SKT legacy, but it's even more amazing when you look at the fact that they've changed players, they've built teams around Bengi and Faker over the years, and continue to be the most relevant international teams in Korea. They've won more international titles than any other league of legends.
And the most impressive thing to me is the longevity of Bengi and Faker. Both of those players have sat on the bench. Those are going to be the only 2 players, you know, with the triple crown.
Okay, right. Run the other way, buddy. Yeah, only see. Deadly Flourish could lock him down, and it does. A couple extra shots, and Duke sets it up. Bang brings it home.
Triple cup.
And the Infinity Edge also being built early. Instead of the Duskblade, making sure he's got some late game insurance on that Jhin. And I agree with you guys. The duration of dominance for these players.
Vamos, Bengi, Faker por el tricampeonato.
And Coma as well, knowing when to sub the
Samsung igual tiene la trifuerza en los dragones, weón.
6-man roster in their last 2
World
championship victories.
Oh, cago.
Tidal wave, curtain call. Maybe
Un error y SKT contra Jhin.
Telecom sieging the mid in a turret at 25 minutes with an 8,000 gold lead. It is both beautiful in its irony and simplicity that curtain call secures more towers for SKT.
It's almost hard to watch to the complete destruction that SKT brings to their opponents. Just taking them out on all aspects of the game.
Yeah, and they have the right answer to so many things. They know where you're going to be going, they're there before you. They know what you're going to be picking, so they prep a counter for it. Duke's Trundle, the best Trundle we've seen for sure, and Bang already preemptively retreating Crown coming down the mid lane, and guess what? Now they have an answer. Where's Crown going to go?
Duke's going to throw up the pillar, does get stunned up, and GLP's already been used by Crown. Decent pin, stun onto Duke, this might be the first kill. Dragon's Rage kick, Voice of Light is sidestepped, and Wolf is being tagged by those stars. Cubase stuns Wolf against the wall, still not down, Shockwave catches Duke, and finally, Samsung Galaxy are on the board. It's 1 kill to 7, but now they're routed, running for their lives. Faker's on a killing spree at 3-0-1, and they traded back.
We said a couple minutes ago Samsung had to get that first kill, but the gold lead was about 2,000 for SKT then. Step 1, ah crap, forgot about step 2. Now they're down 9,000 gold to this team. Watch this one more time. Duke doesn't actually ult anywhere in here.
Yeah, the reason they get this kill is because Faker's so far away, and Faker is such a big part of that team fight. A little aggressive here. Wolf is the one that's going to pay the price. Honestly, though, Samsung, they'll take what they can get. But 1-for-1 at this point in the game is definitely some much-needed gold in their pockets. And really, the only answer there was a great snipe from Bang to land that snare, setting Faker.
Bang es muy bueno con Jhin,
Again and again and again, that Jhin has worked in Bang's favor. You were talking about how SKT sort of crushed their opponents. We've mentioned sort of the mental aspect of the game, beating opponents on their best champions. Victor was available this game, was there, and because of the game 1 result, Crown did not go back to the champion. He's played more than 50% of his professional career games. Ridiculous amount.
Samsung felt like they had to do something different. With the posture of Faker to pick Orianna so early, it just showed how fearless he was against the potential of another Victor. And I feel like Samsung respected that and tried to do something different, but Faker has been the victim of a few bad games against Aurelion Sol, and it definitely feels like he's improved the way he's playing, always being in the right place at the right time whenever Crown tries to make a run.
This is what Faker plays like when he's angry.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like they're very
3-0-1.
angry in this game. SKT feel actually kind of lax. And similar to Samsung, in the early game, in the first game, they showed so much fight, so much willingness to make those proactive plays, reach out to try and take some chances. But SKT have kind of removed that from their playstyle.
I agree, and we talk about the history of Bengi and Faker going for 3 World Championships. Bang and Wolf are going for their second, and they're going to be some of the only players to ever do that. We talk about how long they've been a duo lane together, playing nearly 300 pro games.
Critical not even needed.
Wolf and Bang beating each other up, they're going for more.
They are indeed flash away from JJ. Good save, his life.
And when you go back to the regular season as well, Bang almost always topping the damage per minute charts. For as much as Zeicro has been dominant, Bang has become probably the best AD carry, at least at Worlds here, and the damage numbers back it up, and with World Championships are going to back it up as well. Bang also making a legacy for himself alongside Bang.
Run down by Bang, flash away.
Uy, buena, papi.
Knock up onto Duke. That was a good play by Cuvate to find the stun, and again, small wins, small advantages at 30 minutes, down 10k.
Don't worry, Jack. It's still relevant, even though he just died right there. The tombstone for going.
Bang still cementing a legacy for himself, even if he gets caught out in the third game.
Cocoon Sports Crown, as is the Apple Prison. D-Spinner flash away. Voice of Light saves Crown's life. But he throws every single spell available to jump out. And it's just desperation plays here for Samsung. Infernal Drake is up, so this will most likely go to Samsung. So that's 4 dragons in 30 minutes, and the next will be Aldo.
We are downplaying this because of the huge gold advantage, but once again,
bueno, dice que Telecom dio todos los dragones y tenía que llevar un delante y no fue.
Which is actually probably the only page left in their playbook at this point. That was a huge pick for them, though, to earn another Drake, but it looks like SKT wants to make them pay even more for it.
Well, this would be a time to try and get back. They start with the True Shot Barrage. You want SKT to make
Juve has teleport. Samsung can try and make a play, makes a lot of damage.
Rulers jump forward, already used the True Shot Barrage. Wolf is killed by Ambition. It looks like Samsung are coming back. They've killed Faker.
Comienzo.
Bengi and moving on to Duke.
Comienzo.
He's tagging him with the stars. They're peeling backwards.
Un varón pasando un Galaxy en este momento sería la única forma.
But they killed 3. Bang would have his ultimate, and Duke doesn't. So this is gonna slingshot him back.
Yeah, SKT's so risky. They slip up here.
Do you believe, Staples? Samsung Galaxy pick up the Baron.
And it came out of nowhere. And suddenly, the Drakes we've been downplaying will play a huge part in this game because there are 5 extra outer turrets for Samsung to clean up with this Baron. There's a huge amount of gold standing on the map. This was simply SKT's 4-man Baron. No respect
oh my God.
to collapse there. And they punish them heavily for it.
And so much of SKT's confidence has worked for them. This time it absolutely works against them because the True Shot Barrage scouted them while Bang wasn't in the Baron pit. And they stayed on the Baron. It was easily punished there by Samsung.
Let's keep track of this Baron power play because it should be one of the larger of the tournaments.
It needs to be if they want to come back in the game.
At what point am I allowed to start believing? Because yes, that is a Baron play.
Never stop believing, quick.
There is 6,000 gold down.
Never stop.
But Samsung have started to play scrappy. 4 members of SKT moving into the jungle. Bengi is rooted up by the grasping roots, and Bengi and Duke going away. Bengi takes a lot of damage. Proto belts out, and the minion wave is
going on right here, and Crown never left this wave. It is
el caleo de ese Cateleco me está haciendo súper malo, weón.
To get a big Baron power play, but so far with that rotation, it's very impressive.
2 towers, gonna steal away a red buff, get deep vision in the top quadrant of the jungle. What was a 10,000 gold lead is now 4,000, and Baron stats and dragons helping Samsung mitigate that even closer.
Well, now we get to go back to your very early point, Quick Shot, about the champion selected here for Samsung, because they are not the best late game scaling, and they're gonna have to make this extra momentum work and make these picks work for them.
Yeah, and they have to be able to get control of the Elder Drake because that's their window into victory. 4 elemental Drakes stacking with the Elder if they're able to get it. And this game, as far as our narrative was going, was pretty much over with the way SKT was systematically drowning Samsung out. But as it usually switches around the other way, SKT makes the mistake, and now can Samsung punish?
Let's find out. Samsung trying to push up. Command attack thrown down by Faker. Cube gonna threaten the tower, and it's picked up by Samsung.
That's 4 turrets during this Baron buff they've been able to take. SKT are still keeping up the 1-4-1 though.
Okay, gentlemen, the Elder Drake spawns around 36 minutes into the game. Ruler and Crown pushing out the bottom lane. Cube's gonna go lead and match with Duke. To at least slow down and thwart that top lane push. Could another tower be secured? SKT seem better poised to defend.
There is a ward behind them. SKT do have teleport available on Duke, but Cube is keeping sight on Duke.
Oh my fucking god!
Faker's down! Cloud is pushing forward. It's at the cost of Ambition's life. Cloud is zoning away SK Telecom. Another tower has fallen. 5,000 gold on the power play.
Ambition makes the huge play on.
Estoy viendo por segunda vez Samsung Galaxy, yo lo dije. Samsung Galaxy fue el team que estando 2-0 lo dio vuelta, weón. ¿Será que puede hacer lo mismo que hizo para ganarse el cupo a este mundial contra SK Telecom?
Find a stun. Cube again, zoning. Rulers on the inhibitor, knocking it away. Crown's very aggressive. Careful here. Flash available. Damage out. Cube on the front line. Doesn't find the stun. Onto Duke. Ruler and Cube running for their lives. Oh! 10 seconds. Ruler, he can ship. He's very aggressive.
Murió. Tenía que haber deleteado.
Bye bang! And SKT defend the inhib.
Banky and Bang played that backline so incredibly well with Ruler shifting in, and they dodge out, land the cocoon, and take him down so close.
Yeah, watching this play one more time as well, Faker was looking actually to try and get some type of aggressive engage when Ambition sneaks around the side. War Jump Flash doesn't give him time to react, also Faker slashes down. And it's almost as if SKT was lulled into complacency by their own dominance in this game and weren't necessarily respecting the Baron power play there or the flank from the Lee Sin. This means they have to now reset and figure out how they can win this game that they had been winning for the first 28 minutes.
Samsung Galaxy now on the warpath, trying to close this gap. 3,000 gold remains for them. 2.5 picked up, and the Elder Dragon that we keep setting up. This is going to be the battleground to really decide the way this game plays out.
That was a 6,000 gold Baron power play. Samsung Galaxy averaged 5,500 coming into the series. They did that against SKT down 0-2 in the series. Elder is up and alive. A minute 40 till Baron, and Samsung don't pull the trigger yet.
Pick potential is huge right here. Who can actually start the fight first? Would it be Banky's Cocoon, Faker Shockwave, or could Ambition make another play? Because if Samsung can pick off Faker or Bang, they could actually win the game after being down 10,000 gold to 1 point, because that would transition to Elder, and they could push to win with that.
Either pick SKT off or separate SKT using the Poppy ultimate and snare with Dyra the rest of the members into a teamfight scenario, thereby artificially creating a numbers advantage and basically picking SKT.
Yeah, and with that though, SKT is trying to restore order to the map right here. They have Grundle pushing on the other side, who can make it to the inhibitor. No GA, but you have to send 2 people to stop him actually. Cube would have to get down there, or he has to start the fight right now.
Let's find out. Order has not been restored because Samsung are defying the Game 3 rules of logic. Bounced back, punishing some mistakes. Look at that iceberg of a mountain. It's turned around. I don't know, I'll spare it.
It's a great visual. I'm just visualizing this floating mountain here. Oh, Cortez does get companies out.
Not taken down yet. Duke's siege on the top lane. SKT are setting up.
Also remember how important this vision battle is around the Elder Drake. We mentioned the pick potential on Samsung, but that is there for SKT as well. Anytime you have a late game Jhin, pick potential is definitely there.
Staples is electric as SK Telecom are slowly regaining control. Baron is up as well. You now have split objectives.
We could see teams prioritizing one over the other and trading.
And it means you have to have vision in both spots. Orianna can actually solo the Elder Drake, but I believe there's a ward in the back of the pit that can see this. But it's burning down so quick.
Orianna full item puede solearse al Drake.
Baron is available though, and that will be the next battlefield. And Samsung don't choose to fight over the Elder Dragon.
Right, but with 0 elemental drakes, this Elder Drake is actually very non-threatening as far as Samsung is concerned. It's a very small amount of true damage burn.
Which is also the reason why SKT were able to burn it down so quickly. Much easier to kill it the less drakes that you have. Lower risk, also lower reward.
Is this the moment that Samsung turn the game around? They're still down 5,000 gold. They have to fight against an Elder Dragon buff SKT. Vision is looking at not the greatest in and around that Baron pit. The defensive wards from SKT. Neither team going to set up 2 GAs on both sides, but Duke is on cooldown.
Also have to worry about scaling at the moment. I mean, Aurelion Soul, the drawback, to the great early game and the roaming prowess is
Go Samsung!
Faker on this Orianna, he's level 18, he's peaking, he's almost 6 full item build here for Orianna. Faker can completely destroy a team fight, whereas Crown has to do so much to zone and keep his AD carry up. A lot of DPS from Samsung has to come from Ruler. All eyes will be on Ruler for the team fight.
Completely agree, and he's been the target of some poor positioning in a lot of these earlier fights. Also, if we're thinking about the way that Samsung can actually make plays in a standard setting,
Todo depende de Ruler.
SKT going to Baron.
La regla, señores, carreando a Samsung.
The Aurelion Sol with the hyper carry behind it, setting up those zones, but they don't have enough control of the mini waves or necessarily the champions or lead to do it. So it's really hard for them to get control back in this game.
Very close to securing Flame Horizon and Cubase. One bright side to Samsung Galaxy, the champion's range could theoretically, they outrange that shockwave, but they cannot afford a mistake. Ruler has arcane shifted and flashed forward aggressively so many times.
No.
Most of them have actually backfired. Ambition does not follow the Lee syndrome. It backs away.
Yeah, Faker again, picking up his 6th item, zoning his Hourglass before 40 minutes. He did the same thing in game 1. Now becomes about getting picks.
Wow, Flash was used by Wolf in
Flash
exchange for a ward. No Dragon's Rage. The Baron fight were to break out for the next minute and a bit. And instead, it's just a Vision battle again. Kobe, both of these teams are now trying to play around the Baron. You can see how pivotal it is to initiate plays for both teams.
And because of all the extra damage here on SKT, they've been able to gain control of this Baron pick, and establishing Vision is that all-important first step because of the importance of the pick. If Samsung get a pick, they don't have nearly as much damage to threaten. And Ruler, the prime target!
Caught out by at least one shot from the vehicle. The second swims past Ambition. Bingy's in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to be able to repel it by a lot of time.
That is so much poke though, and Samsung doesn't have the sustain nor the vision of the Baron pit to deal with that in the right fashion. Ruler has to stick around now at half health.
Shots onto Ambition, he's still got that GA. SKT starts to Baron.
Watch for Bang to hold on to that crit shot as long as he can. Uses it on the Baron, he's got to reload now.
Cubase now pushing forward, stuns up Bang. Already trying to back away, Cubase in trouble. Reaper's verdict has sent SKT away. Wolf gets hit by the Baron. It's helping Samsung. Wolf goes down. Core JJ gets his first kill of the game. Bengi and Duke, they want to reply. Not only do Samsung stop Baron, they get a kill as well.
Samsung still have life in them, still fighting here. They're able to take down Wolf with the help of Baron. Pincer movement there, and they buy more time in the game.
Flash used by Cubase.
And here, you mentioned Bang wanted to hold on to the 4th shot. He doesn't, and that gives Cubase an opportunity. But it's all about the Poppy ultimate here. Ruler zones Faker up to the side. Wolf is again trapped between Baron and the enemy team. And Bang just barely flashes that last heroic charge. Otherwise, it could have been 2 kills for Sam.
Cubase did an immense amount of work in that deep.
Samsung going for Baron.
They're the ones tanking it.
All of SKT is here.
Curtain calls, firing, lands onto Cubase. Star Surge not going to stun anybody. Clown's taking damage, throws down the GLP. Baron's helping out. Only Cubase is caught. Faker's tag. Bangs on the back line. Faker uses the hourglass. He's got.
Oh my god!
He's popping. Faker is killed.
See?
Gets his GA popped as well. He's going to spawn, but here comes Bang. Bang's running low on ammo. Whisper wants blood, but he's running away. Deadly Flourish finds nobody, and this time round, SKT stop Baron at the cost of Faker's life.
And it's just the one death and not the Baron, as you say. Wolf was
Let's go, Samsung!
Do a very bold Baron start with the complete intent of peeling off to kill Faker, but SKT manages their defeat there.
And they even traded one Guardian Angel apiece for the actives here. Alright, here comes Samsung. They pull off of the Baron, and Duke walks away with the Shockwave active. Ambition, once again, targets Faker, kicks him into the team, and the rest of them take care of the damage.
And the margins in these fights are so slim. Look at how low everyone is on Samsung as they do that. And they're forced again. No Faker this time.
This is not a replay. Faker's still dead for 5 more seconds.
No flash on Bang either if Ambition can get him.
4,000 hit points on Baron. Strangleforce will buy time. Bangy's caught out the pit. Ambition decides to peel for the Ambition takes a lot of damage, but Duke is the target. He's tanking up 5 members of Samsung. Ruler goes forward as the arcade ship. Respawn, and here comes Faker!
Are you kidding me? You have to work so hard to take the late game of first SKT. They're run off of the Baron. Faker revives.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate the intensity that this game has delivered when it's seemed like it was going to be a walkover for SKT. Samsung not saying die, regaining their composure, and making aggressive calls that aren't desperate because they're willing to peel at the right time, and they're peeling as a unit towards this Baron. It's not necessarily winning them the game, but for being down so far in this game as well as the series, they are putting up a heck of a fight.
And clutch plays. We've kept highlighting it. We gave credit to SKT. I think we need to give credit to Ambition. This guy, back-to-back plays onto Faker, who we talked about having so much damage, being full build, full level Orianna. He's able to find it twice.
Step back and look at the whole Samsung. 2 games of this series, they have dug deep. They've waited for an opportunity, and they've allowed themselves to extend the game. We're going to another 50-minute match in the Championship Series World Finals. This was meant to be a 3-0, and yes, it still could be. Samsung has shown way more spirit than a lot of people gave them credit for.
I agree, but we also have to look at what is still a Herculean effort for them to come back from. SKT's team has just so much health to cut through. Duke's build is insane. He's transitioning for later and later game tank items, and Samsung just might not have the DPS to kill him in these fights.
Fue que se empezó esa weá en mid laner, weón. En el late, escuché una línea después se jugó totalmente. Una línea del exterior.
Cuba's gonna finish his teleport. They knock Bangy backwards. A 2-man shockwave, but not onto the GPS. GPA is gonna be used. That means Cuba's in trouble. Gonna start to back out. Safeguard saves his life. Ruler still zoning away. Duke doing so much damage. Looking for those mystic shots. Samsung Galaxy are not done yet.
Faker again puts the Orianna ball on a member of the front line who's trying to escape. Does get 2 in it, but it only hit the tank.
Yeah, he's not hitting the money shockwaves you want him to get onto Ruler, Core JJ, and Crown. But with that being said, it is a tankier backline for Samsung than they had the last time Faker played Orianna, so not necessarily the one-shot potential on a lot of these targets.
Very, very true, and neither team willing to fully commit to the end of that fight because they know the next fight, complete victory, will be the game. Baron is up, and whichever team is victorious in that team fight will have a tremendous amount of pushing power.
We're also seeing Ruler having some good fights on Ezreal, where late game in fights he was struggling on Caitlyn. This is why they picked it for him. Duke, though, would have to teleport in to stop this Baron.
Well, Samsung are going to peel away. They've not fully committed for the objective. Duke has decided not to teleport in yet. He's going to have an advantage.
It's huge. Cube doesn't have teleport. Duke does. They didn't force the teleport out from Duke. That means SKT could force 5v4s at Baron.
SKT forcing that cross map, and they're going to get the advantage in positioning around Baron Pit, which is crucial, taking down the vision.
Duke's got over 120 CS advantage over Cube and has really had Cube's number throughout the majority of the series. Will he be where SKT need him in these coming minutes? Looks like Cube's trying to chase him away.
How many more plays does Ambition have in him? Can he find Faker or Bang again? I mean, this is,
Suficiente,
for me, the most successful role swap of all time. Ambition was a great professional mid laner, voted to the LCK All-Star team, and now he's on the world stage making plays. Duke, though, starting it off.
No lockdown from the Jhin, and now all of a sudden Ambition forced to back away. Curtain Call looking for some targets in very beefy tanks.
0 for 4 on the shots too. That's important because SKT needed the poke onto Samsung with Baron and Elder Drake now on the field.
You can tell both teams are feeling the tension here and the importance of that next fight.
Where is the priority? Samsung have another shot at Elder Drake.
Todavía no empieza la última pelea.
For SKT, and it's very clear SKT has control of the Baron, but Core JJ forced to flash. Shockwave wasn't actually used by Faker. So important.
La clásica se cadele con Baiter.
And those are the rewards of winning the vision battles. Oh my goodness, Bengi misses the cocoon.
Also notice the little race going down on the bottom side. Cube's down trying to match Trundle without a teleport advantage. So he's staying really close to him at all times to try and prevent him from forcing a 5v4. But like you say, the vision battle around Baron is SKT trying to chip away at Samsung.
Still 60 seconds on the cooldown for Cube's teleport. Samsung are dancing on a knife's edge, challenging the vision that SKT has set up. That's why SKT is somewhat in control of this passage of play. With teleports, with vision control, it's Samsung that have to regain control.
And it's a little crazy quick shot because we've been on this knife's edge for 13 minutes. Since Samsung's Baron power play ran off, we've had an Elder Drake taken by SKT, them not doing anything with it, Elder Drake respawning, and in that time, the gold lead hasn't changed. Everyone has hit max items, and we are still at a stalemate.
Samsung set out to prove how great of a team they are, and that they didn't just slink into the finals. Definitely proven it thus far in the series.
Again, Faker trying to burst down Elder.
This time around though, Samsung are closer.
Este es malo.
Don't think they can get there quick enough.
Si ese Cateleco saca el dragón,
maybe enough for a challenge.
mucho
On the front line. That crowd. Elder Dragon is secured by SKT. Crowd takes so much damage from the curtain call. Cube's trying to back away. The call is run. The call is run. Samsung are trying to follow Ruler. Cube's flashed over the wall. Ruler arcane shifts to safety. The dash. The dive. Nobody's died just yet, but Samsung are ticking. They're low and in trouble.
Even if they get back to the base, they're so low they're going to have to heal, and SKT have positioning to return to Baron with the Elder Dragon buff.
Clutch secure there. The Ezreal came through, and I saw it at 400 health, so that was very close to a steal. But as you say, the health bar is too low. Looks like SKT can get this, but teleport, they're trying to stop it.
SKT have got so much damage. I don't think they'll get here in time. Baron down to 1,500. Looks like it's secured. Baron and Elder for SKT. Cube's now left alone. No support until Ambition safeguards his way into the pit.
They can have Shockwave.
They're locked in. Stunned up against the wall. Bengi is blocked. The GA looking to respawn. Cube still running for his life. Ruler, true shot barrage. Gonna be dodged by the bang. He's out of mana. That's a great hammer. Ambition is still fighting. Ruler running low on mana. The arcane shifts forward. Trading the shutdown. That's another. Duke is now the next target. GA pop inside the pit. Ruler sends the mystic shot over the tri-bush. Duke is going to die. It's a double for Ruler. SKT lose 3.
And Samsung could push up the minions. They're already onto the minions, trying to get an inhibitor turret for themselves. Over. The death timers are so long at this point. Post 50 minutes, they're looking to break inside SKT's base.
The thing is, SKT got the Baron and the Elder Drake, so Samsung is trying to make this buffless push, but it's against their support and a jungler, so they can definitely get an hit.
20 seconds on Faker. As soon as he revives, they have to get out of town.
How much do they want though with that death timer? Do they go for more?
Inhibitor number 1 is down. Inhibitor number 2 should fall. Another Aqua Prison from Wolf, not doing enough. Samsung play the long game and they back away. He's doing what he can to hold them in place, but it's simply not enough.
We talked about Samsung having a similar style to SKT during their Worlds play. They can punish mistakes too.
And another Baron fight gone wrong for SKT. Yes, they get the Baron, but then watch. Faker is holding a Shockwave, trying to get this off onto anyone from Samsung who approaches. But Cube gets the stun. Ruler goes around the back. And Crown and creatures to burst him down incredibly quickly.
You can tell how important it is for them to take out Faker at the beginning of the team fight. Crown just went straight through the front line as QB makes a beeline for him.
Yeah, and then Bang gets caught up in the root and then is able to flash back.
Sí, estuvo re bueno.
Samsung get him. Lee Sin kick knocks him up, gets a blow. Ruler shifts forward to finish him off. Those are the main threats that Samsung need to take down first, and they do.
And you have to keep track of the Guardian Angels in this. Oh, Ruler though!
Not gonna go down. Tidal wave is sidestep. Curtain call. Look at this. Samsung is so splits up. Not enough pressure though. And Samsung, can they turn this around? Teleport's available for Duke. Again, we're in a split push. He's going to be able to try and combat some of those supers.
We're in such a crazy situation here because SKT need to control the minions of both mid and bottom, trying to overextend, but still be able to get back to their base to defend top.
But they have empowered recalls on the people who didn't die, which is Bengi and Wolf. So they're the first ones to defend this one. Maybe they're going to be able to defend it.
Samsung setting up pressure in the top lane. Duke still in the bottom lane. Baron will be up for 30 seconds. It's a minus 200 power play.
Y ese SKT para variar defiende todo perfecto.
Inhibitors and waves. And Samsung at 53 minutes. They may be in control of the map.
Well, they've certainly regained heart, and Samsung are fighting with everything they have.
And it's such a wacky game, but we also have to try and find something normal within it. And it's SKT's confidence in Faker's Orianna late in the game, because every time he's made it to this point, he has landed a Shockwave, which can eventually clinch it. But they're running out of missed Shockwave opportunities. Samsung with 2 inhibitors down, on the prowl for the third, looking to win the game.
Vision is going to safeguard out. You can feel the tension. Ruler gets tagged again. Curtain call. He's just going to catch all of the shots. Well, Crown actually steps into 2 of them.
It is so hard to push without buffs this late in the game, especially against Orianna and Jhin.
No sé si ganan el 5-5.
With this push because Duke is wailing away on the bottom minion wave.
Exactly. You think that, yes, the extra inhibitor being down is enough pressure to draw away the members, but SKT, even with 3 members defending, are able to hold on, and they're buying extra time for the inhibitors to come back up.
Have we ever seen a game where somebody gets double Flame Horizon? 150 at the moment.
We're approaching the point where minions don't matter at all.
Oh, look at that damage. Good flash. Voice of Light on the
They're gonna get him.
And
Maybe.
Claw JJ. They're looking to shut him down. Stranglethorns captures Duke. It's Claw JJ. That kills Faker. Duke uses the subjugate. He's running for his life, but you can't outrun 5 members of Samsung.
Baker goes for the play.
2-0.
Down 3v5.
Jet, we laughed when you brought up the reverse sweep of K2 Bolster against SKT, but Samsung here are looking to end the game off of those kills. The solo laners of SKT are down.
Watch the minion waves. They do not have minions. Bengi is cutting it off in the mid lane. These turrets are so hard to stop. They do not control Bengi, and he pulls it around.
Curtain call inside the base is going to cause more headaches for Samsung.
¿Cacharon cómo se los cagaron, hermano? La Elite fue a cortarle la línea, weón. Qué chucha, la weá buena. Lo perdieron por eso, man.
30 seconds for Faker, 40 seconds for Duke. Win or die. That is what's on the line for Samsung Galaxy.
How hard is it to beat SKT? They're at 100,000 gold, 55 minutes, still 5v3. Samsung looking for inhibit number 3.
It's going to fall, the tower that is, as Samsung look to grab another inhibitor. They are still down in gold. And SKT will have a full complement of champions to defend the next wave. Those mid and bottom inhibs should be up very, very soon.
And the thing is, even with all 3 inhibitors down, we're going to have another respawn of Baron and Elder Dragon to fight over for these guys. The big deal is that SKT has so many minions to clear, but a pick onto a member of Samsung would buy SKT more time.
Yeah, the Lee Sin ult being down may buy SKT some time to regain vision control in the Baron area, but Ambition incredibly tanky at this point.
1 inhibitor back up for SKT.
As long as they don't lose 3 at the same time, because that's what prevents the double super minion spawn in the waves. So they have 2 inhibitors now respawning because they were killed in fairly quick succession.
And the auras that the super minions have that buff up the other ones also double stack on themselves.
Samsung have to do a lot of work to get themselves that buff, to get themselves the double inhibs. Half an hour ago I asked you, at what point do you start believing Staples believed as the Let's Go Samsung chants erupt across the stadium. Baron is alive in 5 seconds. Elder will spawn in the not too distant future, but this time it's Samsung with the vision control. Cubase does not look for the flash stun. I seriously thought he might.
Yeah, I mean, Zeicro was without summoner spells, so he's very aggressive to be up that far, but he knew Samsung didn't have the damage follow-up if Cubase were to have gone for that flash stun, and this is where you can't make a mistake.
Comments of Legend interrupted. Khan doesn't want to overreach because of how much is at stake. Samsung are going to start Baron, and will they look to complete it or peel for the fight? We're going to find out.
Here we go, all 5 in the pit, they want to peel off. They saw Faker in the lane, he can't make it to the fight immediately. They might just try to burst it.
It looks like they're going for the burst. Ambition dives back in. It's secured. Samsung get the Baron. Now they need to win the fight. Ambition dives in. GA's not pop just hit. Crown, poor JJ.
¡Oh, lo hicieron! ¡Lo hicieron! ¡Oh my god, Faker!
Faker uses the hourglass to stay alive. Ambition, Ruler, and Crown running for their lives. They need to survive.
¡Benji falló!
Oh, his GA's now popped. Ruler's still got a lot of hit points, a lot of mana, but he doesn't have a lot of support. Crown,
Tienen que irse y...
and Ruler's running for his life.
No, Ruler.
And heal, but 3 minutes.
Oh my god!
It's not done yet.
Oh no, lo ganan.
Here comes Ambition, sidesteps away from the deadly flourish.
This is 3 versus 5, and Samsung are cornered. SKT.
They lose Ruler. Now Faker's the target. Ambition's got a GA. Cubase doing what he can. He too can survive for a few seconds longer. Flash away from Ambition. The Baron still stands. Can he defend? They need to buy time.
Es como un 3x1, una wea así, un 4x1, un 4x2 con varón.
Shockwave started the fight, and Shockwave ends the fight.
But that goes to show how long Samsung delayed and how they prevent that first death from being the end of the game. 70-second death timers, and somehow Faker gets 2 ults in the same fight.
And Core JJ is already back up for Samsung. The real big issue though is once again, Elder Dragon is up. That will be SKT's prize. Actually, you will it even. Crown is coming back up as well. We get another one of these team fights, baby.
We gotta watch this again because Faker's coming around from the top side as Samsung burst it down since Bentley couldn't make it in immediately, but the GAs stay in the front for SKT, so they're zoning out this team fight well. The ultimate comes down from Siren. You think here, they've turned it, but that's when Faker got shot.
He also ejected 1 kill for themselves right there. Here it goes though. Ambition actually trying to get some vision onto this Elder Dragon. Now, it definitely is not worth sacrificing your life to steal at this point. The power of a champion is way too big.
Yeah, they would love to be able to get a cheeky steal because if they can get the 4 elemental Drake Elder, that would be enough power to win.
Some support coming up. Ruler's coming in.
Uy, ¿lograron pararlo?
It's not there.
Bang is showing himself on top lane. SKT, what is it?
I don't know what is happening.
SKT can't force this with Bang top.
His Ambition has moved on to the Elder. It's now helping out SKT's reset for the second time. SKT do not get the Elder Drake.
Okay. I'm gonna knock that one up to adrenaline from Bangy, just straight up fighting the Elder Dragon.
Duke should have been the one hitting the minion wave, which is what they have set up now. So they can teleport in if they need to, and they can manage the minion wave to begin with. But once again, this could be the first game, I feel like, in the history of League of Legends where a team gets 3 Elder Drakes and still doesn't win. Because if SKT gets this Elder, it's not the end of the world for Samsung because it's a 0 elemental Drake Elder here.
And SKT not willing to fight over that. They've now given up priority and Samsung, they've committed.
Duke would have to teleport in to stop this. It takes them longer to kill it because they have 4 elemental Drakes already.
A lot of damage from the curtain call. Once again interrupted. Zyropon's keeping it tagged.
Baker trying to zone off to allow Bang to get the full ultimate down. Remember, Duke is clearing out minions in SKT's base though. This is SKT defending 4 versus 5 the Elder Dragon. Samsung move up bottom lane though.
And every defense will actually pull SKT to a spot on the map. And with 3 exposed inhibitors, if Samsung get the right rotation, they can force it. But they can't get caught out.
This is so scary. Bang takes a lot of damage. Here comes Khan, voice of light music. Bang's in trouble, but so's Ambition. True shot barrage will not be enough to kill him or pop the GA. But it is Ambition that does. He needs to safeguard out and does not do so. SKT get themselves the first kill of the fight. Samsung are not backing away yet. Faker finds him. That might be the pick that wins the game. Wolf loses his life, as does Bengi. It continues to be a 3v3, but Bang and Faker stay alive.
Faker's clutch Orianna.
Oh my god, Faker quiere carrear.
Lets it lose the game for them. He catches Ruler as he's going in for the fight. Quick Shot just took off his tie because he can't handle this game anymore. 62 minutes in, and even with that, because they lost Wolf and Bengi, the game goes on.
I'm going to say right now that the longest game currently at Worlds, the record is 70 minutes and 20 seconds. So it's a possibility that we do approach that here in the finals. But look at this pick. Because they don't have the extra vision, Ambition is actually the one surrounded by SKT. And then after that, Ruler with the arcane shift in tries to, salvage the situation or something. This play right here, there's no real reason for this.
Definitely misplayed fight early by Samsung. He's going for a pick on a Faker, but with the shift and no flash up, Faker immediately turns it around. But that also sets up some damage as Crown is on the side of this fight with a 6th item, Aurelion Sol.
Bang also did a great job there, flashing that heroic charge.
2x2.
And man, the intensity here of this game.
Banshee Veil popped by QV and Elder Dragon plus 4 Drakes helping Crown out as far as damage is concerned on that Aurelion Sol. And I'm starting to believe he's comfortable on that champion. It doesn't matter that we're 65 minutes in. The early game and everything that happened an hour ago is now irrelevant.
Absolutely. The Elder Drake started again. Crown was top lane, shoving a minion wave in, but with a 17,000 health Elder Drake, it's not like that thing evaporates.
Definitely does not. He fights his way out of the pit here. All right. A moment of calm here. Quick Shot. Stop vacillating here.
You mentioned longest game of Worlds this year. Longest game in World Finals history, I'm willing to say.
Also, another record. Faker has, in this game, surpassed Uzi with the most kills of any single player at Worlds. 209 kills now racked up over his career for Faker.
Another 20 CS will give Duke a double flame horizon. Can't say that I've ever seen that either. Duke is with the team this time around. Now slowly moving to the top.
6 minutos para que este sea el partido más largo del mundial hasta ahora.
Baron is up in 30 seconds. There is no vision.
Baron
I just wanted to see the damage. We're nearing 100,000 damage for Bang, which I've never seen if they're able to win another fight. Like this game has so much conflict. It's insane that it's not over yet.
Está haciendo casi 100 lucas de daño, weón. En una teamfight, 100 lucas.
Well, then they're going to be world champions, you think?
Bueno, la última teamfight del Roel hizo como 80 y tantas lucas de daño. Que chucha. Saca todo un damage.
Blue buff, I think, goes over to Ruler. That could be very important. Elder still on the map. Baron now on the map.
Remember how incredibly important the Guardian Angels
are
el
daño acumulado.
Because of the deaths previously for Samsung. They've had to sell theirs, whereas SKT have 2 extra lives on the front line.
And we talk about the DPS that Samsung has is lacking, especially against the healing and shielding and tanks of SKT. So that's only exacerbated by the fact that it's 2 GAs to 0.
And the thing is, Core JJ has been the one to take up the extra damage because he's on Zyra. He's a mage. This is Core JJ's bringing the extra damage that the other lanes are lacking compared to the Nami here for SKT, which is full support.
Benji playing very far forward, zoning away Ambition, threatening the Cocoon. Big flourish from Bang. I don't think it found the target. Samsung Galaxy now backing away. SKT trying to get some control in that Elder Dragon pit.
Yep, Baron is also up again though. So again, we have these split focused objectives as we had 30 minutes ago. But eventually it has to have an impact on ending the game. The chokes are so important, and as you mentioned, because Core JJ has that Death Cup, it makes the chokes even more dangerous for both teams.
And look at the wards. Both of the teams do have wards behind their opponents. Teleports are ready for both top laners. And SKT once again start up this Elder Dragon.
Look at those 2 lanes. Somebody has to deal. QB's in the top. It looks like Samsung threatening this fight.
You have to teleport in early because they need every member there at the start of the fight. So you have to be very careful about that long teleport time.
Curtain Call's going to tag Ruler with 1. Ambition the 2nd and 3rd. Dragon is still tagged. It's not regenerated. Teleport's now coming in. It might be too late. 4,500 hit points. Ambition's looking to chase up. His shockwave still available.
Perfecto, TV.
Sends 3 away. Duke and Faker left alone. The Dragon's still tagging.
He's not there to finish Elder.
Here comes the rest of SKT. It's reset. The Star Surge not gonna lock anybody
Well.
down. He's tagged. He's down. He's killed. But at what cost? It's GA. The Dragon's still alive, helping out. Ruler is now on the wrong side of the fight. He's in trouble. Flash is still available. The Dragon, oh my god, it resets again.
The double GAs came in so key there as the frontline sacrifices themselves, and we get more finals.
I don't have a voice for more finals.
I'll take over play-by-play. I got you.
Samsung Galaxy continue to fight.
Let me tell you, if they do go down in this game, it's going to be the longest 3-0 in World Finals history, that's for sure. Watching this fight,
Cube next 3 members and the solo laners of SKT.
Faker se salva, Faker es muy bueno.
Lockdown Faker posts on is because he flashes in the proper direction. SKT though, right for Elder. I think
lo lograron.
are running for Baron though right now, trying to establish vision control and force SKT to take that ambition.
¡No te lo creo! ¡Oh my god!
The Dragon, he gets away with the lives.
This is a 4 Drake Elder Dragon. He lives. Ambition.
Es un dragón es un dragón ultimátum de 4 con 4.
Breaking point that sends Samsung in game 4 in this endless game.
2013.
Hermano, Samsung está más cerca que nunca de ganarle a Telecom.
Picks Faker in multiple fights, steals the Elder Dragon, and buys Samsung a chance at the Baron.
He has been so clutch this game, the initiations as well as the steal, but he has to do it again. Smite is up. They want SKT to fight them. The Elemental Drakes empowered them so much. They want to peel for the fight.
Let's see if they can. Tidal Wave's coming out. The focus is the Baron. Ambition's tagged the Sonic Wave. He follows it. They peeled out from the fight. Wolf is in pack.
Watch for Shockwave. Where is it?
That's Cupid. He's in trouble. The GA was popped. Bang's already used that QSS. He's backed away with his life. Nobody else dies, but a GA is popped.
Are you kidding me? SKT defend the Baron against a Quadra Elemental Drake team without suffering any casualties?
There's a huge minion wave top that they have to deal with right now, though. It's drawing Faker away, and it's going to buy up a little bit more time. Starting up the Baron again. Here comes the engage.
Let's see what happens. SKT
Faker va a llegar.
Bubble comes out.
Bien.
Secured by Samsung.
Holy crap.
All right.
Still trailing gold. That's the most amazing thing.
Quick chance for a breath.
Un minuto para el récord.
The Elder Drake essentially secured to the Baron. It's down in 15 seconds. They have shown an ability to win fights, but they're very close fights. They're going to have to be very careful about moving in here because there's still one Shockwave or another 10,000 damage from Bang away from losing the game.
And now the Guardian Angel advantage is back over to Samsung as Ambition
Split push.
Ambition no flash, but he can ward hop away. Drake just said, look at those minions hammering away on the inhibitor. Top lane is under pressure as well. Q-Base looking to break open the top. Ambition and Ruler, they break open the bottom. Pressure now moving. The Mage Core JJ on that full build Zyra. Now putting pressure on the middle inhibitor. Up top is that's 3. That's 3.
Here we go. SKT last stand.
Samsung Galaxy and SKT have had the longest game at World 2016, and the world might be stunned if Samsung can close this out. They're on the pressure. The Nexus turrets are being focused, and there's so many minions.
3 inhibitors down, double stacked up, super minions empowered by the Baron buff. This is the onslaught. Samsung, we're waiting to pull off.
Duke's in trouble. He gets kicked the wrong way though. Crown throws out the voice of light. Bang is down, then forced away. He's onto the fountain to regen. The first Nexus turret is down. I asked if you believe. Staples, you got behind Samsung. They're now in the final fight. Stranglethorn fights out. Crown in trouble.
¡Oh!
Ruler, Archangel forward.
Perfecto ultia Zira, weón.
They're so low.
Crown barely lives, and he's gonna have to go back to base the heal after that one. But there's a penalty without him.
It's not over. The Nexus is down. Samsung stun the world and defeat SKT.
Let's go Samsung. Let's go Samsung.
standing ovation from the crowd here at Staples Center.
El equipo que llegó al mundial dando vuelta un 2-0.
That's what it took to win one.
Le da vuelta la partida más perdida y más ganada que ha tenido CK Telecom. 2-1, señor.
Now their faith is restored.
De abajo pica Samsung Galaxy.
Can come into the next game with some confidence. The dejected looks after game 2 are gone.
Both 80 carries as Samsung gets the longest cheer of the night exiting the stage.
Let's go, go!
Did over 100,000 damage to champions.
In the longest game in world history. Samsung upset SK.
14 seconds short.
Oh no!
This is the longest. So get this. The longest game of Worlds 2016 by a good minute, but it was 14 seconds short.
OMG versus Fnatic.
OMG Fnatic. That was the record.
Still counts.
But what a game. Down 10,000 gold. They won the game.
Le faltaron 14 segundos a Jhin
They were still down.
para ser el más largo de todos los mundiales de los mundiales.
We are far past the word of gold matter. But just
El más largo por ahora lo tiene Fnatic con OMG, lo que dijeron.
in an hour and 10 minutes is unheard of.
Poor JJ did 76,000 damage to champions on a support. That's going to be the most damage ever done by a support ever. I don't care.
Not only the raw numbers, he's the second most damage on the team.
Obviously, it's a long game. It was insane. There was a bunch of super tanks. But like the important things are, we saw SKT falter in that game. They were up 10,000 gold. They were doing a victory lap in the middle of that game. But it was disrupted there by Samsung. And now if you take a look at the series as a whole, yes, you have to say, yes, that was just one game. The first game...
Damos vuelta Samsung Galaxy.
There's a slight possibility
Let's go
but I want a more convincing win than that one.
For CoreJJ, also, just in addition to that, coming into this series, not only did he have the highest damage per minute of any support, but the fastest sight stone. So he's not even rushing damage, he's rushing sight stone.
Oh my word. What a game. Samsung Galaxy
Ya, Carlos, ¿cómo?
pick up their
¿Quién gana ahora? ¿Quién gana?
finals. Honestly, surprising everybody. The expectation was a 3-0. We all
You're crying there a little bit. I
was destroyed.
20 minutes into that game, this was unthinkable. Before the series, you'd think a 2-1 was possible, but what just happened in the last 40 minutes, unbelievable.
It absolutely is. And I'm going to ask the analyst desk to somehow explain that game.
Pick a team fight.
What?
Well, thank you very much, Quick Shot. We're going to do our best to understand.
There's nothing we can say.
And make clear what just took place. But gentlemen, before we even attempt to distill it down to anything, let's go ahead and take a look at that picture-perfect Dragon Steel at the very end, coupled with the Baron fight to end it out for Samsung Galaxy. This is brought to you by Acer.
Come up huge and Dragons and Kipi's team in that. I mean, what a performance from the jungler.
And then they tried to go Baron quite a few times. They never really settled for either to fight out Baron itself. This time around, they actually do the same, where they go for the fight. They don't finish the Baron. They don't want to risk a potential steal from Benki. And the fight is really, really tough for Samsung to win. You see how close it is back and forth. And in the end, they have to go back to Baron.
¡Aguante Ruler, señor! ¡Aguante la Ruler!
So many commitment issues. Every time they go for Baron, they go back in for the fight, but they kept at it every
Buena idea, llegaste cuando está la zorra. Se está encendiendo esta cosa, la damos vuelta.
Because every time they looked like they had the Baron, they turn around to fight. Yeah, they had that one fight where QB then knocks them out of the park.
The 500 fight, I'm pretty sure there were a lot of fights. We even broke the play-by-play. We probably need a new one for this one. Trevor is done.
He said it himself. My voice is gone, but Kobe said he's got himself.
Good. Kobe will be play-by-play.
I rely on that for the rest of the games, but we do. I mean, that point stands true. The fact that there were so many different team fights, and we were sitting here going, okay, let's look at that one. Okay, wait, no, let's replay that one. I mean, it's just almost too hard to choose.
And so many clutch moments. We're talking about Keeper's verdict out of the poppy. Then we got a kill.
El Ruler como carrió. Esta va es como Ruler contra Faker y Benji.
Ruler, by the way, had such an impressive game. This guy was
what a monster for his first time on the World Final stage.
Ruler pudo hacer con Ezreal lo que no pudo hacer con Caitlyn porque Ezreal tiene mucho más
escape. If you look at the draft, that's what he was set up for, to succeed in the late game as well, but he got murdered in the laning phase. Had a tier versus like a serrated third. Very early on, he got butchered, but then eventually he is the main damage component of this roster. But late game, it looked as if Samsung was about to run out of damage, but then CoreJJ happened.
Of course, then the Zyro
full
DPS Zyra in the end, just a second mid lane or basic lane. Yeah, it was a little bit of a like with the Ezreal, which turned out to be huge in the late game, but you look at something like Caitlyn normally more lane dominant setup, plays with the Aurelion Soul roaming. We didn't see that, but we got to see Ruler late game on Ezreal and why he won that as a comfort pick.
And this is actually RNG's team composition that they put together. Pretty much exactly the same. It is an LPL composition because they do like to play Ezreal high mobility with the Aurelion Soul because it does keep him nice and safe. And you could see at certain points in that game where he was counting cooldowns, he was just able to go super aggressive because of the amount of support that he had.
All right, let's work our way through a few more replays here. We're going to go all the way back to the 29th minute here. This is a fight in the mid lane for the first Baron. Samsung Galaxy going to come out. They really got their
before this was basically a stomp. You know, SKT had this game in the back and they were messing around too much on the end. Then they go for this Baron without proper setup, and it's actually Bang who stepped forward at first. You guys saw that just before. Gets caught out, and now everyone just dies. And this was the big turning point because it gave Baron over to Samsung and multiple towers.
So one more time, I just want to point out that Ruler took 3 1v1s in that fight pretty much. Challenges Bang, challenges Wolf, then outplays Faker to pick up a kill as well. That was
ahí la ganó Ruler porque se pegó un triple.
More importantly,
fueron 3 1v1 ganó los 3 seguidos.
One of the next fights, he jumped in straight into the Orianna ball. He got obliterated, and then in the next fight after that, he just did it again. This guy has, I don't know, nerves of steel to do it in his rookie season right here. Just straight from Challenger to Worlds, playing this well and being not afraid to just jump over walls. So often we were about to count out Samsung when they were 3v5, but either Ruler came in or Core JJ, out of all people, you know, former like support for Dignitas suddenly comes out, or AD carry rather, switches to support and starts carrying these games. All of a sudden, it's, I don't know, the world's upside down.
Yeah, constant aggression once they hit that 6-item threshold on the Ezreal. Now the next replay I want to take a look at is 50 minutes into the game. This is SKT starting up around the Baron one more time. They're going to secure it this time. Galaxy wins the fight.
It's kind of the same setup. It's Ruler once again jumping on whoever's out of position from SKT. This time it was Wolf, and now the fight just breaks out.
Also, he has the side edge covered here because Faker has flash, but Faker's so afraid to maybe flash over because he's going to get threatened by Ruler over the side. It's so hard for him to get out, but the fact that Samsung gets Faker here is so fundamental to this fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you're about to see like some great play because that is an ult that clips him straight on, and just wait for Ambition's kick here because it sets up the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, everybody follows up the second that connects the bowling ball, and that's obviously the way for Ruler to go in and just finish up that fight. But honestly, mad props to Cube as well. The amount of attention he's soaking in these team fights and how determined he is with the Keeper's Verdicts as well. He's definitely a threat in those fights.
Now all of these team fights, you know, look fantastic. If we look at Samsung, there were so many great fights in this game. They managed to pull it back after being so down, and that's where, you know, look at the we gotta pause a little bit and just be like, SKT had this game, just like game 1. Played it just like game 1. They were looking really good early on. Samsung tried to deal with the Aurelion Soul did nothing in the early game from Crown. There was no setup in the side lanes because side lanes were losing, and it was a big issue. So looking at a potential game 4 now, we have to say that Samsung does not look like a bigger favorite than before. Even though they managed to win this game late game, we have seen though they can match SKT late, and that's the key thing.
Yeah, we gotta be negative Nancy's here and go back to the early game. Not a single roam on Aurelion Soul. No synergy.
One, and he messed it up.
Yeah. And then they kept, he died. And they kept targeting Faker in the mid lane when you have a super aggressive jungle like
Oigan, niños.
The Aurelion Soul.
Mis niños, ¿dónde están? Oye, de ahí voy a hacer el beat de nuevo, se lo voy a dar a todos que dejé la cagada. Voy a hacer el beat y se lo voy a dar de nuevo. Mis niños, ¿dónde están?
Even when Lee Sin was popular, people liked picking a
No me manden nada por WhatsApp, hermano. Lo único que van a conseguir es que lo bloqueen, hermano, por favor. No me manden mensajes por WhatsApp ni por Facebook. Escríbanmelo a la página, conchito, me lo reviso al toque, weón. Me llega un mensaje a Facebook cada vez que me escriben a la página, weón. Tanto a la mía, de Serlino, o a la de Chile, o en el grupo, hermano. Pero por la chucha, weón.
Samsung Galaxy picks up a victory here. They're extending us to a game 4. Important to note that Blank will be subbing for that.
Cada vez que tú me mandas un WhatsApp, conchetumare, yo pienso que es una alumna que me está contratando y digo, bien, weón, tengo plata, y voy a ver la weá y digo, no, weón, puta la weá, weón, cagué, weón, vamos a tener que seguir cagándonos de hambre. Duele el corazón, hermano. No sentir eso, no me hablé por WhatsApp. No, en realidad no me cago de hambre, pero me hierba, que es casi lo mismo. Buena Foxinho. ¿Cómo saltan esos pavos?
It's still fighting in the front line. Ruler running low on mana. The Arcane shifts forward. Trading. That's a shutdown. That's another.
This is 3 versus 5. And Samsung are cornered. SKT close in.
They lose Ruler. Now Fake is the target. Ambition's got a GA. Cuba's doing what he can.
Trying to establish vision control and force SKT to take that Ambition.
Ambition steals the Elder Dragon.
¡Qué buena cover! ¡Levanta derecho pico, weón!
SKT for their first game.
¡Vamos, Samsung, conchetumadre! El copyright. DJ Sergino. Mira, este DJ es muy bueno, weón. Oh, pero ¿cacharon ese? No, weón, este weón es muy bueno. Este DJ es demasiado bueno, ¿no, weón? Mira, weón. No pasó nada. Listo. Como nuevo. Yo. Oh. Bueno, ¿qué opinan mis guachos? Se viene, weón, se viene. Vamos Samsung, mira, repito, Samsung Galaxy llegó al mundial dando vuelta a un 2-0 que venía abajo, a un 3-2 ganando. Lo puede hacer con SK Telecom, vamos a ver, weón. Esa canción se llama Death Figure. Ahí está la canción, weón. Aguante el Tony, hermano. Aguante también Karina. Aguanten todos los que nos están viendo y comparten el streaming con personas, weón. Que no nos conocen, weón. Me gustó, weón. Buena. SerllinOPI. ¿Cómo está la chica? Buena chicolina. Oye, chica culiaba, ¿eh? Te las traía, chica. A lo mejor no te decir ni una agua que después que estoy volado, entonces después quizás que agua te digo. Ay, qué chistoso el toti culiao. Es que, no sé, es que me gustaría poder mostrarles en la foto para que se rieran conmigo, pero no sé si hay autorización. Es que ni siquiera sé si esa foto debió llegar a mí, weón. Así que no, mejor olvídenlo. Mi ala de... No, mucho. No rindo, weón. Porque la Spear es la que más pega en Niale, weón, y es la que está pega por full AP casi, weón. Estamos casi. No importa este anuncio. Oh, pero mira ese DJ. Oh, pero qué bueno ese DJ.
To stay alive in Game 3, it was dramatic, it was chaotic. My tie lost its life as well.
Rip, where is it?
It's in the crowd. Now, let's get back on track for Game 4. SKT, they have side chase, they chose blue side.
Jet, as you correctly predicted, if SKT lose a game, they bring Blank in. That is exactly what has happened. Now, SKT are still the favorites to win this whole thing, but what does this mean with Blank and blue side?
Exactly. As crazy as that last game was, we still have to bring it back because SKT is still business as usual for them. Put in Blank after they drop their game and continue on with the best of 5 game plan that they have. Now they still have an extra game that is possible for them to drop and still come away with the victory. So I think the pressure is still on Samsung, to create something because that game was, for most of it, SKT's.
Exactly, and it was very uncharacteristic in the way that SKT kind of threw at Baron with a 10,000 gold lead and then consistently could never get back on track. But if any team is going to have the mental strength...
Let's go, Samsung!
These guys are still 2-time world champions, and they've won every early game in all 3 games in this
series. Triple campeonato.
So how much do we read into the fact that
Samsung Galaxy ganan su primer trofeo?
Have made mistakes in the mid game that have allowed Samsung Galaxy back into the game? I want to answer that in just a second. Blank is getting himself settled on stage, running through the checklist as he takes the stage for the first time. TikTok will jump in and pick some bands. It's uncharacteristic to see those mistakes, but it's happening multiple games this season. That's where Samsung
Yeah, and I think even though SKT have made a few mistakes, you do have to credit Samsung for being able to trigger in some very Ambition in particular has been incredibly clutch. Ruler has been up and down, had some incredible fights and some really poor fights. And Core JJ actually was an all-star in that last game. 75,000 damage to champion, second most on his team as his support Zara late in the game, and really filling that hole they had of not having enough damage to take down the tanks. So Samsung have been still making good late-game decisions.
The other thing is that, in addition to having Blank as a substitute, he's coming in fresh off the bench, basically. That was an extremely long game where it was, battling till the last second, everybody at their wits' end. Samsung might have revitalized them. It definitely has Blank coming in, not only fresh off the bench, but also sitting Likoma the entire time, and analyzing both or all 3 of the previous ones.
And what does Blank bring to the team that Bengi does not? What in addition to the fresh, mind, the fresh play, what will his champion pool play style do that could help out in the series?
Yeah, so initially when Blank was subbing in for SKT earlier on in the year, it was kind of a champion pool thing. Blank's Gragas was really good. He also played Italy, which Bengi did not, so he brings that, in a sense, he thinks slightly better mechanics. But as of lately at Worlds, Bengi's mechanics have actually been quite good, so a lot of people were thinking Bengi was just better than Blank. Here, I feel like he brings a fresh perspective and also a fresher play.
Yeah, I think that's the main key here, because I've actually been very critical of Blank.
Samsung
and one of the stats that's very telling for me is that he has, as a jungler at Worlds, the second most lane minions killed pre-15. That means he's playing defensively a lot. After his lanes get ganked, go to the lane to pick up those minions. This guy is a very farm-oriented jungler rather than gank-oriented or even, trying to get down the vision.
Let's see how Blank then performs once he gets into game, but the Zyra is banned away. The Jace, once again, on blue side for SKT, but 4JJ not going to have that influential pick that helped them win game number 3.
Yeah, they also feel like they're denying Faker a little bit, just making sure he can first pick the Rise and have a strong performance on it. The Olaf ban is interesting. They're trying to force the Nidalee ban here, as far as I can tell.
And it does happen, so what is first pick worthy here?
Olaf is definitely high ban. Oh, never mind, 30 ban.
Nuevo tiempo para venir a Chip.
Basically, it's been a blue side banned by Samsung in multiple games. This is the first game it hasn't been banned, so the pick potential of the Ashe, as well as how good Bang has been at laning it, make it an incredibly high priority.
Also, back when I was doing my homework watching the previous summer games in the SKT versus Samsung matchup, the last series that they played, Bang's Ashe was a huge part of actually killing Crown, because Faker and Crown went fairly close to even, but constant arrows from Bang's Ashe, caused them to get picks and also enabled them to run in a very effective 1-4 composition, 4 members to pick off Samsung enemies.
Yeah, now we're in this difficult situation again, though, where it's the Lee Sin pick for Ambition, and he's in the spot where he's going to have to be
a huge playmaker. This time as well, they need to make sure they can get enough late game damage because a lot of the tanks would still be available for SKT.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a mid lane Karma, but then you would run into that damage problem that you're talking about. And with Zeicro, one of the high damage supports also off the table, you'd be hard pressed to fill in that extra damage across the board.
Hypothetically, if this Gnar gets locked in, does Cube then lean back on that cannon once again? Even though it did not go very well for him in game 2. I mean, the laning phase started well, but it didn't go anywhere from there.
I think so. I think Samsung needs to have faith in their power picks. I think Kennen is a good power pick for them against Gnar, and it also allows them to save their last pick for Faker if they lock it in now.
And I think Kennen very good against Ashe specifically as well. Low mobility for Bang, for the backline, so could present a good target for that. Meanwhile, Jhin, which they prioritize denying Ruler, has been picked up for him. And we talked about comfort champions at Worlds for Ruler that has been Jhin. And Crown all time has been Victor. Now he's going back to it after their Aurelion Soul game.
Yeah, and this is similar to when Faker locked in the Orianna blind before he necessarily had to. This is kind of Samsung making sure that Faker can't play the Victor, because Faker has played the Victor against Crown before and been extremely successful, so I kind of like it actually, defaulting back to so much comfort.
I think it also demonstrates the renewed confidence of this team after that victory. They defeated SKT in at least a game. They know it is at least possible for them to destroy an SKT Nexus.
We'll see whether or not Samsung Galaxy can sustain their early and mid-game weaknesses. They've got a team composition that can most certainly do that. Definitely powers up in that mid-game very well. SKT need to lock in a
Exact. Watch yourself, Crown.
The Zac Ori combo
Tuve
too.
entrada lenta porque tenía que agarrar el salto, pero le piquean porque el problema es que Ruler no tiene movilidad. Ruler si no tiene flash y no la hacen peel.
I thought it was a Meteor special.
Samsung tiene que ganar el early porque si la llevan a late no van a poder hacer lo que hicieron antes, porque la diferencia entre un early y un Jhin que el Jhin es mucho más fácil pillarlo. Todo va a depender de
And it's something that doubles down on the initiation. SKT have many forms of very long-range initiation with this composition. They could definitely create picks on Samsung members, like I talked about, if they do spread out again.
Addition, in terms of initiation, the Ashe, the Zac.
Sí, oye, el que me mandó un mensaje a la página y preguntó si damos canales de DS, obvio que sí damos canales gratis. Lo que pasa es que tuve que reiniciar los permisos porque soy un idiota, entonces tengo que arreglar esa weá y recién volví a tener PC cuando empecé el stream.
Definitely did indeed. We're loading up into game 4. Team compositions are on your screen. Don't forget to send in those show-stopping moments by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag WorldVOOOLVIII. This could be the last game of the 2016 World Championship, and it's SK Telecom running Zac in the jungle against Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, there was a time where we would be losing our minds. It's going to be surprising a little bit, just because we would have expected to see something normal like Elise in this situation, but I do agree with Kobe here. It's a long range.
Eso no es un croma.
It's trying to fill a hole that SKT
hay una esquina amarilla de Zac. Es un croma, po. ¿O no? No creo que haya una esquina amarilla de Zac, man.
Just trying to corral Samsung in the fights is something they have struggled with.
Como las weas nuevas que pueden cambiarle el color a la mierda.
And of course, if Blank has been practicing this pocket pick, maybe scrimming with it with SKT when Bengi was not, whatever, a different flavor.
Well, he did play it versus RNG once. Only showed it there.
Didn't die.
No.
Deathless on Zac at Worlds.
Have to see how he does today. More pressure on the line. A lot more at stake. Quick numbers for you really quick. Samsung over the last 3 games. Approaching 10 minutes, they were down 23 gold. Approaching 15 minutes, they were down 2,200 gold. And 20 minutes, down 3,900 gold. Now they do have 1 win under the belt with those sorts of numbers. They need to stop doing that if they want to reverse sweep. And that's why, even though, yes, they've got a win, it's still such a ridiculous uphill struggle for Samsung.
I agree with you, and the numbers that you just talked about are nothing like the numbers they displayed throughout the rest of the World Championship, where between the 15 and 20 minute phase was their best phase. That's where they decimated teams. Kind of goes to show how strong SKT is at just playing the map, especially whenever Faker has that mid lane pressure. I know he's dying off, but I cannot underscore how impressive it is when he shows up, the rest of the team gets wards around him, and they win the map off of that.
Also, you know, one of my favorite news statistics that we've been tracking is basically time pre-15 minutes where any member of the team has spent across the halfway mark. Qué
increíble como Crown puede mostrar un nivel super al nivel de Faker, weón. Está super parejo el mid lane.
Playing aggressively, playing in enemy territory. Even before that, Faker spends 29%.
Yo creo que en top, Ducha es mejor que, o sea, que QB es mejor que Ducha.
Before this matchup is trending in that direction, but very aggressive trades here.
Tiene carry, van es mejor en línea, pero Rule es mejor en teamfight.
Shove down Crown. Now we've seen the two mid and top lane matchups before.
El soporte igual fue muy bueno, pero se posiciona como un saco wea.
Well, still on this mid lane, Faker, he's trading very aggressively because he went and put that ward on the Raptor camp, did see ambition. That's why you can see him positioning here on the bottom side just barely. He should be timing it as they saw ambition leave the Raptor camp. Meanwhile, Crown was taking those trades without any advanced knowledge of where Blank was. Now they've gotten to the jungle, they've seen him place that ward, and they can act accordingly.
We also have to remember, Crown did get that kill onto Faker in game 1 solo on the Victor, so he is confident in the Victor versus Orion matchup as well. Top lane matchup should favor QV early. The dual lane matchup you would think would favor the Ashe Nom.
Culpa Faker, pero qué raro, con baja vida se va a caer en línea.
Still 21 CS to 15, an early blue buff donation to Faker. It looks like it will be mirrored. Both Ambition and Blank are on manaless junglers. It's really slower here from the Crown and Bishop. And fans getting behind Samsung Galaxy.
Está ahí.
Definitely worth voting for. I want to talk about how few options Blank actually has, though. Faker, as his recall is interrupted, he gets a summoner spell out of Crown.
I'm going to help Crown out, and he's actually got some support coming here from Ambition. Look for the Sonic Wave. Ward hop forward. We hit it! X follows it through. 100. Not going to be enough to burn him down.
I love the flash there by Ambition because even though he knew it wouldn't kill, he knew it would get the second summoner spell from Faker.
Alright, hop over. Nas about to pop. Flash from Cube. So mid lane Faker's down, top lane Cube's down.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll see how the junglers return to those lanes because both of them have been playing aggressively.
Nice flash in mid, nice flash in top.
Prime targets. That also calls for both Ambition and Blank to bring out wards for their lane.
Se vienen las flechas, 3 niveles de la flecha.
After he's blown that flash.
Atento negocio.
This quest there for JJ to get the very deep pink ward.
Comando. La flecha va en camino.
So Blank is disciplined enough to check that.
Es una flecha tecno.
Great reaction to seeing the top lane gank. JJ knows he can't be punished as they have vision of everyone.
Además, al mejor ritmo de la alcurnia del Tutti.
I'm going to delay the back there from Bang and Wolf, so keep them in lane a little longer. Ruler is down 15 CS. He's got a good.
La denominada alcurnia del Punchi Punchi.
Unfortunately, no support from Core JJ, as he is losing quite a lot of those. And it's going to be falling slightly.
Ya me voy a parar de nuevo,
as he's now going to farm up under tower. So, early advantage is here to Samsung Galaxy just in the mid lane. Some vision inside that bottom quadrant of SK Telecom. And Cube actually not with a very big CS picked up those double door on his blade.
SK Telecom.
Not the same sort of lead he built up earlier in the day.
Yeah, but with the double Thorns, I think he's still going to have a shove advantage. It's just the gank is going to prevent him from being a little bit more aggressive. Also, notice how Blank didn't catch the ward in the jungle, so this is giving Samsung a ton of knowledge of how to play the lane in this phase. So the early ward already paying some dividends.
Yeah, exactly. A Zac gank onto a Kennen, all it's really going to do is kind of even up the lane play and force Cube to play a little bit more safe because, yes, a Zac burning that flash is decently big, but because of the lightning rush, a Kennen never really has to be super scared of Zac gank. He can easily dodge the slingshot as soon as he sees it. Only thing he has to do is place his pink ward in the tribe brush so that you will see any sort of backdoor gank.
If there's enough discipline from QV in terms of vision, Crown used that Chaos Storm to push Faker a little bit away. Both of these mid laners actually not opposed to throwing down those ultimates just for some pressure in the lane. It's a fairly short cooldown, especially when Crown's first item is those lucidity boots. So if we're going to help him out in terms of all the utility that will offer.
Yeah, the mid laners definitely have been playing around pressure more than kills, and that's where the junglers can then play through the rest of the map because of what the mid lane can do.
Yeah, we talk about pressure a lot in League of Legends, and it's actually quite hard to keep track of all of the mini objectives, basically, that especially the Korean teams prize very highly. Those involve, opportunity. Oh, never mind.
All right, flash away from Crown, and Ghost tries to turn around to Faker. There's no flash available yet, but Ambition is too far away. He'll be unable to close the gap.
Double summoner burn there for Blank's time. Towards the mid lane, very promising. Ambition does get a smite once again.
He actually smited after Blank, so Blank got the Raptor buff, so immediately Ambition had the ward pop for Blank there, and he loses
so he knew that there was no...
Gets it!
Ambition's got access to that Dragon's Rage kick. No flash available to him yet. Ruler and CoreJJ, they've been able to stem the bleeding. Down 10 CS, they were down about 20 a little while ago. And that pink ward that CoreJJ placed earlier, spotting out Blank, spotting that red buff, that's been there for 3 minutes already. It was placed around 5. Interesting to track just how much information this gives Samsung. A little more aggressive when they know where Blank is and how far along his ganking path is. Crown would have known that was coming.
Both sides pink warded here for Samsung gods. You can tell they're very well aware that Zach has a penchant for ganking mid lane. And Ambition, once again, even showing up in the lane, placing the forward ward.
The pink wards are great to prevent the ganks, but it also is kind of evidence of the matchup. The Lee Sin is a better duelist early and a better clearer early than the Zach as far as doing things. So he's able to get the ward control to prevent the Zach from making those plays.
Threatening the jungle, stealing away the Gromp as well.
Yeah, really just trying to deny Blank farm. If you get a Zach behind in a game, he becomes very useful.
This feels like more discipline from Samsung. I'll finish the points in a moment. Duke and QV trading. Slicing Maelstrom comes down the hop. Not going to get the secondary proc, and Duke is going to get away. The last time Ambition tried to invade was in game 2, like that style, on the Kindred. He had no support from his team. He got killed in game. This time around, QV was there. Crown was already pushing through the river. It feels like Samsung are a little bit more conscientious of their movements around the map, and that is a good sign if they want to continue playing into this mid-game.
Yeah, they also have the early game matchup advantage in the jungle and the top lane. So it's a really close game in that sense right now because SKT's bottom lane is pushing, Samsung top lane is pushing, and the mid lane is splitting.
And the important thing is to play off of your area of the map that has its strength. They want to transition it down to the bottom lane with the teleport that they have on Kindred.
JJ caught. Double bubble means trouble. CoreJJ flashes away. Summoners blown. 3 of them and ultimates.
That is going to reduce options for trying to transfer your power down to the bottom lane because, look, there are no wards for Kennen to teleport on behind the bottom lane. Plus, he has to wait for his ultimate to come back up before that opportunity, and we'll be there for him.
All that's going on. Fake is pushing into the mid lane. A lot of damage on the ground, as well as the tower.
Yeah, the timings work out so well here for SKT because he has the blue buff, whereas Crown would want to go and get the blue buff, but that's allowed to make to mention the harass down the bottom side to maybe go for...
Y tuvo un problema porque Samsung Galaxy ganó la partida pasada porque tenía todos los dragones.
Gotta be a blind face there, exit, now he sees it.
Gotta be very careful. Chance of critical is not available, nor is the critical. Infernal is peeled away from, and Samsung threatening enough to push them out.
That pressure on the Drake caused Crown to miss almost the whole wave there as Faker was pushing it into turret, and that evened up the CS for mid lane. And Faker, once again, getting more damage on that mid lane turret.
More control. This is a good sign for SKT. This is a team composition that wants to scale, that wants multiple items. They're going even against Samsung's team comp that should have advantages in 2, maybe 3 rolls of the 5.
Well, Samsung really wants to hit these power points where it's the Ghost Blade on Jhin and the Proto Belt on Kennen. Those are really big points for them to make those plays. if they combine the teleport of Kennen down bottom lane with their Jhin ultimate.
Thompson grenade flies across. Bang takes a little bit of damage. Still somewhat in control of this lane, but being pushed backwards by Ruler and Cortez.
Nice for them to get a little bit of breathing room. They still don't have ward control from River, so they have to be a little bit scared. But every time they would see the Zac, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Also, there's little micro power spikes you have to worry about here as the items go back and forth.
Alright, trading ultimate for ultimate, I'm sure. Shockwave catches Crown, Chaos Storm. Here comes the
Buena, bicho, weón. Perfecto timing del bicho para gankear mid.
Mirrored, 100%.
100% mirrored. It's insane, actually, how both junglers enter the frame at exactly the same time.
Well, I was also talking about, the limited option for this. So they know that, that is one of the few places for the Zac to go. It's hard for Zac to land a slingshot onto Kennen, especially since Cube has had double wards on topside the entire time. What we haven't seen very much, especially from these guys, are the ganks where you run into the side rush of that lane. Up top, it's very hard for top laners to keep wards in those side rush of their lane, so those can be very effective. Kennen's flash is obviously back up now, so that's much less deadly. And bottom lane, they obviously have the supports that are retain control of those rushes.
Yeah, not to mention the little small or the pink ward that's still sitting in SKT's jungle. Let that be a lesson. Always check that brush when you're jungling, because if someone sneaks a ward in there, it ruins your gank potential.
8 minutes up, Blank just walked past. I don't think he spotted it either. Still alive. Infernal Dragon's now been started by Samsung.
This is because of the recall of Faker. Those mini objectives, back timing are a premier mini objective that allow you to work your way up to the dragon. Faker back at base. That means Crown can come help, and the dragon secured there for Samsung.
That red buff ward is still spotting Blank. It's going on 9 minutes of lifetime. Multiple pings from Samsung Galaxy. They get their hands on the Infernal Drake. There was a questionable tidal wave from Wolf. Samsung are going even at 15 minutes, but they're hitting
Samsung comienza a volver a tener todos los dragones.
Trigger and accelerate to hit, right?
The dream, señores.
Game spike, that sort of 1-2 item spike on some champions.
Oh, the Proto Belt, the 2 upgrades on the Hex Core, and when Ruler can get his Ghost Blade, that would be when Samsung would want to make a play. They already have some of those people with full items though. Ambition invading the side of Blank. If they can get harassed, you want them to try and dive Duke, but very subdued play here. No one wants to make the first mistake.
Also, they don't have, much tankiness up on the top side of the map or a way to avoid tower aggro, so if you go for Duke, you have to be sure that he is just exhausted on the Gnar and won't turn Mega. As of right now, it's definitely dangerous, and Faker chases him out of their jungle.
This time, Ambition did not have the support of his team. He uses the Scuttle Grab to taxi out.
He's Eason, though, instead of Kindred, so he is much more mobile and able to get these escapes off. This is a much closer early game than Samsung played in the past, which well to the momentum from that last win. Not to mention, I do actually think it's a bit of lack of discipline from Blank to never check that rush where the pink ward is.
The side lane rush gank here from Ambition, just positioning.
Bueno, para los que no sabían, enfrente del rojo pone un ping. Esa es la ley. Uno pone un ping en ese pedacito de ahí del Bruch o en ese pedacito de ahí del Butch, y ese es un pedazo de ping que se ve solamente si pasas como por ese lado. Entonces, a menos que te pases en el Butch exactamente donde está el ping, no se ve. Y lo bueno de ese ping es que te mira cuando está en rojo.
Unless the junglers have anything to say about it.
Here they come.
Alright, Ambition, let's look for the shockwave again. Mid laners on mid laners, junglers on junglers, but this isn't fair. Here comes the support. Crowd flashes away. Ambition's right low. He uses Blank flying. Ash Arrow comes out. Blank takes a couple extra shots, but nobody dies. Up in the top lane, Duke and Cube, they're going toe to toe. Slicing Maelstrom burns through. Flash for flash. Cube.
Bien, vamos. Primera sangre para Kennen.
Cube came into this series with the most solo kills of anyone! 15, and now he racks on another!
And in the clutch moment after an incredibly close fight in mid lane, knows no one else can come there, he makes it happen.
The curtain call!
They go
Bang! Bang! Blank flashes for his life! Samsung get another! like it as they land and they didn't take the hit. Oh my goodness. Samsung though
takes the hit.
Another kill, this time mid lane, and pressure mid lane in forever.
Blank might have been low. He's got cell division. He can take a hit. He's got a passive that brings him back to life. That was...
Somebody wants to take a hit?
Poor coordination. You have to play behind Faker. Watching this one more time. The instant Duke loses the Mega Gnar, Cube decides to go aggressive. He clears all the minions as well with the ultimate. And here, he knows he's got 2 stacks on him to get the final stun.
Exactly. The 2 lightning and Cube goes in to find that. Look at the play between Faker and Crown here. As Faker moves over to get actually snared right through. Yeah. Wolf is going for the damage on the Crown. Unlucky.
Lucky indeed. Samsung Galaxy, 2 kills, an Infernal Drake, and a 1,000 gold lead in 17 minutes. He took the items. They got their Proto Belt, they got their Ghost Blade. Almost instantly, they make a play. This is what you would have expected with the team competition, right? They need to keep doing that and continue, because if they maintain a small advantage, the scaling and the team fight power that SKT brings to the mid and late game is going to add up and be terrifying.
Well, look at this. They got scouted out as they dodge the Asher, but Ambition got scouted out by the way right there. But that is going to push Duke off and probably give them first turret as well.
First turret gold is so important. Blood gold for a second. You can definitely snowball this one. Completely different story. Their 2 carries are on. They're comfortable champions here. And Cube is a comfortable top lane spot of solo killing people.
Into the series, Samsung were down on average 4,000 gold at 20 minutes. They currently have a 2,500 gold lead at 18.5.
No te preocupes.
Full record that red buff ward is still alive. 15 minutes. Yeah. Track that.
At a certain point, Core JJ needs to move it because they need to get another ping port on the map, but that's insane.
Right, let's see. More pressure in the mid lane. Shockwave. I've seen that movie before. Here comes the junglers. Blank has jumped onto Crown. Unstable. This should be the kill. Crown gets safeguarded. He sidesteps. He dodges. The ebb and flow takes him down. Cube's in trouble, taking so much damage. He'll stun Blank up to buy some time. Blank may be able to charge the elastic slingshot. He swings and misses. We'll get rooted in place by Korian Plays. Buy some time. Still running for his life. Still not down. He's gonna lightning rush away. Proto Belts to safety.
Buena, weón.
lives.
Mejor top lane de Corea, les dije Q.
Again went for the heal damage on Crown. This
Mejor
time
top de
takes
China
it
Smith.
off his head. And Duke cleans up the afterwards for SKT as well.
Wolf had the right idea first time. This time it
Los
actually
TP de
works out.
Q.
And it also leads to the mid lane turret falling, which can allow some more roaming. Watching this one more time, they trade ultimates as is customary, but the difference is Wolf is here. Core JJ's in base on Karma, so this turns the fight in Samsung's favor. Crown can't really get away from Blank right here. I feel like if he would have run straight backwards, he had a bit more of a chance.
Exactly. We can't focus on the aftermath, of these skirmishes. Focus on how SKT set that up. They force the bottom lane to recall for Samsung and immediately go to roam to make a play on mid lane instead of recalling themselves.
And then narrow escape right at the end. Is Blank never able to
Aguante Q, hermano.
slingshot to land. Nice juking by Cube.
Korian Q.
Support from Ambition means Samsung Galaxy take their second tower of the game. 20 minutes in, they're still up 2k. Mountain Drake will be up in the not too distant future, and Samsung Galaxy in a very good position going into the mid game. Cannot afford execution mistakes because they don't have a very sturdy front line, especially with Warrior Enchant on that Lisa.
Exactly. Once again, they're going to rely on the crowd control and zone control that comes from a Kennen. So Cube, the importance of his teleport and his flash, summoner spells are huge.
Samsung depende de Cube.
Also, that means that SKT have to focus so heavily on clearing out any Samsung wards that do get across the map for them.
Didn't catch exactly when that red buff ward went down, but it is now cleared from the bottom quadrant of SKT.
No entiendo qué va a estar hablando, weón, en el chat, weón.
Starting to build up. It's a frozen mallet.
Porque ponen como mensaje gigante, weón.
So a little
Son
focus
raros.
again on that split push, as has really been his sort of flavor of the series.
Definitely wants to get that advantage. And remember what we were talking about as well in Champions Select.
Sí, tartamudeo porque me está dando un infarto.
how many AoE abilities they bring to this team fight. If they can start it off with an Ashe arrow, it's very easy for them to combo, you know, shockwaves into Gnar ultimate. So both have to be very wary.
The tools for initiation are there. Tools to outplay kind of there for Samsung. Because as far as zone control that we were talking about earlier, Brown also, to me, on his Victor, has better use of his gravity field than any other Victor I've seen. As far as preventing the other team from getting initiation, not getting hit by the Ashe arrows, his gravity field can stop the follow-up initiations a lot of the time.
And one of their biggest tools as well for dodging those initiation tools that SKT are bringing is the speed that CoreJJ on the Karma's bring. We already saw it in lane a little bit with Ruler, you know, dodging that Ashe arrow as CoreJJ applied the speed to him, but that will also be crucial as far as those mid-game picks that we are anticipating in these Vision Wars.
For sure now in the mid lane, the Samsung Galaxy grouped up. How's that Dragon? They maintain a really passive control of the map. Only outer tower remaining is now behind Faker. They're going to commit some resources to taking that down because they don't have a tower to fall back to. That safety net rather, is just not there.
The other thing about you know, setting that up with the Ashe is Bang is one of those players who's played Ashe for a very long time, and he's the guy that will sneak into the pocket of Fog of War to fire it from so that you have less time to dodge. So the wards not only will serve as, you know, teleport locations, but also early alert, you know, to try and see the Ashe arrows coming, try and dodge those out.
And so much of that is prepped by the vision control very early on. The pink ward control in the mid lane for SKT is pretty good, and I think some of that spews from the mid lane turret being down already.
It's fair to say that SKT's vision this game has been 1 or 2 steps ahead of Samsung's over the course of the 4 games. It feels like they've pushed vision in very deep, they cleared vision out where needed in the areas they prioritize it.
And a lot of times Samsung will actually be ahead in the warding stats. They place more wards in this series by SKT by a long shot. But that's because SKT switches over to sweepers so much earlier. You can see even in this game already 2 sweepers, and that's actually how they caught the pink ward, was Wolf running through their own jungle with the sweeper to get rid of it. And there's another example of it right there.
Exactly, switch over the sweepers very early. Also, when you're in control of the map, as SKT have been in control for a very large portion of those early games, you don't have to replace your pink wards as often, as they're not getting killed out by the enemy, leading to lower numbers but higher control, a little bit deceptive.
Okay, so Samsung's in control, they've got a minor lead, they've got a good mid-game team composition, and good flash, respect flash from Ruler. Now Samsung is in a position that SKT have been in 2 games. Going into the mid-game with somewhat of a lead. It's not as big, but how does SKT play from behind? Let's see, as Blank has been jumped on. A good curtain call, this is going to be a target. Matched 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Maelstrom, Bang just gets blown up. Blank gets turned on, he gets kicked back into the mid lane. Cube is going to get dropped, so that makes it a 1-for-1. Looks like Blank's able to get away for now.
Yeah, he had a very quick flash there right off of the screen, so he was able to get out.
Yeah, really hectic engage right there as they trade 1-for-1, and even though Faker landed a decent shockwave, it wasn't nearly enough to save Bang, who had taken a lot of harass from Ruler's initiation. This is kind of the classic matchup we've seen this year between the Ashe and the Jhin, where yes, Ashe can fire with the arrow, but the curtain call can be just as threatening on the enemy AD carry.
Alright, gonna use that Ghost Blade, 2 more shots, even though caught by a prison. Crown is gonna use that Crown.
Did he overstay?
That's gonna catch Faker, that's very important to prevent further engage. And look at that, captive audience, slows Duke down and prevents any further chase. Samsung get the tower.
Huge for Samsung, they get all of the outer turrets, and that is so much in the next step of the vision game. Here we go though with the ultimate that you're talking about from Jhin on to Bang, and he doesn't respect that teleport in. You know, Cube is definitely going to immediately use his ultimate. Yes, he gets stunned under tower range by Duke, which is great to get the counter kill for them, but not going to be able to get any more out of it. And by the way, with that flash as well, Blank did save his passive for cell division on Zac, so there's the 2-step initiation of the Ashe arrow into the Zac slingshot that's still very much available. And he has the confidence that he's got the extra passive to die in that middle of the team fight as well.
Yeah, already 2 Drakes, 0 for Samsung. Crown,
indeed flapped away from Crown. Ambition sidesteps the arrow as CoreJJ.
I want the Samsung Galaxy.
Flash into the blue pit. and continue backing away. Blank, elastic slingshots over the wall. There's still a
very spread
Crown and ambition to get in. Very good aqua prison and another elastic slingshot. Crown will go down. Throws down a gravity field to buy some escape time.
SKT relentless. They have so many of these CC abilities, these tools for initiation, that they continue to attack Crown, and he can't get any more flashes. So
yeah, really good extended fight there by SKT, taking a small numbers advantage at the start and being willing to spread out as they chase everyone of Samsung down. Speaking of which, that also happened before the fight, which meant they had a numbers advantage more so when they're going in there. Huge play there by Faker.
And that's the kill that Faker couldn't pull off. Earlier in the season, he was flashing for Crown and just misplayed it. This time around, it's his man.
Wow, so that actually means that it was 2 kills as well for Drake, and that gives them a gold lead for the first time in quite a while.
Going back to the questions before, what happened? Got Samsung Galaxy and take the Dragon. Seems like a pretty easy answer to how do SKT play this mid-game. Constant engages from Zach. Definitely much bigger impact than the Kindred pocket pick from Ambition.
Yeah, definitely a big move for SKT. But remember, Samsung, they've been controlling the Dragon previously, and they've already got the Infernal and the Mountain in their pocket, which is going to help a lot towards the late game. Whereas the Ocean Drake is going to fall off, and another Ocean Drake is coming up, so not really an opportunity for SKT to answer as far as those spawns are concerned. Really, it is going to be so much about, are these Ash Arrows going to hit? Are they going to fire over these wards? And who's got flash up? Neither of the carries for Samsung have flash up at the moment.
Lula doesn't need it.
Gotta walk yourself out then.
Bitman's gonna safeguard in a second. Gets caught by Let's Bounce. The wave delivery system. That allows a kill onto Ambition. Curtain Call is only tagging the tank. And Blank has just got so much HP and armor.
And even without these Ash Arrows connecting, you're seeing how difficult it is for Samsung to 1-3-1 safely. Because as soon as they have Crown in the top lane, SKT is fearless in their initiation.
Relentless engage from SKT, and they're not done yet.
That's more.
Alright, Blankson get jumped up by 2 members, but the support from Wolf as well as Bang coming up from the river. SKT grab themselves another kill. It feels like whenever Samsung do not have a flash, they are such a juicy target.
Remember that the backline for SKT is also quite juicy as far as Juve is concerned, with the Tenet. His flash, his teleport, both about to come off of cooldown when he hits level 16.
So where are the wards, Kobe? I can see one in the bottom lane behind Duke. It's not the most ideal of targets. Couple in the mid lane. So SKT would have to overextend to present themselves as a juicy, perfect target for QV.
It's true, and also Duke would have to have less split push pressure, because even though the cannon has the early shove on the Gnar, when you get that Frozen Mallet and Spirit Visage, it becomes really difficult for QV to actually get a window with which to teleport.
Also, as you can see by the cooldown on the Proto Belt, he constantly uses the Proto Belt to clear minion waves, so then wouldn't have it if there's an on-demand teleport, if something breaks out, and you need to have these instant responses, because, as we talked about, SKT decision-making is lightning quick.
It's allowed them to win 2 games of the series. Faker threw down the Ghost and the Shockwave, didn't kill 4JJ. We've gone over 30 minutes, and it's 1,500 gold lead for SKT. The powers are even. Baron is starting to become a juicier and more interesting target. And Blank has picked up GA, so not only does he have Cell Division, he's also got that Guardian Angel. So nice, you have to kill him thrice. If at all.
Great feeling, actually, to be able to die multiple times. Charge straight into the fight. We'll see if it's necessary, even though. And Bang, again, looking for the pockets of Fog of War. They're all on the bottom side of the map at the moment. Samsung know that they can't let up as far as the vision control around Baron at the moment.
Yeah, and quick shot, you mentioned Guardian Angel, but the Death Cap
Samsung
Void Staff included on Faker, and then Infinity Edge.
Tiene muy atrás la línea de visión, bueno. Está jugando muy reactivamente, va a estar perdiendo, bueno.
We don't have the same level of item power spikes on Ruler or Crown.
Faker siempre ha sido fino.
Really, if SKT can
con la R
get some type of pick here, it could turn into a massive damage.
Well, this is where the scaling side of the SKT comp really starts to come into its own. Black Cleaver now picked up for Duke, Cuvate sitting on his 3-item spike, Void Staff, Hourglass, and that Proto Belt. But he needs the wards He needs to get in behind SKT to win a team fight, because if you look at all the damage on the Samsung Galaxy, it's going to take so many rotations of spells to get through Zac and Gnar alone, if they're in a straight up head-to-head fight.
There is a huge amount of pressure on QV's shoulders to run the makeshift front line using the zoning of his ultimate, but then also the invulnerability of his Zonias. There's plenty of damage on Samsung. If once someone does get stunned up with the ultimate of Kennen, Crown has been magnificent at layering his gravity shield. The gravity shield.
Now Cheryl onto Ambition, Blank's coming in from behind. And the fight's now going to break out. Gravity Field will pull Blank backwards. That should be the GA pot. Cell Division still available. Curtain Call interrupted. Very good title. He's found 3. Oh! Charges up. The Maelstrom. The slingshot. Samsung get 3.
Quick shot. Just like we talked about, the wards and SKT move right where they want them. They collapse. Now it's going to be the Baron for them as well.
And it's nothing that SKT can do about it at this point. They meander into a fight in Samsung's jungle and get absolutely obliterated by Samsung's response. That is the reverse of what you expect when watching SKT, who normally is the reactive team.
The arrow onto Lee Sin, who simply safeguards away. And even though Blank has multiple lives, you don't want to use them inside the jungle. They corner themselves. Gnar is not there to start it out either, and that is the dream flank. All members of the back line for QV. When the pressure is on, the weight on his shoulders, he grabs them all.
Not to mention the tidal wave was used to interrupt the curtain call, which left no disengage once QV had entered the fight. Massive play.
That's a Blank special. Just overreaching. No, just overreaching.
You've seen it so many times. And that's why Bengi seems to sync better with SKT sometimes. He was over the wall, he didn't hit anyone with his elastic slingshot, and then everyone was waiting around for his guardian angel.
Alright, I love criticizing Blank, but that was probably a team call.
Your favorite
it was probably a team call there, because they went with Ash Arrow, they wanted to engage on it.
Alright, Tidal Wave was thrown down in the mid lane.
They get Baker!
They've killed
Oh my god,
but it doesn't matter. With Baron buff looking to make a play.
I'm sure
we're going to replay that.
Much like in the last game, Samsung get Baron, Faker tries to defend an outer turret, and Ambition just sneaks in the backside to get the kickoff. This is going to be another big Baron power play for Samsung.
Already at 3,000 gold, they take their 5th tower of the game. They're sieging up in multiple lanes. Now they're pressuring.
Me estoy weyando que Samsung lo va a hacer, weón.
Seconds before Faker can respawn.
Me estoy weyando que Samsung lo está logrando.
Is down. Samsung are now pushing onto the
Me
inhibitor.
estáis weyando, weón.
Seconds before Faker comes up. Mid and bottom.
Así de simple, así de clean. Después de ese macho impactante. Oh, instantánea por
instantly throws the QSS down and is able to run away.
Woo! We are getting closer and closer to a 5th game in the World Finals, which we have never had before, but Samsung would have to be able to close. They're 5,000 gold up.
Podríamos estar presentes ante la primera vez en la historia de los mundiales. Un quinto juego.
This approaches 6,000 gold Baron here. Look at this, it goes in, finds Faker again. This is almost like we're watching it over and over again. Ambition in on Faker, takes him down.
Yeah, and Blank, down his guardian angel, down his cell division.
Uy, el bicho lo hubiera matado.
Very difficult for him to get a good engage, especially because Samsung is just using their zone control, staying spread out. They have the QSS on Ruler already, and when they get the Mikhails onto 4JJ, that actual initiation won't be possible.
Oh, Ambition's looking for Faker again. Not going to find him just yet. Let's bounce, interrupting the possibility of a dead. Ambition is now down. SKT turning it around. Poor JJ gets caught out. The Mega Gnar comes down as well. That's 2 kills for SKT. Samsung unable to find a kick this time around.
Great punish there from SKT, making Ambition pay this time around. And that should be enough to actually buy them a huge amount of time for those inhibitors to come back up. Yes, we just had a game where Samsung had multiple SKT inhibitors down, yet it took them 70 minutes. So we could very well be in for the long haul.
Yeah, watching this attempt one more time, they do see Faker on a ward, so they think they can get the pick. Because if they get this with 2 inhibitors down, they think they win the game. But he can't sneak behind
and then he gets heavily punished by the tidal wave and the ultimate from Faker, timing just right with the Nar teleport.
That's the thing with Lee Sin. He usually needs Flash to pull off those really miraculous plays. And without the extra abilities there, Ambition, a little bit too much.
The scale of SKT's deficit is not the same as Samsung Galaxy, but they find themselves in a similar scenario. They're behind, their opponents have got strong map control, there's super minions on the map, and Samsung Galaxy are looking great route, but Duke managed to hop away. Juve's still gonna...
It's a matter of how much gold he has. He has no one...
Oh my god!
Alright, there's no support. This should equal a kill. The hop, the shot. Not gonna find his target. The stun does. Juve combos with Ruler.
The two inhibitors are still down. There will be one wave of super minions that I think crashes on the bottom side as they assault this outer turret.
And that was a very dodgeable skill there from Duke, and he just runs straight instead of taking the half step backward. Eats the root, ends up going down, and now Ambition once again.
He gets caught up by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the bubble, the bounce, everything. Chaos Storm is buying some time. Bang is forced to run away. Look at the damage from those ticks over and over, and the tower falls.
Yeah, but I like SKT countering that play, knowing Ambition is going for the play. Juve though!
He's looking for more. Wolf is able to get away to safety. The tower is being focused by Ruler and Crown. That means all towers except Nexus are down.
You can tell this team
Pero ese Telecom no pierde,
after that victory. The resurgence here from Samsung, looking to get 3 inhibitors already.
Oh my god.
Minutes into the game.
And because of the
inhibidores abajo de SK Telecom.
SKT
¿Cómo mierda defiende esto?
in the
Dragón en 1 minuto y medio. Varón en 1 minuto y
medio. They had right there, and they were able to take advantage of it.
A far more
¡Qué mierda!
this time around from Samsung, looking to even this series up.
And I think that's a key word though, Kobe, looking to even the series up. Yes, they got the 3 inhibitors down. 2 of them will be respawning pretty soon. And maybe they'll be able to take the Elder
Sacar la skin de celular, weón. ¿Te imaginas, culiao? En volar, weón.
Of a Zac with an Orianna, but
está ganando Samsung ahora por una diferencia de casi 5K de oro.
The thing is, with this composition, when you open up the map this much, you can't even open up the map further for Samsung. There are so many spots that SKT have to clear for wards. There's almost no way they can be confident if they ever go out to contest an objective that there's not a ward behind them. They constantly have to be looking over their shoulders for Juve.
Because of the death cap as well. He's had that one great initiation, and there's the threat of the other one. That's what they should be using to try and
mira, un Kene con Sonia, Rabadon, Boystab, Protoel y la capa culiada de MR. Korian Plays.
Samsung Galaxy on the verge of making history here on the World Championship, potentially going to 5 games against a team that everyone expected to just wipe the floor with Samsung, and they've showed incredible grit throughout the series. Playing from behind, and now they've started Baron proactively.
Juve is hoping they come into the choke so he can get the flank on them, but he can't get caught on his go.
¡Oh my god! ¡SerllinOPI está posicionado! ¿Cómo se la juega? El mejor top laner de Corea. Se metió el mejor mid laner de Corea que estoy viendo. Samsung Galaxy asegura el varón. No hay mid laner y un 4 de 5 será suficiente para poder finiquitar esta partida. Pero ojo, QE obligado a usar. Pero Crown flashea, se tira el contraban. Con GG no puede más. ¡Qué mierda estoy viendo! ¡Se lo estoy metiendo todos!
Holy! Bang comes up huge right there! He's able to save the game for SKT!
It's not over. Blank slingshots into the mid lane. Core JJ's looking to bounce him down. The ebb, the flow, not going to be enough for the kill just yet. Here comes Ambition. Ruler's on a rampage. Ambition looking for the sonic wave. Duke hops away and gets to safety.
If Crown was able to close that kill onto Bang, we would be listening to Silver Scrapes right now before Game 5.
Let's play it that early.
Just play it for 10 minutes. Wolf, though, I cannot underscore Wolf's exhaust when Crown went for the flash was critical in keeping them alive in that setup. And this game is still far from over.
Whew. Alright, let's take another look at the kill from Faker's perspective. No time to react at all.
On a Jhin trap too, so really no escape there. But they go for the Baron Steel, don't get it. And at this point, SKT needs to be in a full retreat. Duke knocks Juve back a little bit, and Crown has just running as fast as he can right here, and he wants the assassination on the Bang. That's all he cares about.
He wants to end the game right now. They're exhausted immediately. If that was in there, they would be able to finish it completely. Bang flashes over the gravity field. Comes up huge for SKT once again.
Samsung Galaxy still maintain control. Baron on a couple of their members and exposed inhibitors in the middle and bottom lane. As we crash the 40 minutes, Bang sets another World Championship record this series, 460 CS. Ambition is looking for Wolf. He's forward to the jungle.
I come on his own here.
Completely by himself. Gets the Dragon's Rage, eats a shockwave. A lot of ultimates used. Samsung now in a 4v5, 4v4 as Duke was not there.
A critical mistake there by Ambition, because that delays their setup for the Elder Drake and gives Duke time to clear the super minions in the lane with the exposed inhibitor. So Ambition definitely going a little bit too hard there. Last game was definitely the Ambition show. This game is actually being carried a bit by the rest of his team.
And time is exactly what SKT need. They have such a solid team fight composition. If they can make it to the point to even up the war chest here, the gold is starting to close, and the vision game could be in for another banger.
I think we already are, baby.
Yeah, this is a barn burner if I've ever seen one. And this series could really heat up if we're able to get to the 5th game. We mentioned SKT with the potential of the reverse sweep. That's what happened the last time when they lost to KT Rolster in the LCK playoffs. We didn't think it would be possible here against Samsung, but Samsung thinks otherwise.
Gentlemen, to give you an idea of how much of a barn burner, 10 Barons and 21 Dragons in 4 games with the potential of more. Samsung Galaxy starts the Elder Dragon using some of their abilities, and Duke is still pushing in the top lane.
Yeah, tight timings here because they would need to teleport in right now for Duke, and I need to see his Meganar bar.
He's trying to charge up halfway there.
Alright, Dragon is going to reset. The minion wave continues to push. Duke has arrived. He's in the pit. No flash available. Elder Dragon down to 4,000. It seems to be focused. Samsung
combo
away. It's not reset just yet. Curtain call to Wolf. It's going to get interrupted by the tidal wave. And Cubase has found Bang and Grayson. Push them away. But Blank is bouncing all up inside.
Oh, Faker con el ulti.
Blank is going low.
Esto es ruler contra Bang. Esto es ruler contra Bang. ¡No se la juega! ¡Bang sobrevive!
He does in the end. Sends him packing with a deadly flourish. Now Duke's in trouble. Oh, Ruler gets another. Finds the shutdown. Turns his attention.
¡No! ¡Se logra! ¡Se logra! ¡Ruch!
Galaxy are pushing into the base.
Ruler, Rookie of the Year, flashes forward for the play for Samsung to get back inside the base.
What a game for Ruler, but that fight was so close right there. Crown staying full health this entire time, and the question is, will that be enough to close the game? It's just Faker and Blank trying to defend.
2 versus 4. Samsung Galaxy waiting for the minions to push in. They've got their second inhib.
Blank's cutting off the minion wave as well, so they can't actually get minions into the
Blank,
base.
bueno, weón.
Pings on the top
Corta los
the
minions.
rest of Samsung pushing around.
Tienen que ir al nivel de top, weón. Tienen que ir al nivel de top. Bótenlo rápido y salgan. ¡Uy, no!
Ruler, but the Clown shuts him down. That's a good kill. The 3rd inhibitor falls. Samsung waits for the supers.
And cut all the minion waves. Cubase here now.
Cubase is right. Blank. That's the GA. That's gone down. Cell division might still be up, and it will not matter.
With 3 inhibitors down and 2 players, it's a matter of time, you would think. It's just Wolf and Duke to try and prevent a game 5.
Oh, let's see the final push. Samsung Galaxy, they throw down the curtain call. The music is about to play. Silver scrapes, cue it up. Samsung now running for their lives. Ashero onto Cube.
¡Oh, Include! ¡Perfecto! Ulti combinado por el ulti de Jhin a su contra.
He's not done yet. The Nexus turrets.
Primera vez en la historia de los mundiales tenemos un juego quinto. Y SK Telecom pierde 2 seguidos. Salso del sueño. Y la segunda vez en su vida en un reverse swipe. Lo de los chinos lo vive.
Minutes into game 3, you never would have thought this would be possible, but now Samsung is 1 win.
Uno más con Chetumare, estaban diciendo ese chino culiado. Uno más con Chetumare. Uno más con Chetumare.
A completely rebuilt team
bringing players back from CBLOL, from the NALCS, from retirement almost, and from solo queue. Ruler steps up.
From the history books, ambition, role swaps to jungle. The greatest player to never make worlds is in a Game 5 championship bout in his first time here.
Greatest role swap of all time.
Yeah, and we're blessed so far with this series because this is the first World Final to go all 5 games. I cannot wait for this 5th game just to see. I mean, I'm expecting Bangi to sub back in. That blank substitution did not work whatsoever. He was mismatched with the team in the initiations, and the Zac pocket pick didn't work out very well from them. This is the moment where these teams are truly tested.
They said only the Tigers could push SKT this far.
Wrong!
But Samsung has done it.
They have indeed. We're going to Game 5. We're going to head down to the analyst days to take a look at just how well Samsung won Game 4.
We asked for it at the beginning of the day, gentlemen, and Samsung Galaxy has delivered a Game 5 for us here. 2 wins for SKT, 2 followed up by Samsung Galaxy, and boy, is this venue heating up.
And after the second game, I
¿Quién
was
quiere Frontline cuando tienes quieren? ¡Papu!
Zero, and he was like,
oh, dejé la cagada.
Went uphill. Well, it went uphill for Samsung, down for SKT, you know, in your prediction, obviously, but we saw that Game 3 with a big turnaround for Samsung. Game 4, you can see how much it means for them now. My voice is gone, I've been yelling in here as well because this is just absolutely crazy to watch. But seeing Samsung in the early game now play much, much better, not make the same over-aggressive mistakes and then get punished for them. There are still a few mistakes here and there, but both teams have had the same one.
Yeah, definitely, and that was the first early game out of Ambition where I'm like, this guy is now on point, getting multiple camp steals, tracking Blank around the jungle. That's all you have to do against Zac, because this guy needs to impact with these ganks, and he wasn't able to do that because of the Lee Sin.
I'm still so worried for the Samsung bot lane in the early. Every single game they play, they're getting murdered, especially once the CS hits like 20 to 30. Ruler seems to get stuck in really poor trades every single game, and then Samsung gets, honestly, a big deficit right there, but on the top side of the map. If you have a deficit bot side, you need to start winning top side, and the man to do that was Cube. What a performance from him in that top lane.
Yeah, one of the big things we talked about coming into the series was counter-picking top. Yep. And how important it was, you can see both top laners do it every single game now. They're able to get like good matchups if you were picking last as a top laner. Kennen was the second time we saw it. First time he won the lane big time, but then he got dove 500 times and he just ended up dying and did absolutely nothing in teamfights. This game he had a good laning phase, got a solo kill as well, and he took that into teamfights. Some beautiful flanks. We flanks he pulls off.
Yeah, and we'll get to that replay in just a moment as we see SKT on our screens here going over what their plans might be for Game 5 here. Spawn, take this away.
And this just shows how much on a different page Blank is from the rest of the team, because they're going to initiate onto Ambition here, and Blank decides that he's going to dive over the opposite side of the red buff. And it's just, he isolates himself for no purpose.
Yeah, and you are Zac. When you use your slingshot to not even get into the fight, you are doing absolutely nothing. He actually jumped in and just painted a big arrow buff his head and said, please go for me, and then QA shows up.
And this is what happens when you don't have to go Zhonya's second, when you can get the Snowboy Void stuff. He even has his Zhonya's as well, and he honestly just tears through that backline.
And that's honestly a great point that Spawn brings up right there, because a Kennen that has the lead, not only can he itemize more efficiently for power teleports, but also you can just keep pushing the lane, allowing to have more windows of opportunity to exactly use that teleport. In the previous game where he picked Kennen, as the Fisher alluded to, he won lane, but then he got pushed in, meaning he could never really get any teleports. There wasn't any deep vision. But right now, Samsung lured SKT in their jungle, and they punished them super hard.
Yeah, we have to, of course, look at Blank, who got subbed into this game. Picked the Zac. He's played it before already here in playoffs, so it's not like the pick itself is super surprising. But you need so good coordination to play Zac Orianna, especially, because you want to coordinate like the proper ball setups and then like a beautiful engage into a fight. He had multiple attempts in the mid lane where they looked very off. We actually saw Samsung win a lot of those skirmishes in the mid lane, and then we just saw that big replay where he jumps in and just literally sets himself in front of Samsung and just allows him to kill him.
Well, let me use the Bangi Blank situation to push us forward to this 5th game, because Bangi is being subbed back in. So after that loss, Game 5, SKT's putting their chips back into the Bangi basket here, and Galaxy, well, they've chosen blue side. So what are our primary thoughts or preliminary thoughts going into Game 5?
We need a strong pick. If you're an SKT fan, you want a strong pick on Faker, and you want, again, Bangi to play around that mid lane, because if you're watching Faker's player cam throughout the game, he was getting a little bit frustrated at the end as well. He was raising his hands up. Faker has shown that in the past. He's also shown that if you make him angry, which he is right now, he will smash you in the next game. So I'm very excited to see what that guy does.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if he can transition from what was a really sloppy game with his jungler back to the jungler that he's comfortable with, and whether he can execute really crisply, because that's going to be pretty key in this game.
All right, well, here's the thing. The graphic is up, so now I'm going to go back down the line. I'm going to ask you guys, with this 5th game in mind, I'm going to give you the chance to change your minds here on your predictions. So, Crepo, starting with you, who's going to walk away world champion tonight?
I'm going to change my prediction. Instead of a 3-0, I'm going to go for a 3-2. SKT is still going to win it because they put Bengi back in.
All right, so Bengi back in, seals the deal for you. Crepo in a 3-2 now. But Spawn, what are you thinking?
You know, in LCK playoffs, when KT got the reverse sweep, I was so happy. Big KT fan back from when they were KTA. Then when they lost out to the Samsung roster, I was like, KT didn't die for this. Well, turns out they did, because they're going to reverse sweep SKT as well. I'm going to flip-flop on this one and lock it in for Samsung.
There it is. We got our vote for Samsung here on the desk.
Let's go, Samsung!
You got the crowd with you as well there, Spawn. I think Samsung will have, you know, a super good advantage coming into this, just in terms of mindset, attitude, everything. I do think, however, SKT has the experience to pull this one back, to get Bengi back in there. They're going to play much better with the jungler early on. They're gonna get and I'm going to stick to the prediction I had earlier in the day. Competitive series, it will go back and forth, but SKT will win in the end.
Okay, but now I'm going to make you all flip-flop here. I'm going to make you all flip-flop here. So back down the line, though. I want you to give me the reason or the way that Samsung Galaxy wins, and then I want you to give me the reason or the way that SKT wins.
You want to go first?
The way Samsung is going to win this game is they need to, first of all, have a pick in mid lane where they can actually gank around it. And we saw the Victor be very successful because they had Jhin coming in, they had support coming in, they had jungle coming in, everything. Victor against Orianna, I actually think that's a fine matchup for them. So I want to see that matchup again. I think SKT will also take it. Can be fine for both sides. And then also for top lane, Cure, he needs to have a strong laning phase, and he cannot start falling behind because they need him to set up these big team fights.
All right, so you're looking for the solo lanes to make up for an expected deficit in the bot lane. Now, Spawn, flipping back over to SKT. How does SKT walk away with victory here after sustaining 2 losses? We have to remember that this is a team that just lost twice in a row.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday I said that they have 4 players not in my top 20 at Worlds, and I'm going to stick to that because 4 of them are playing real poorly today. However, they do have the best and second best player in the world. I think the Fake is still the best. I think Bang stepped up huge, and I think that if for one game these guys can just go off and exploit their counterparts, they will be able to pick up the victory. However, the rest of the team needs to stop feeding for that to happen.
And Ben Lee's in, by the way. Ambition is making some plays, some good and bad ones, but he's making a lot of proactive plays, and Samsung needs that.
All right, anything left to be said here, Crepo, or are you just going to smile and nod? That's okay, you're a pretty man. You can afford to do that.
I just hope Duke stops trying to be a hero.
Yeah.
He keeps going for these plays, because a lot of Cubase solo kills come from Duke aggressing first. If the plan is for SKT to play around mid lane and get Faker comfortably and have him chip away the turret, Duke is fine being in a CS hole, but he doesn't have to keep going for the place and dying, because that's exactly the moment where Cubase takes over the game, and then the advantage spills over, and suddenly that bot lane deficit doesn't matter anymore. So I'm just looking for strong performance in the bot lane and the mid lane from SKT, and Duke just stop dying.
All right. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. After 5 weeks of competition, it all comes down to a single game. We'll be back with the deciding clap between SK Telecom T1 and Samsung Galaxy right after this.
El medio DJ, conchetumare. Avicii que achico al lado mío. David Guetta, una mierda al lado mío, hermano. Skrillex, puta, está bien. Nos parecemos. Oh, weón, un crack este DJ, weón. Oye, Cancadro, está grabado, weón. Yo calié que estos weones iban a dar vuelta un 2-0 y iban a dar 3-2. Cuando estábamos en 0-0 yo dije, Samsung Galaxy llegó al mundial dando vuelta un 2-0 abajo. Lo puede hacer contra SK. Le pegó la Skrillex. Creo que nunca habían visto con el pelo suelto, weón. Tan sexy.
estamos por empezar, cabros. El primer juego 5 de algún mundial de la historia de League of Legends. Esto es un hecho histórico. Llamen a sus amigos, llamen a sus hermanos, llamen a su familia. Díganle que Faker está para par con Crown. Lo repito, Samsung Galaxy entró al mundial dándole vuelta un 2-0 que venía perdiendo con KT por el pase al mundial, ganó 3-2 a KT y desclasificó a KT Roster para llegar al mundial. Y ahora podría hacer lo mismo con SKT en la final. Buena porotito salvaje. De claro, si gana Samsung me tienen que dar una skin. Una cada uno. Mira, cáchate DJ, cáchate DJ.
And welcome back to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship, where it's all come down to this. One more time into the breach. Samsung Galaxy.
Hostia, hacker, ¿cómo se está mi tío?
Samsung have elected blue side, as is their want in game 5. SKT have brought back Bengi.
The most important champion select switch. They've chosen to put Bengi in. Because honestly, yeah.
Series. And there is so much on the line here in terms of SKT's legacy, and you know how much Faker and the rest of SKT care about this because, I mean, to win 3 and 4 years when the sport is so young will mean they're going to be the greatest team in the history of League of Legends for a very long time. But Samsung can stop that with one more game.
The beauty is, if Samsung do that,
ya cabrón, ¿cuántas cajitas si gana Samsung? ¿Cuántas cajitas si gana Samsung? ¿Quién apuesta? ¿Quién apuesta? ¿Quién apuesta? ¿Quién apuesta? ¿Quién apuesta? ¿Quién apuesta? No, Piñera culiado, eres corrupto, hermano. Yo te doy el admin y vos me quitas el canal, hermano, lo vendí al exterior, conchetumare. Voy a hacer la gran tarjeta, la gran Mastercard con lo de Chile, Piñera.
And frustrated with how the series has gone. Kobe, how does Faker and the rest of SKT now bounce back with momentum?
5 cajas, 10 cajas, 20 cajas. Aguante Samsung, Manuel.
Always talk about with this team.
Cajitas vienes, cajitas van.
Comes to light. Game 5 of the finals. They showed it versus the Rocks Tigers, and they have to repeat here.
Aguante,
and I wonder if it's going to be another Orianna game because it can swing both ways. Either the fatigue catches up with Samsung and it's like the end of the Rock series where they lose the ability to flash the shockwaves, or have they wisened up to it and are very good at playing around it because it seems like it's less effective almost each game he plays it.
I want to talk about that fatigue because these are some of the longest games that we've seen throughout the entirety of the World Championship. You know, 70-minute game, multiple
El Black creo que quiere ganar una skin.
With the finals, with the cup, with this crowd.
And it's not just the time duration.
Pues hermano, yo solamente quiero que gane Samsung, porque soy un fan de SKT desde muchos años. Pero solamente quiero que gane Samsung y apoyo a Samsung porque Samsung dio vuelta un 0-2 que venía perdiendo contra KT, y lo he dicho miles de veces, para llegar al mundial. Y fue uno de los VOOOLVIII y los 5 matches que más me emocionaron en toda la vida. Y que Samsung me esté dando el gusto de poder revivirme en la final de un mundial es un regalo, y yo creo que ese regalo se les premia a Samsung y puedan ganar un mundial. Si gana KLG, yo les doy una cajita a todos ustedes.
What would you anticipate? Because the question in my mind is Zilean with banning from Ambition.
Vamos, Samsung Galaxy!
Look at the last time that SKT was on that side of the map. They threw double jungle bans and a Rise at them. So at that point, I say it's not quite worth banning because I'd still rather see Ambition's Zilean than Crown's Rise, but it really would just depend on their confidence level of Faker playing something else into Rise.
Yeah, I don't think you can ban out the jungle currently. This guy also has an amazing Elise. He's received Elise bans before. I mean, these guys have deep champion pools at that position. The one place where I might see that happening would be mid lane. As we talked about so many times, Faker's deep champion pool trying to attack the shallow one of Crown.
Yeah, throw more bans at Crown. The game
Put them all out.
Seen
Throw them all
mid lane bans, and he doesn't play Victor. Just throw one more in there. Leave some junglers up, actually. Maybe even give Olaf over. That would be super risky. Maybe that's a bad idea. But that's something that if SKT feels a little bit desperate after losing 2 games, they might have to do.
To me, though, you know, consistently throwing multiple mid lane bans at Samsung, yet letting him have Crown, having Victor, which is a champion we could use with Crown, and keep calling Victor Crown. There's a reason, because he's played so many games on that champion.
So comfortable, and Crown used the Aurelion Sol to pick up their first win in the series. Samsung Galaxy have equaled the number of wins against SK Telecom in the last 2 hours than they have in the last 2 years. They put back-to-back wins on the map. They came into this best of 5 with 2 wins. This iteration, you know, mostly displays this organization. They need to beat that record right now.
No sé, yo estaría.
Remind you that they had not beaten.
Yo estaría así como.
In 19 straight games before.
Corriendo el círculo, gritando ¡Pánico! ¡Pánico! ¡Alerta! Tengo idea, weón.
Samsung have overcome the challenges, and this is the last.
Faker tiene sed, weón. Faker tiene sed, Faker que está llenándose, esa weón no es nada, weón, no sabe nada que es vodka. Weón se está enojado, weón.
We've seen a couple of times as well.
I'm just so in awe of this series right now, but that is multiple mid lane bans from Samsung, and there is no way they can necessarily ban out the Olaf and the Lee Sin. We'd be very curious to see if they ban the Olaf here with the Karma being banned already. It'd still be a pretty scary pick.
Throw the Victor, make him play the Cassiopeia. Faker Orianna into Cassiopeia is a better matchup than Orianna into the Victor. Ooh. Still scared of their Aurelion Sol though.
Baneo de Samsung, Rice, Karma y Syndra. Baneo de SK Telecom, Niale, Sira y Audion. No me ha gustado la fun.
Do they go something like Ash Victor here?
Ash Victor.
Finally.
Alright, so what is the reply then? Ash Victor is now locked in.
Una de las mejores combis de SK Telecom, Ash
tries
Victor.
to go the Orianna into it, but I think it's Cassiopeia.
I think I think he does stick with you know, what he has been playing and go with the Cassiopeia as well. But again, I talked about it last game, but we didn't see many of the Ash arrows from Bang flying towards mid lane, you know, which is something that they found success on before. Maybe they try a bit more of that instead of using the Ash arrows in lane. Because SKT so often wins through the mid lane, Faker's pressure, taking down these early turrets, using that space to get wards into the jungle and play from there.
And I do have to say though, the early pressure of Victor isn't the same that he's been able to output on champions like Orianna. So even if it is Victor versus Cassiopeia, that's not a lane where Victor can take very early control of it, and it does change SKT a little bit. Oh! Top catch! It's so good against Ash too. Especially preventing the picks in the mid game.
Yes. So, pivots, melee supports. This is something that the broadcast talked about much earlier in the day, how they could be a pivot away.
Double support bans.
Triple melee here from Samsung, trying to charge through SKT to the back line.
Very good you pick up on the triple melee there, because they can stack things that are hard to run through right now. Trundle's pillar nearly impossible. Victor and Ash already very hard to charge through. So SKT's thinking smart here.
And the Lee Sin kick should be used defensively. Honestly though, it's very difficult because you know, Top Kench gets to use the ultimate to teleport in very close, and Olaf goes immune to CC.
Well, that will be the 4th time that CoreJJ has played this champion at Worlds. Obviously undefeated, as they had a fantastic run leading up to the finals. Lee Sin and Trundle are locked in. There's no speed ups or amplifiers here for the Samsung Galaxy squad. They've locked in Jhin and Cassio. They'll sit behind that back line of Poppy, Tom, and Olaf.
CoreJJ's Tom Kench was so good and so instrumental in getting them here as well. You know, through that gauntlet that they had to run. You have to watch out for those mid-game uses of the Abyssal Voyage to try and surprise other lanes. Have to be very, very aware in the early game here for SKT.
Yeah. Would we pivot back to a Braum in this lane instead of a Nami, which would be the other expected pick from SKT? I can see it as far as wanting to get a really, really hard to kill frontline when Cassiopeia and Jhin are the main damage coming out from Samsung. Really almost defaulting back to some of the stuff we saw several months ago.
You gotta love the fact that this supports AD carry meta, how it's adjusted and adapted throughout the course of the World Championship. The final game, a couple extra support bands, and we're back to Tom Kench versus Braum in the bottom lane.
We've come full circle!
We did it.
Entonces,
this means there's only, we can't play more games in this. Now who will win?
The cycle of melee and range supports.
Of course, the two bands didn't hurt.
Now, what do we think about these two team compositions? It feels like there's a little bit more damage on the side of the Samsung squad, but you know, a lot of utility in SKT. I mean,
very evenly matched. These two compositions right here.
They have almost exactly the same style. You have really tanky champions in the top lane, melee supports, AD and high damage mids. With physical damage junglers. They are so close to each other as far as overall style goes that it's really just going to be about who the better team is.
In terms of lane matchups, early game, does that favor one particular composition more than the other? Because that was something that was very pivotal in Game 4, and one great team fight broke open the scaling option that SKT had.
It really depends on how good Bang's Ashe is against Ruler's Jhin right here, because I think Cassio can shove in Victor, and early on the Trundle Poppy is the Trundle favor matchup, so it's back and forth in a lot of different lanes.
Definitely excited to see about the early jungle pathing as well, because the opportunity is definitely here for Bengi to storm once again back into the game when SKT need him most to save the series.
Bengi was the big reason why SK Telecom took down the Rock Tigers. Will he be a big reason for SK Telecom to win their third World Championship? You guys know how to vote. It was down to 52% and 48%. Who takes the title? Who will be your World Champion?
Or will these most unlikely of underdogs in Samsung upset the defending champions and touch the Summoner's Cup?
Unbelievable. The way that the legacies will be changed based on the results of this map. You could have world champions after this game. Everyone on Samsung, those players could call themselves world champions. Duke could win his first world championship. Faker and Bengi, their third.
Ruler's rookie year.
Much. Yeah.
And again, it's just that storyline that, you know, both of these teams have very, very, very different backgrounds. But all of that feels in some way insignificant right now because of the context of this World Championship, because of the craziness of groups, the ridiculousness of Rocks versus SKT, and now Samsung have stepped up to the challenge. Something that they were counted out from. They were not meant to do this by all logic coming into the game.
The arena is dead.
Dejen de mandar Samsung a mierda, weón, no se entiende.
For this game to start.
Proved you wrong. Now they start making noise. I agree with you as far as the early jungle paths go, though. Look at this. Both junglers actually doing buff starts. Because I think they're guarding against a big play from the opponent, trying to go and catch them at a second buff.
We touched on this what feels like 5 hours ago, but technically Faker Victor has a significantly better win-loss ratio than Crowns. Again, that helps him on a more winninger team. We'll see how Faker handles Victor against what is considered to be the world's best Victor.
SKT are the winningest team in world's history.
They have
all that matters is this one game.
Exactly, and they've also lost more games at this World Championship than ever before. This is now their 6th loss, was what happened last game. But still,
Samsung, pero van a pegarle.
How many games they're able to win.
Crazy to think that Samsung have lost 3 games this World Championship to get to this point. They slightly failed to play. He just ran through it. Faker this time round gets his hands on one of those mini raptors.
Yes, Faker versus the mini raptors. Success.
He's technically 1-2. He's got a losing record against them. Just saying. From what we caught on camera.
Alright, there's the first jungler spotted on the ward. Ambition is seen at the Raptor camp. And moving bottom while the mid lane are training.
Who's gonna get it? Crown's looking noxious blast.
Gonna go all in and kill him.
Fletcho Crown, Faker.
Trouble. Can you score? JJ's running for his life. First blood picked up by Wolf.
Wow! Banky comes back into the series, grabs first blood for the bottom lane, and we'll see if Ambition has anything to say about it. He's got the Scuttle Crab and he's going in to tax the Wolves. Unbelievable right there. Being able to pull off first blood. It goes to Wolf, however, which isn't the greatest distribution of gold. And Faker's down both summoner spells. Here comes Ambition.
Ambition's running in. Gravity fields up. That will stun Ambition under the tower. Is it? But Ambition loses his life.
Banky got in experience range there, and he's gonna be able to take up these minions. Wolf rolling! More action!
Here comes Banky and Wolf. Crown's gonna sidestep and dodge. He will get stunned up by the concussive blows. SK Telecom!
Telecom tiene rabia, mi amor.
Out the gate, countering Samsung's play in the mid lane. Banky arrives. Wolf is the main roam in that play. Game 5 in the finals, and the action is breaking through. Faker gets the gravity field off to lock in the extra kill here on Ambition. Then the roam from Wolf so quickly. Crown wanted to stick around to make sure the wave gets jumped in the turret, and he should have been straight back. Not calling the miss on Wolf right there, and everyone was expecting Wolf to be in base after what happened in the bottom lane, but after getting first blood, he roams on the melee support. Those are the guys that make the roam plays happen. We come back to the game, and Banky is still inside of Samsung's jungle, recalling as he's counter jungling, has smited Samsung's Wolf Spirit. Level 3.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Faker. Twin Fangs chunking him down. Banky's still not left the jungle, for the record. He's now clearing out this romp, farming up away, and the fan vote looking to the underdogs and Samsung Galaxy.
One of the most insulting things is a jungler smiting your Wolf Camp Spirit that early in the game. As we will see, as soon as Ambition goes back to farm, and Ambition didn't have vision, so he didn't take that opportunity to go in and counter jungle Banky, even though they already had the vision down. They already had pink wards, so Banky gets away with it. He catches up in the experience, and he's going to be able to farm his own jungle.
And the other thing we do have to keep track of, though, is when Ambition ran the gank in mid lane, he did get some wards in SKT's jungle, so it's good of Banky to make it all the way back to the blue buff shrine. You can establish control over there, because with the melee support, we're much more likely to see ganks in the bottom side, which means ward control in that half of the map becomes more important.
Talking about all those wards, there is a pink ward from SKT inside, just behind the Wolf Camp. Ambition moving closer and closer to us.
Ambition perdió ese campamento, cagó. Está recagado, está forzado,
QV has just started to back away as Duke's completed that teleport, even on CS in those 2 lanes.
Todos saben dónde está ahora.
Ambition was seen by the Wolf Spirit. There was a ping there for SKT, so they know he's on the top side. He's actually making a play right now, kind of born of desperation, since there are no camps for him to pick. Even though the Wolf Spirit did see him, he goes away, he steals the Krugs, and he might go for the gank on Duke to burn the flash.
So much counter jungling going on right now, and Ambition level 6 is an incredibly strong duelist. Want to make the counter gank onto Banky. He's expecting Banky to be in that brush. Would they collapse? It would be a close fight. They
he
not
could
get level 6.
pretty quick.
Banky is going to ward hop over. Does not opt in to the engage. Too much on the line, too risky. Bang is being pushed away. Ruler and 4JJ using that ranged poke. Those tongue lashes to their advantage. They're playing fairly defensively. And good mount.
Wolf taking the harass. Samsung need to be able to get some advantages in that lane. The Jhin and Tom Kindred, because you want to be able to unlock 4JJ to roam. That's what he's been so successful at. This team.
Pinkwood still sitting that little banana bush area.
Luca de ventaja para Telecom.
Crown got blue buff. He's done fairly well at pulling Faker, but unfortunately he's donated a kill. It's that tower dive in the end.
Notice how both junglers are hovering around the mid lane for that action, fighting over the Raptors now, as Bengi claims the small ones.
Yep, throwing it back and forth.
He doesn't have spike though for big.
So Cube loses the trade thanks to
cagado.
Duke is already winning this trade. Tiamat into Barmy Cinder. No real surprise. A slightly worrying, transition here. Whereas for Samsung Galaxy.
The Control show on the top lane with that Tiamat, unless they're sending people to the game.
Sneaky play here from Bengi to try and steal this away under their nose.
Back if he needs to refight.
A lot of damage onto Bengi. Crown posted up for the one flash away. First call so in range. The Miasma will block the movement. Certain call. Kill for Ruler.
And that means Ruler gets red as well. So a total backfire on that invade from Bengi. They didn't have the wave.
Horrible Bengi, weón. Acaba de regalar toda la ventaja, weón.
Uncharacteristically, Bengi makes a big Game 5 mistake.
Incredibly bold and unwarranted play there from Bengi to steal away that red. As you said, Faker was not making any move to move up and support that play. Huge punish there from Samsung as they're gifted the kill and red buff onto the bottom lane.
Bengi giveth and Bengi taketh already in the first two big plays in this fifth and final game. So serrated Dirk, a kill under Ruler's belt, and now red buff. Next little bit of exchanges. 4JJ level 5. Does not have access to the Abyssal Voice just yet. Bang and Wolf assume vision control. Actually placing two of those invisible wards in the Tribush, making sure it's doubly covered.
Yeah, poor Nick keeps getting cut off right here. He was a little lucky actually. They didn't have vision on Ambition because they put all in. Whip on the arrow.
Goes wide. Unbreakable wall comes up. And
bang! 5 horas jugando seguido afecta.
Really for an opportunistic attempt.
Also showed the jungler, so Bengi's trying to make the most of his time down here by taking the dragon. But that means Ambition, every time he sees Bengi, opposite side, immediately he can go in and tax. This is actually something that Migos talked about in his interview after their game versus Samsung. He was almost scared to make moves at times because Ambition would tax you so hard every time you show on the map.
Yep, and now the question would be, would they ever think about diving to? They would need to roam Crown up there as well, or is he just here for the CS? You'd expect just the CS.
Be the case.
Maybe mid lane as they're starting to rotate down, but Faker taking the blue, so not currently there to be dope.
The best timing on a mid laner is right to gank is right after they pick up the blue buff, because it's right when they want to start burning their mana to shove a wave, and oftentimes that means their skills on a cooldown, but nowhere close to that gank right now.
And let's talk about the mind games of the levels of the Vision War for a moment here, because they know that Ambition was just on the top side. So you have to assume that there are wards in there as well and work around that information that's been given over. Now, Bengi again going in on Crown.
Very aggressive. Uses
complementary
ability. Kicks Crown away, and Crown's going to be alright. But there's a lot of exchange here down between Bang and Wolf.
It's a lot of harassment. It's actually from Faker, and if he doesn't recall to go back to base, he's going to heal up a decent amount from his refillable potion and his last hits, so should be generally okay since Faker's recall.
Doesn't seem to be pressured just yet. Even game as far as gold is concerned. SKT, they were the first ones to make those plays, get the kills on the board. And he did overreach, actually much like Ambition. So both junglers this game have gifted a kill to their opponents. And you've got to be very careful as that continues to play out. The game is seemingly happening on the bottom half of the map. There's a Abyssal Voyage. He's going to deliver. He gets gobbled up from the tongue lashing. Will go down. Root in place, not going to lock down Wolf.
Perfecto tanqueo el Sabo, weón.
Wolf gets the kill.
And that's the core JJ playmaking right there on Tom Kench. The instant ease hit
Perfecta play del Sapito.
The roam from Crown. Now though it's going to be a race to see who can get the first turret down.
Teleport being used there by Cube to try and defend the mid turret, and Samsung will capitalize with the objective on top of it. Finally, they're attacking the bottom lane, which SKT have lost 3 games. Very strong AD carries, and as they talk about on the analyst test, Officio mentioned one of the ways.
Vamos con Chutumare Samsung Galaxy primero.
2,000 gold lead They have the kill advantage, first tower blood, and it all stems from this phenomenal tower dive.
Yeah, they don't actually see if they're even able to bring in multiple people. Wolf and Bang can't get away in time. Love the flash follow for the Eat by CoreJJ.
The Tom Kench pick, once again, so huge for CoreJJ. And as you talked about, the roam from Crown. At the same time, this is a mistake that we saw earlier in the series from Samsung. They made a play in the bottom lane, but they didn't coordinate all members. This time around, they bring the mid lane guns, and they get the extra kill, plus first turret gold.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't lose any of their other turrets is great, but they did sacrifice some damage on them, because when they burned the top laner's teleport to defend mid lane, they also lose chip damage on the top lane turret. So we're at an interesting inflection point of the game right now, where if Samsung can take control of the top side of the map and make sure the mid lane and top lane don't get pushed in as hard, then they can kind of negate the chip damage they took on their turrets and try and really expand this gold lead quickly.
And now the real test is on SK Telecom. They've lost the 2 games. In game 4 of this series, they fell behind, but not this early and not this much. Samsung have now played more aggressively. Cuba's even putting a lot of damage onto View.
And not in this way. All of the kills there went over to Samsung's carries. 2 for Crown and 2 for Ruler. The Jhin loves getting so much early armor penetration with that gold. And he's definitely set up to make plays, but SKT looking to go on the offensive.
JJ is devoured.
Ambition is here.
Ambition's running in. Teleport coming down, but Cubik doesn't have his available. But CoreJJ is already killed. Faker was there to join the party. Cubik continues to pressure everybody. Bottom inner turrets and bangs.
Pero mira cómo puchea Poppy, weón.
Well, he wanted to hit the arrow to stop Jin's ultimate, but Faker charging at your face is also going to cause them to pack up early and leave.
Yeah, they definitely doubled down on that interrupt, but I will say this time it was SKT who was faster on the roam, and CoreJJ's aggressive play on Tom Kench is punished pretty well there by SKT to equalize those turrets.
How fitting with these two teams down to the game 5, going blow for blow, play for play. Still though, Samsung with a slight edge.
It's starting to feel more and more like a game of chess. Each move costing units, costing objectives. And at some point, you give away something that is too important. With 15 minutes in, which team will be the first, because it's still dead even.
And it's even more analogous to chess in this game because they picked kind of the same pieces. The super tank top lane, the physical damage jungler, the magic damage high DPS mage. Like, it's all kind of fitting together here for these guys to just try and outplay each other with a lot of the same tools.
Now, throws down some damage onto Bengi as he escapes. Faker Wolf defending that pink ward. Now, next dragon is Cloud. It's up in 40 seconds. SKT already have it.
Now, with the also AD carry split pushing right now, yes, it's technically a 1v1, but the Tom Kench in mid lane has the ability to get there so quickly. With both top laners no teleport, the Tom Kench Abyssal Voyage play is huge, and they're actually pinging.
Oh, Ruler's in trouble. Bang's gonna throw down the enchanted crystal arrow. That gets the stun. Flash and heal used by Ruler. Bang manages to turn that one around. Bang gets the win.
Interesting that the Tom Kench and Cassiopeia didn't decide to join that play. I think maybe because Ruler had been taken so low, they just decided to call it off.
Oh, we're just gonna turn it around.
Go for it now.
Now they go for it. They delay. Oh, here comes CoreJJ and Ambition. It's all about the long game.
Gorgeous play.
Bang will get right down.
Man,
unbelievable.
The patience on the Tom Kench right there. Thinking that,
la paciencia, el sapo de la recompensa y Samsung Galaxy por el sueño.
As soon as they say Wolf in the mid lane, they know they can't counter the Tom Kench roam. Beautiful.
SKT can't even take that mid turret. Now they've grouped up. Okay, Vision is being set up in the bottom half of the map. Dragon is an opportunity for SK Telecom as Duke is wailing away on the outer turret. SKT started this one off. There will be no contest in Samsung Galaxy. Instead, they get their ADC jungler up top. I think they should get that tower. Yes, we'll take it very short.
The tables have turned. This time around, it's SKT racking up the extra early Drakes. Whereas it's Samsung with the early gold lead. Even after Faker equalizes this mid turret, they will sit on the slight early gold lead. But the only difference is 2 Cloud Drake for SKT. Down bottom though, and
Cubase is gonna try taxi away. Gets chomped before he can fire the verdict.
And that could be a problem. This is what happened when Duke has the Trundle in their winning games. He just shoves you into the turret,
ults you, tanks the turret, and it's a free dive unless you're there to return fire. No Tom Kench ultimate to lend assistance, and SKT actually jump ahead in gold, as well as having the double Cloud Drakes, which enable them to make many more roams.
Another play here for Wolf is going to get gobbled up by JJ. Here's that counter to Ashe that we talked about. That Ashe arrow looked like it was going to hit until the Devour.
And the big deciding factor is, I mean,
Y ahora el Lorito está parejo.
so many plays
Partida culia
are
pelada.
trying to make all these cross-mat plays and counters with the double Cloud Drake now. SKT are fitted out with rocket boosters to make cross-mat plays.
Me acordé de un video hablando de pelada, me acordé de un video de un que pelaba una papa y salían como Buffett y era como bacán editado super
They've got long range engage. Ambition looking for Faker. Faker's rooted down. Curtain call will miss a stationary target. The Devourer comes up.
Tenía que haber fallado la primera
Escape with Faker. A little lucky Ruler didn't connect that shot.
Yeah.
Now the tower's under pressure.
Trying to zone out the engage from the left side while the mini wave comes up there, but the Victor, very good at clearing waves.
Meanwhile, we're seeing the farm being traded by the top laners in their split push. And really, both teams also trading deep vision here in the bottom side of the map, as the Drake is really the point of contest. So that's where most of the resources are going to be used.
That was another Cloud Drake, Toby. So if SKT already have rocket boosters,
the last. This coming Cloud Drake is the last Cloud Drake of Worlds 2016.
And our stats guy Spellsy was really trying to get us to mention a stat about Cloud Drakes, because SKT have gotten way more Cloud Drakes than any other Drake at Worlds. Fitting somehow that there might get triple Cloud Drake in the final game.
See, now we spawned all the conspiracy theories.
Are in
the scripts in the back saying Cloud Drake again, let's go, we want SKT to run faster.
How do you overthrow a dynasty? Flood them with Cloud Drakes!
Well, Samsung have to still overthrow that dynasty. They have to overcome in game 5. Bengi not going to follow on to that Craig. Again, this is a game of inches at the moment as we're getting close to 20 minutes.
Yeah, QV immediately puts up the steadfast presence there, so Bengi would be denied if he tried to go in and stuck on the other side. Still could have taken it and smited, I guess, but not going to play risky after he was punished at the red buff early on.
And that steadfast presence could become so pivotal when you look at the low mobility Cassiopeia and Jhin. If Bengi's looking to dive in there and find a target, could be denied, and if that is not available, obviously the safety net of poor JJ's Tom Kench. They've got a very well-crafted sort of multiple safety net team composition here on the side of Samsung.
Yeah, and something that SKT has struggled with this series is actually closing games in which they have an advantage. The Tom Kench and the Cassiopeia is going to make it even harder for SKT to close this game if they are able to extend their lead.
Está buscando flecha.
So many opportunities as both teams have drafted many playmaking abilities here for the mid game.
This has been the most even game that we've seen the entire series. It's a very different team composition when you look at the two duos. So Kobe, what are we looking at in the next few minutes? Both teams have got strong initiation tools. There's a dragon coming up in a minute and a half, but it's not the juiciest to fight over. Like, what do you look for if you're these teams?
I expect someone to die over a pink ward or over sweeping a trinket ward here very soon, because both of these teams know the importance of setting up that vision.
Yeah, I think that's how a Samsung player would die. If SKT dies, it's because Core JJ would come in with a friend on a Abyssal Voyage with Tom Kench, since we have a 1-3-1 right now. So either it's someone trying to clear ward getting hit by an Ashe arrow, or someone in SKT going for an aggressive play and getting countered by Tom Kench.
Or a Jhin ultimate, which can serve a similar purpose to the Ashe arrow and landing the slows for the chase down. Now, another thing to keep in mind, because these teamfights are very fun to choreograph. With all the, well...
For JJ, he hasn't used the Grey Health yet. Glacial Fissure slows down Samsung Galaxy. It was SKT that initiated. The Crystal Arrow has already been used. No teleports or follow-up. One flash from Core JJ.
Both mid laners still have their ultimates though, and both top laners as well. Similar amount of tools burned on both sides.
It's just going to slow the game down once again. Samsung Galaxy jumped on as they just trying to farm and clear out that mid lane wave.
Alright, so if we do see the engage, once again setting up those key tools for each team The keeper's verdict for Cubit. Yeah, exactly. Somebody could die there.
Let's see if Samsung will lose somebody over pink. Well, there's not enough support.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody else is converging.
Just want to see it happen.
Cube's Poppy, like the keeper's verdict, knocking out half of a team basically, and buying the numbers advantage basically has been huge as well. So it's not just about picking people off; it's also about separating members within a team fight once it's lost.
Absolutely agree. And as far as the map right now, they might catch Faker.
Faker's the target, but he tries to turn it around. Defensive flash from Ruler. Faker is shut down.
Faker la juega bien, güey. Intenta suelta, pero no alcanza.
As well as Cube. Unbreakable is up. Ashallow stuns up. That's not the most important
Uy, pésimo ulti.
Flashed away from Duke.
Uy, vuélvete, y el poderoso con la gloria. Combat, señores, 2-0, 3-2.
Aggressive onto Ruler. He does not have the burst this time. They get the mid lane turret, and they can help bring back the speed balance with the Cloud Drake if they're able to take this one.
El Cloud Drake se viene.
Definitely going to be able to take this one. I think this is full Samsung territory after those 2 kills. And they are going to be able to claim one for themselves. The interesting thing about the Cloud Drakes, though, you can't take away any of the speed of your enemy for these dodging of the ultimates. Now both teams have the fast speed, right? Extra Cloud Drake for dodging Ash arrows could mean the difference between a pick for SKT and avoiding certain death.
Ult to try and secure blue. I have to question whether that one's worth it, but let's watch this pick one more time. Faker steps on a trap and just gets rooted as Ambition comes in, but he's also moving forward before he has the support of the rest of his team. Faker getting caught out of position in a critical moment here.
And instantly, this turns into every single member of both teams headed mid lane for that. Arrive first, and they also go for the turret dive to grab the last one. Cuvée with a nice little flash move at the end there to snag him.
Petrifying Gauge was even just a little bit short.
Yeah, it missed everyone.
Could have turned even more in favor of Samsung. No flashes for any members of SSG right now. You could expect the next few minutes to slow it down. They've got a not worth the risk of getting caught out.
I agree with that, but I also want to point out that SKT doesn't have the same lack of flash punishing skills they've had with their previous team competitions. It's not like Faker can just flash in and one-shot you with Orianna when you're down flash. Here, even if you do get hit by an Asher without flash, if Core JJ's close, he's going to devour you and bring you to safety. So the playmaking from SKT is somewhat muted and blocked by the stuff like the Olaf and the Tom 10 that Samsung's been able to put together.
Samsung have been able to get a lot more control in their games. With each game in the series that is played, they seem more together, more reactive, and more on the same page. Not the same level of mistakes that allow SKT to accelerate if they wanted to.
And even though there is this gold lead for Samsung, it's so slight that it's more about completing items and actually getting back out onto the field.
Ambition didn't even use his Ragnarok.
Bueno, el Tankench lo salva de todas las iniciaciones de
That's what happens. No flash, doesn't matter.
Very closely matched here as they go in for slow onto Wolf, and any extra damage onto the fort though is hard to regenerate. They also draw out an ultimate from Banky. Now that is one of the big healing tools for the SKT squad too.
I agree with you. It's the peel that they need to have Wolf at high health. Duke needs to get some tank items. He's kind of in that split push zone right now where you expect him to be that 1v2 raid boss, but he's just not actually shoving up the lanes to split pushable situations, because if they lose control of the mid lane, they lose control of the side lanes too, thanks to the Tom Pinch. So Samsung kind of keeping the SKT composition handcuffed and unable to use their best tools.
And that's so important because of how pivotal Duke has been all 4 games leading up to this point. If Duke has to always think twice about an Abyssal Voyage delivering death behind him, it instantly gives advantage to Samsung because they're not under that much or as much map pressure as they have been throughout the course of this best of 5. Maybe he's going to need some more help for safety. We'll get the pink ward. That's his way out. 26 minutes, Kobe, and Samsung
still so close.
Again, marginal lead, but it is a knife save. So there's no real advantage with the kill on the gold. Because neither team's going past the river. Like, this is such shallow vision that is being forced over.
If there is, it's the fact that so much of the gold here is focused on these carries for Samsung. Ruler on the Jhin, especially with the lion's share here.
His last 2 Jhin games have been pretty exquisite. He had 9 kills in their last victory, 3 kills here.
And he shows why, you know, SKT in the beginning of the series prioritized taking it away from him.
Ashe slips through, and you know, even though Ashe had exceptional results in the semifinals, it was also a pick that was largely ignored throughout a lot of the group stage and quarterfinals because of the substantial nerfs that Ashe actually had before Worlds. But still successful Ashe plays, just not this game with all the tools they have to prevent the Ashe arrows from hitting true and leading to kills.
Taking a look at this river, Rude and CoreJJ backing out. Catching a quick glimpse there of Crown, and when Crown won in the semi-final matchup, he was talking about looking forward to the finals and how if Samsung were going to win, Crown would have to be able to go toe-to-toe and step up to Faker. Undeniably, he's done so this series. He has a solo kill under his belt. He's not been bullied in lane quite like Ryu was.
Just think back to the beginning of this series and how one-sided it started out, with SKT almost completely destroying Samsung and even having a big lead in that deciding game, where Samsung were able to stall it out 70 minutes.
This has almost been a tale of 2 series. You wonder how Samsung was able to turn it around, down 10,000 gold in game 2 to now be up in game 5 against SKT. It's miraculous, and SKT was pretty much running a victory lap. We were talking about their legacies coming in, and it seemed like it was a certainty, but they messed up at the Baron Pit. Samsung capitalized, and they've just been on fire ever since.
Va a ser la maldición del tricampeonato.
Will the Samsung legacy continue with a win? Will they be declared the 2016 World Champions? We're 30 minutes into the game. All of the summoners are now available once again. I asked the same question I did 10 minutes ago. Is the answer still the same? Vision and or initiation from these ultimates? Because nobody is playing risky right now. They're not trying to push an advantage.
This game is always about vision and initiation, risk tolerance, risk versus reward, how well you execute those plays. With an Infernal Drake now being up, it's all about this lower Drake pit, but can they get a pick beforehand? The answer is no. That gives SKT the ability to
such an important ultimate. They are burned from Samsung for almost nothing, as SKT, you know, Wolf puts up the unbreakable and they're able to weather the storm. Now they have a huge advantage. Their Ashe arrow still available to make a pick.
Ambition holding on to as long as he can. Here comes CoreJJ. Kick back. Ambition now throws down the Ragnarok. No Devour just yet, but this will be behind lies on the Infernal Drake. Secured by SKT. Ashe arrow onto Crown. CoreJJ eats him and flashes away. Crown survives with his life. TP wasted and dragon to SKT.
Juve is still pushing in the top lane, and Duke does have teleport. He can easily go back to Fountain and catch those minions, so Samsung don't even get any map pressure out of that. That being said, there was a little bit of, you know, miscoordination from SKT there, as they, you know, half of them go for the dragon, whereas Banky is using Flash Ultimate on Lee Sin to get a pick, but Bang is DPSing dragon, not there to finish off the kill. They do get the objective in the end. We can tell how tense it is for these players and how quickly they're making these decisions. Not even time to alert the other member.
And you really have to just take your hat off to these guys. We've been 5.5 hours they've been in these chairs playing these games, trying to decide who will be the world champion. And with plays like that, getting the third Drake against Samsung, getting some of that late game scaling, but still not having the gold, maybe not even having the initiation tools, but having the ability to disengage, we could still be in for many more minutes of League of Legends.
And an Infernal Drake at that, at post 30 minutes. Huge value there to pick up.
Elder Dragon being
se me pick up.
time around, a little bit more damage from the curtain call, but the unbreakable blocks so much.
Yep.
Wolf doing wonders with the throw.
Throwing it out for the flows to look for those picks. Not finding it, and that once again gives initiation advantage over to XKT with their Ashe arrow. Samsung setting up wards though, so they didn't. It wasn't a useless ultimate. They got into the red quadrant, placed the wards, and now they're actually trying to.
Oh, lo cacharon.
Hawk shot comes out. Abyssal Void was used, so I think CoreJJ jumped over the back of the pit. Ambition once again holding onto that Ragnarok, waiting for the Devour. Gravity Field holds him in place, but SK Telecom doesn't stop it. The amount of free vision that you get with those hawk shots cannot be understated in this caliber of play.
And I can hear it in your voice, Quickshot. This game is so tense right now. I don't know if we've ever had a more tense experience in a World Final.
We have not.
Correct. Maybe even in League of Legends, only because of what's at stake. It's a world championship right now, and we're 1,600 gold different, 32 minutes into the game.
Hermano, esta es la partida de los 5 millones de dólares.
Scaling. The entire year.
2.500 millones de pesos.
Prince and the Pauper. You cannot be further apart in terms of their histories and their stories coming into this.
Mentira, 25 millones de pesos. No sé, en realidad, no sé.
Not even just the entire year of these two teams. The entire year of every team that's been eliminated from Worlds, all watching and waiting. Oh, Bengi going in for a little duel there with Ambition.
Trading a little bit back and forth, gonna kill Invisible Wall. Will reach in.
Faker's ghosting.
Ash arrow, where will it go? Bang, looking for the target, connects. JJ stand out, Bengi is gonna kick him backwards. Core JJ's down, teleport cancelled again by Cuvée.
So big for them to also get the teleport out there in addition to the kill for SKT, and they're starting to close in. Now, Vision's still in favor of Samsung, so SKT, whoa.
But I also wonder how much the history of this series will be in the back of SKT's mind. They started losing this series when they forced a Baron. Normally, when SKT gets a pick on someone like that, they are relentless with forcing Baron. Yet they scatter now. They go back to controlling waves. They don't even look at the Baron.
Well, you have to do your homework here. You have to take step number 1, which is clear out the Vision. That's just a support kill. It's a support kill on a Tom Kent who can Abyssal Voyage back to the Baron pit.
Ooh, man.
He taxes that again, safeguard. Baron is the only thing these teams are looking at. 35 minutes in, Duke is finally pushing down the bottom lane. It's the first time he's gone sort of past that river in what feels like 10 or 15 minutes. The threat of the engage from 4JJ has kept him at bay, and 4JJ devoured and with the wrong man.
Oh yeah, that's what Tom Ketch does.
Yeah,
that's what Bang is thinking.
Alright, they're not. Oh, Crown is really low.
A lot of damage from the Chaos Storm. Poor JJ's gonna gobble him up. That will block the next few ticks, and it's coming apart the hinges. SKT getting more and more and more.
Olaf is incredibly useless without the ultimate and Ghost this late in the game. This team doesn't have extra speed for him, so Ambition is going to be waiting for those cooldowns to come back up before he can have any sort of meaningful impact in the team fight now. And SKT, these small advantages adding up and up.
And you're wondering when they can actually spill over into a real advantage, because they actually, despite getting all the RAS, haven't controlled Vision at the Baron pit, and they're not looking to burst it down. It's actually Samsung who is pushing back up towards the mid lane because Faker's in the side wave.
This time around, Wolf is not there to block off the curtain call. The final shot from Whisper is being held a very long time, finally blocked off. Here comes Bengi, kicks back the kick. There's no Ragnarok, loses his life. They've traded jungler for jungler. They only send Wolf away. Cubate's caught up on the gravity field, forced to flash defensively, trading lives of junglers and a few ultimates as well.
And where will the advantages trigger over? Junglers trade their lives because Bengi walks through for a kick while taking RAS. SKT with the much higher health bars.
Yeah, and I would have thought that they would have transitioned down to the Drake after that, but they make a beeline for this brush to try and make a brush play on Samsung. Not gonna work though, and they lose out on a bit of the time where they did have some momentum.
Cuidado, Jhin, no,
in so much trouble, flashes away to safety.
Oh my God.
Not up, and Core JJ dies. Why were they so far forward?
Ruler has done that multiple times, gets super aggressive when unnecessary. This costs the team tremendously. Core JJ sacrifices his life and Baron control.
This could be where the advantages spill over. Cuvée does have a teleport, but SKT have Baron at half, and they have the vision control.
Here comes Cuvée and Crown. Petrifying Gaze is available. It's now a 2 versus 4. Flash! Crown is in so much trouble. Concussive blows. Get to Petrifying Gaze. That's just going to delay the inevitable. Crown goes down!
Flashes in overwhelms. The tension just overwhelms Samsung right there. It's Baron. It's 2 deaths. It's SKT moving towards the other Drake, or will they just take the dead Cassiopeia to try and get turrets?
These players that are new to the championship stage and the critical moment, Ruler makes a mistake, crowd flashes in a line, and SKT punished heavily. No flash over the wall for Elder Drake steal.
Oh god.
Huge swing for the veterans SKT as they try to secure their 3rd world championship.
Just a mistake. Look at this flash.
Oh, straight line. He didn't want to flash out because that takes him farther away from the base, and he wasn't close enough to the wall to flash over it, but you still don't flash in a straight line when the Ash arrow is coming at you, and SKT immediately transition there for the Elder Drake, and now they have their first real advantage of the game. 5,000 gold. Can they close it?
Samsung did not give up earlier in the series, and they will not give up that easily. They still have a full line of secondary turrets to work through before getting to the inhibitor one. And yes, I do expect SKT to get a massive amount of gold off of this play, as you can see with the Baron power play once again.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on that timer.
Also, this is where the split push Trundle really wreaks havoc because they can't stop him from killing the turrets, and 4v4 they can't stop the rest of them from killing the turrets because Cube is occupied in the sideway.
The SKT hype train coming into the station once again. Baron and Elder Dragon on them, taking down the inhibitor turret snare on the Wolf.
Cube and Duke fighting in the top lane, the 4v4 looking for opportunities. Bang still has Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Flash and Heal. Two Samsung Galaxy be looking to take out him or Faker, and it's just such a tough toss. Cloud's gone up top.
30 seconds left on this Elder Drake, so Samsung really don't want to get engaged in the fight, but they also really don't want to lose 2 inhibitors, so they're going to Bang!
And take a look. Unbreakable Wills up on the front line. Ambition not going to use the Ragnarok or the Ghost. Curtain call. Not going to be enough to really bother SK Telecom.
Oh, yeah.
Wolf sidesteps into the final shot. That still doesn't matter.
Look at how disciplined SKT is trying to play right here. The curtain call comes up. It stalls their push. They actually lose the Elder Drake buff now and don't get any inhibitors down. Despite the 6,600 gold Baron play, when you're dealing with the triple elemental Drake Elder, that actually I think is a good hold from Samsung.
Está pasando, señores, ya se le acabaron.
Definitely a actually gonna have to flash that one, but definitely a well above average Baron power play here for SKT because the game was almost dead even when that mistake came in the mid lane from Ruler, and look how heavy the punishment is.
Estoy muy cansado para jugar hoy día, weón.
Never bet against SKT.
Hubiese jugado este fin de caleta, pero weón, se cagó en el día recién.
5 kills, max items before 40 minutes, something he has done so many times this series. But this also means they can't let Samsung match him. They need to be able to use these max items to hammer home their edge.
Seems to be the case as SK Telecom are once again grouped up, using their numbers advantages. Hanging out in the bottom lane, trying to deal with that minion wave. No wards to teleport into, so even though Faker is running low, there's one pink ward which all of SKT have already gotten away from. Samsung in a familiar place, down at 40 minutes.
Down but not out. Not quite yet, and they continue to play the defensive vision game, clearing out the wards, immediately moving into their own jungle. But man, such a heavy gold swing so quickly. Will they be ready for the extra burst damage? Like, that was such a huge influx of gold. Guardian Angel advantages have to be accounted for. Quicksilver Sashes recently picked up. Bang also has that one available.
DA on Wolf. I want to think the Ruler needs to stay very far back. He has no magic resist on that Jhin, and Faker with the Lich Bane.
Far back, you say, eh?
Faker can one-shot him if he gets within flash range. That is what that Lich Bane Victor build does.
Well, Faker's played on the front foot. Faker's flashed aggressively with ultimates all day long.
Keep your eyes on Tom Kench though, because Core JJ can save a life. Core JJ can save the carries.
He needs to do more than that. He needs to deliver someone to take a life. Core JJ cannot play defensively if Samsung want to turn this one around.
The thing with the Core JJ ultimates at this point in the game is that you end of fights, or while SKT is split pushing. Because if you're going into a 5v5 with the Tom Kench, you get wrecked on top of Victor's Gravity Field and Chaos Storm because you're actually just delivering free skill shot accuracy for Faker. Very difficult mode for Samsung to play right now.
No,
Cube
no,
is
menos mal.
able to sidestep those skill shots. 42 minutes. Could feel and cut the tension in the air. As SK Telecom are now looking to close the game out, they have not had the cleanest of wins. SKT have made mistakes. They've been caught out of position and they've overreached at times.
And this is their chance to end this game cleanly because they have almost a full item advantage on all of their players. Everybody on Samsung still needs to fill in an extra item, but the longer the game goes on, the closer Samsung work to that point where they even it up again and have another good shot at a team fight.
Yeah, and with the Baron coming up shortly, that's the moment where SKT need to kind of strike. Samsung's trying to but this is where the biggest danger is going to be. This is the most likely SKT is here, you'd think, to close it out and win their third World Championship. Can they get division control? Can they get a pick if Samsung decides to stop them at Baron? And if they do get that pick, the game is likely over because they then have the Baron buff as well as dead members on Samsung. But they have to do it, and it's not going to be easy.
Still in with a shot. Baron is up in 20 seconds. Elder Dragon probably about 40 to 60 away. Because of course SKT took both of them, one after the other. We've seen a lot of split priority about which objective they want. Samsung this time around definitely wants that Baron buff. They've only got a single Cloud Drake under their belt.
Las pantallas culiadas del suelo del estadio, qué mierda.
Baron has arrived. Again, the fight over wards leading into Baron once again will raise as SKT moving to clear them out, but crucially Ambition got the Scuttle Crab, but even more crucially has the ultimate for the team fight.
Yeah, but no one to haste him either. SKT immediately turn for the Baron right now.
Teleport can't run toward his field. The Baron's already taken by SK Telecom. Cube finishes off the TP, turns around to try and help protect Ruler. Chaos Storm will allow Ambition to get his GA popped. And fake with SKT, they get another kill.
Beautifully done by SKT right there. Getting Ambition's ultimate and immediately going for Baron and then cutting off his charge.
This is Game 5 SK Telecom, the winningest team in World's history, led by Faker, the greatest competitor to ever play the game.
And they're trying to get a pick. He's not there to clear the mid lane wave.
Faker is even going to sidestep those
patient though. Faker's expecting him to be
anticipating it. He knows who he's up against. 25 seconds before Ambition respawns. Baron empowered minions. A super minion coming down the mid lane. In just a moment or two as that inhib falls. SKT, they now turn their attention to the top lane. Bang takes a lot of damage, but it's Ruler that's forced to be devoured. Cube uses the verdict to buy some time. His GA is popped. Crowd's looking for a target to use the petrifying gaze. Chaos Storm is almost up for Faker. The second inhibitor falls. And SKT back away. Samsung's base is broken.
SKT looking poised. Their play in the last 20 minutes has been very methodical into a 13,000 gold lead and 2 downed inhibitors. They're definitely taking their time. They're doing it right.
The Guardian Angels are now down for Samsung. The 2 inhibitors are now down for Samsung. And this is their last chance.
Very tense moment here. SKT has the 2 inhibitors down, looking for number 3.
I can see a D0 portal in Wolf's inventory. Gonna help continue putting pressure on those. As of course, actually used to put pressure on the mid lane. So super minions coming down through the mid. Only 1 inhibitor left standing.
Yeah, and you'd think they'd want to try Desperation Invade, but they actually don't. They want to try and keep the waves at base so they don't have to desperately engage. With the triple melee team drop, it's very hard to walk through SKT, as we've seen time and time again in this game. But with the Baron buff, the 13,000 gold, SKT are trying to push for the championship.
And there's 3 extra lives on SKT as they look for their 3rd championship. 3 Guardian Angels up and available to the 1 of Samsung Galaxy. Cuba's running away. Faker chasing him down with the Chaos Storm. Bengi's not going to find a target as CoreJJ forced to
devour Samsung Galaxy. They're running away with their lives.
And time is working against them. The minions are flooding in the base. SKT are knocking at the door.
It seems so close. The super minions now onto the Nexus turrets. Samsung have to respond. Curtain call to buy some time, but it only connects onto 2. Ambition's not used the Ragnarok or the Ghost just yet. Nexus turret is under threat. A third inhibitor falls, and SK Telecom are doing this by the numbers.
They're just not giving windows for Samsung to engage. The only way Samsung could have gotten a flank is if Cube walks around. Faker burns his ultimate to take Cube low, just so that's an impossibility, and they're very well taking down every single inhibitor. Now they turn for Elder while they're defending the triple inhibitors. Beautiful.
SKT are waiting for the extra super minions to flood into the base while they take this Elder Dragon to return to claim their prize.
Now we were talking about the SKT victory lap in the Game 3 comeback when they had the 10,000 gold lead. This is more likely and closer than they've ever been to winning that third world championship. Elder Drake up, 3 inhibitors down, double spawns of super minions in every single wave. This would be the time for them to do it.
It feels like SK Telecom know exactly how to play against Samsung's team composition. Arrow this time goes between the goalposts. Cube's under threat. Deadly flourish as Samsung are under pressure. This is buying time for those super minions to pour in, kick around. Crown's able to flash so he doesn't get caught, but Cube's down.
And it's a war of attrition. They're just waiting for backing them in a fight.
Duke flashes.
Van ataca, los mata a todos, SK Telecom. Fuera por el líder, solo un 3.0. Destruyendo las torres de Nexo y se intentó. SK Telecom se convierte en el primer team en ganar 3 mundiales de League of Legends. Faker tricampeón con Benji. Muy buenas partidas, weón.
And you better believe the crowd's giving a standing ovation after that one. This was an incredibly hard-fought series. SKT had to earn this one till the very end. The way they played the last 20 minutes of that fifth game was incredibly clean.
What an arduous journey it has been for this team. They had to go through RNG, the Rocks Tigers, and Samsung Galaxy.
El toque de cara le faltó el besito.
For them. So incredibly close.
And this year, I think more than any other, their experience shined through. They were never the best regular season team in the LCK. They weren't even the LCK champions in the summer split, but they are world champions.
They peak when it matters. They prepare for the international tournaments. And SK Telecom had elation as much as relief on their faces at the end of that 5-game series.
And so much respect for the players on Samsung Galaxy. The run that they have made this year is incredible.
Yeah, they're going to be very disappointed because they were so close to that Summoners Cup, but I agree with you, Kobe. Second place in the world, and coming into this, a lot of people would think, hey, the finals happened in the semifinals, but Samsung made sure to take it all the way to the 5th game and push SKT to the limit.
One last glimpse of the runners-up as SK Telecom hoist the Summoners Cup, your world champions for 2016.
Este mejor de 5, junto con la partida de Albus Noxus cuando le ganó a Rocks Tiger, junto con el VOOOLVIII de SK Telecom con Rocks Tiger, son los mejores partidos del mundial de juego. Gran mundial, aguante SK Telecom.
6.5 hours after taking the stage for the finals, SKT is able to win this grueling series. And like you mentioned, Quickshot, elation and relief on their faces, because while they are obviously so happy to win,
SK Telecom have won every World Championship they have entered. They are our first defending World Champions. Their third title. They have won every international event they have attended in 2016. And they've had one of the most difficult regular seasons they've ever had. What an amazing team. What an amazing story.
SK Telecom, weón. Buenas partidas, weón.
Amazing series this was as well. The relief from SKT being
Se ha intentado con todo, mi amor.
Still having the mental strength to come back in that 5th game and play so measured and clean, and Faker as well picking the victor away from Brown. Controlling that game with that champion.
Such an incredible achievement for all the members on SKT. Especially Banky coming back off the bench. In multiple best of 5 series, saves the team.
I saw these jackets earlier, and written on the back is World Champion. SK Telecom once again donned the title.
Yeah, the third time they're going to win this championship. You can see how much this means to them. Bengi as well, just SKT struggled in so many games where he wasn't playing, but 6-1 in the games he played from semifinals to finals.
Con esta victoria de SK Telecom y el intento de remontaje que estuvo así de cerca de Samsung Galaxy, estaríamos terminando el streaming de hoy día. Nos vemos quizás mañana, quizás el lunes, quizás el martes. Le estoy avisando porque tengo que salir y ir a Santiago este fin de semana. Ahí nos estamos viendo. Yo los quiero mucho, mis guachos. Hasta siempre. Nos vemos pasado mañana. Un volar martes, un volar lunes, un volar mañana. Chao, queridos. Muchas gracias por quedarse hasta el final. Nos vemos. Arigato gozaimasu.
With all the trials and tribulations of 2016, anything less than a victory would be disappointment.
Coma, also the winningest coach of all time.
And as you can see, SK Telecom meeting League of Legends coach.
Fue un placer ver el mundial. Nos vemos en el siguiente año y en el siguiente streaming. Los amo a todos. Aguante Karina, aguante Vanity, aguante Fernandito, aguante Miguel, aguante Cevita, aguante Piña. Cuídese, meta, nos vemos.